At Jinqing #1 High School, there was always a legend about the former school bully, Lu Yin, who had once wreaked havoc, striking fear into the hearts of all the other ruffians. Although few people knew what he looked like back then, no one could have imagined that after leaving school, Lu Yin would become an idol on stage. He struck various handsome poses as the audience below chanted his name endlessly. After the song ended, Lu Yin introduced himself as a trainee from Longting Entertainment, but then the scene changed, and he was bowing to a simple backdrop, thanking the audience for watching his live stream. The cheers from before were just a recording. He asked the audience if they liked his dance, thinking he would surely gain more followers this time. But the viewer count was a pitiful 233, and the comments were all from ad promoters. This left Lu Yin utterly disappointed, and he thought to himself, "Do I have any diehard fans left at all? Is this my destiny?" Lu Yin decided to get straight to the point. He took out a jar of chili sauce and began promoting Laogan Ma chili sauce, urging everyone not to miss the 50% off discount. He was extremely anxious because if he couldn't sell it, forget debuting, he might even be fired by the company. In a room filled with Lu Yin's merchandise, his earnest attempt to sell products was being broadcast on a screen. A woman sitting on the sofa watched Lu Yin, finding his efforts to sell the product rather cute. She opened her Weibo account, which had 8.88 million followers, and decided to help him out. She typed a message introducing Young Master Lu Yin's livestream link and hit the post button. Instantly, a flood of people poured into Lu Yin's livestream, sending gifts so fast he couldn't keep up. The number of viewers gradually increased, eventually reaching 100,000. Everyone on screen was praising Lu Yin for being cute. Lu Yin realized these were all die-hard fans. He tearfully said, "I can still sing and dance." After the stream, he grabbed his manager, Ashi, and asked if he had bought him fake followers. Ashi scolded him, "In your dreams. The company hasn't even made back the money we spent buying you followers before." Lu Yin scratched his head, not understanding what had happened. The sponsor beside them was beaming, repeatedly saying, "Lu Yin, good work." He said that the sales this time had exceeded expectations, so he had signed another advertising contract with the company. He told Lu Yin not to take any more cosmetics ads, as he was the light of the agricultural products world. The sponsor praised him, "You're very cute up close too," and patted his shoulder, saying, "I have high hopes for you." Lu Yin immediately smiled and said, "I'll work hard." As he watched the sponsor's back recede into the distance, Lu Yin's expression darkened, and he reluctantly rubbed the spot that had just been patted. After returning home, Lu Yin practiced boxing with a punching bag, each of his punches carrying great force. After he finished, he wiped the sweat from his face with his shirt and then looked at himself in the mirror. He couldn't understand what was so cute about him that made the company force him down the cutesy puppy path, making him act cute all day. He was once the top dog of his high school. He should be on the dominant CEO path. But in the end, he still bowed to fate, rummaging for a pair of little bear earrings to prepare for the next day's shoot. As dawn approached, the woman was still drawing on her digital tablet. When she put down her pen, a drawing of Lu Yin in a bunny suit appeared on the screen. At this moment, she felt it was time to post it. She moved the mouse, ready to make Lu Yin famous. Lu Yin was asleep, his phone buzzing nonstop. Even in his dreams, he didn't forget to like and follow. On his phone screen, his Weibo follower count was skyrocketing. As she watched the notifications pop up continuously, moved to tears because Lu Yin had gained 200,000 followers overnight and had even made it onto the hot search for which male god looks best in women's clothing. Lu Yin's name was prominently on the list, but Lu Yin was not happy. He told Ashi to take a good look. He was a real man and didn't need this kind of twisted trend. He then painfully recalled the new fans' comments, all praising him for being cute, sweet, and soft. He wanted Ashi to stop all of this, but Ashi just gave him a sharp rap on the head because the person who drew him was the god-tier artist Huashan, a recognized goddess in the industry. This was Lu Yin's chance to change his life. Ashi was very proud of the image he had crafted for Lu Yin, believing it was the right positioning. He instructed Lu Yin to do everything according to Huashan's preferences, as the company's future was riding on him. Lu Yin was displeased with all the hype around this goddess. He wanted to meet this Huashan. Huashan sneezed in bed and fumbled for her phone. She thought, "Is someone thinking of me?" But when she turned on her phone, she saw it was already 2 p.m. and she was about to miss her elective class. Thanks to her 20-minute personal hygiene skills, She managed to avoid being late for class. After class, she even took the opportunity to coax her friend into following Lu Yin. She thought to herself, I must work hard and create content for my love today too. Just then, a new private message appeared on Weibo. In a good mood, Huashan decided to reply. A stranger told her to stop drawing Lu Yin in women's clothing. Huashan was furious. How dare someone contradict me, and using a side account at that. She fiercely retorted, Lu Yin must wear cute clothes. Unexpectedly, the other person said, Lu Yin himself might not like these things. Seeing the words might not like, Huashan froze, then became even angrier that I drew it based on the model. She sent the person many cute photos of Lu Yin. Looking at these photos, Lu Yin wore an awkward expression. He had no grounds to refute her. Huashan even found her own tone to be quite cute. Huashan received a new reply. The person demanded that she let Lu Yin wear pants. She couldn't believe this person hadn't given up and immediately ended the conversation. The conversation between Lu Yin and Huashan ended in mutual anger, because when Lu Yin left a comment saying, don't draw it, he found that Huashan had already blocked him. While Lu Yin was still fuming, a staff member came to report that it was time for his photo shoot. Looking at the bunny suit in his hands, Lu Yin still felt some resistance. Huashan was also angry, holding onto the staircase railing, but her phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Yin had reluctantly posted a photo of himself in the bunny suit. Tang Aining's heart was instantly healed, and she no longer dwelled on the hater. But she immediately realized she had shouted out loud in excitement and felt embarrassed. Someone misunderstood Tang Aining calling herself a mom and thought she was pregnant, offering her a seat. Mortified, Tang Aining ran off the subway. The mom I mentioned isn't what you think. Back home, Tang Aining changed in her pajamas and hugged her life-sized Lu Yin body pillow. She felt that being alone was more comfortable. As she was wondering what to draw today, she suddenly remembered the words. He himself might not like these things. Tang Aining's excited mood immediately calmed down. She leaned over and hugged the pillow, wondering, does Lu Yin really not like these things? Ashi borrowed Lu Yin's phone because he couldn't find his own. Lu Yin handed his phone to Ashi. Ashi saw something earth-shattering, his eyes widening. It turned out that Tang Aining had sent a private message, asking if Lu Yin liked her drawings. Ashi was secretly glad he had seen the message. He took matters into his own hands and replied, then deleted the chat history. Ashi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everything was under his control. The half-asleep Tang Aining heard her phone's notification sound. She immediately jumped up and saw that Lu Yin had replied to her. Looking at Lu Yan's words of thanks, she saw him as an angel. She couldn't let Lu Yin down and immediately took out her drawing tablet to start drawing. An angel version of Lu Yin soon appeared on Tang Aining's Weibo. Lu Yin was furious when he saw it. He decided he couldn't lose. Tang Aining woke up, turned on her phone, and started her wonderful day by scrolling through Lu Yin's Weibo. She saw the good morning welfare photo Lu Yin had posted, his face plastered with the word tacky, and was so shocked that her phone fell on her face. She couldn't help but wonder, was Lu Yin kidnapped today? After struggling, Tang Aining tremblingly picked up her drawing tablet. Even with 8.0 diopters of myopia, she could still fight. Lu Yin was being scolded by Ashi. Ashi hadn't managed him for half a day, and his image had already collapsed. Because Lu Yin had posted on Weibo without permission, his follower count had dropped. Ashi sternly warned this stubbornly straight man not to post on Weibo without permission. Lu Yin scratched his head. He just didn't want his fans to call him a pretty sister. Ashi said, female fans, older sister. Fans, they're all love. Now is not the time for him to be willful. If he messes up, he'll have to pay a fine to the company and have his salary docked. Lu Yin looked at the Weibo posts of other celebrities. They clearly posted the same way, but there was still a difference between ad photos and personal photos. His main goal was to let Tang Aining see it, so she would stop drawing him in dresses. Just then, Tang Aining had just posted a new Weibo post. In the drawing, he was a dark angel, with his private parts covered by cute stickers. Tang Aining commented, the black shirt looks good, but don't dress like that next time. Lu Yan's face immediately darkened. At that moment, he just wanted to blow up Lonting Entertainment. He violently pulled the zipper of his tracksuit all the way to the top. Wearing something so revealing is worse than wearing rags. But his phone kept buzzing, and his followers kept increasing. He didn't understand why people these days like to see this stuff. After struggling for a while, Lu Yin gave up. He chose to continue practicing diligently in the practice room at 11 p.m. Lu Yin was still practicing. Other trainees were discussing his recent good performance and his budding fame. Suddenly, someone decided to cause trouble for Lu Yin and grabbed his clothes. His companion tried to stop him, but he thought Lu Yin was just a sissy and there was no need to be afraid. The other person found this even more interesting. They handed Lu Yin's wallet to him, claiming they found it at the door. They saw a small drawing inside, but had accidentally stepped on it, leaving a footprint. He sneered, "If Lu Yin thinks it's ugly, he probably won't care, right?" But they got beaten up by Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "So finding something means going through other people's belongings?" That's no different from asking for a death wish. The guy cursed, mocking Lu Yin for just riding on a celebrity's coattails, without a sponsor. "You're nothing here. Who are you trying to act tough for?" Lu Yin clenched his fists but didn't retort. He walked away. The guy yelled for Lu Yin to come back, but was stopped by his companion. On the rooftop, Lu Yin held the drawing and recalled his childhood. He cried by a hospital bed, apologizing, hoping his sister would get well soon. But his sister said, "You should be thanked, because thanks to you, I finally did what I wanted to do." She reached out her hand to him that I hope that in the future, you can also become the person you want to be. The sound of a phone notification pulled Lu Yin back to reality. He took out his phone and saw that Huashan had posted a new Weibo. It turned out the drawing she made in the afternoon had been taken down, so she had to repost a Cloud Drive link. Lu Yin felt something was not right. He didn't want to rely on anyone. He wanted to debut based on his own strength. On the list of artists participating in the Missile Lego Music Festival, Lu Yin's name was prominently featured. Huashan immediately scrambled out of bed. She was going to the music festival. Huashan leaned on Jiaxuan. The crowded festival was a huge challenge for someone like her who was afraid of crowds. Jiaxuan put a mask on her. The theme of this festival was Demon's Arrival, so everyone had to wear a mask, as even the guests were not allowed to show their faces. So whoever guessed the guests correctly would get to go on stage and interact with them. Huashan didn't want to be chosen. She just wanted to quietly watch Lu Yin perform on stage. That kind of thing was too embarrassing. Jiaxuan called her to get the support materials. The performance was about to start. Huashan decided she had to cheer him on properly. Maybe it would get Lu Yin excited. But 10 minutes later, because Jiaxuan's idol was too famous, many people came, and Lu Yin's support banner was tossed into a corner. Just then, Huashan suddenly heard someone shout, "Pervert," and she immediately became alert. Lu Yin received a notification to go to the dressing room to check his look. Ashi also sent his schedule to his phone. Lu Yin forgot where he put his phone, and while searching everywhere, he accidentally bumped into Huashan with his elbow. Already on high alert, Huashan immediately thought he was a pervert and swung the support banner in her hand. Lu Yin was knocked to the ground. He explained that he was just passing by and hadn't touched her. A voice from the side said, "We caught the pervert." Only then did Huashan realize she had misunderstood Lu Yin, and she hurriedly apologized, but the support banner broke, and Lu Yin was hit again. To avoid further injury, Lu Yin quickly said there was no need to apologize, that it was his own carelessness. He muttered, "You should look carefully before you strike." Then he saw her support banner and asked Huashan, "Are you my fan?" Huashan admitted it. Lu Yin gave a thumbs up, praising Huashan for having good taste. Huashan felt she had met a kindred spirit. Lu Yin lamented, "It's so rare to have fans come to the venue." Huashan added, "You have to believe in Lu Yin. He's always improving. Even if the process is tough, just like how he never gives up on his choices, more people will definitely come to see him perform in the future." She took out her phone, wanting to follow Lu Yin on Weibo and have him follow back. Just as she was about to say her ID, a scream erupted, and the crowd suddenly surged, causing Huashan to stumble. Lu Yin quickly reached out and caught her in his arms. Huashan's eyes widened. In Lu Yin's embrace, squeezed into a small corner, she could hear her own heart beating rapidly. She looked up at Lu Yin's features and thought the person before her looked a lot like Lu Yin. The crowd dispersed, and Lu Yin let go of the still dazed Huashan. Lu Yin wanted to ask if she was okay, but Huashan pushed his hand away and ran off, blushing. Lu Yin stood there, confused. I was just helping her. Besides, he had already revealed his blue hair in the dressing room. Lu Yin shouted, telling the makeup artist to be gentle. The makeup artist asked him about the bump on his head, and Lu Yin explained that he had bumped it accidentally. He opened his phone and saw Huashan's Weibo. And looking at a photo taken at the venue, he realized she was there too. At the music festival, Huashan was feeling dizzy from being squeezed by the crowd. The host was inviting the next guest on stage. A figure stood in the stage lights, eyes covered with a white cloth. Holding a microphone and singing an English song with a gentle melody. Huashan recognized the person as Lu Yan. By the time the song ended, the audience was captivated by Lu Yan's voice. The host asked the audience to guess the guest's identity. The atmosphere became lively, but still, no one could guess it was Lu Yan. The host was about to invite the next guest on stage, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Just then, Lu Yan heard someone call his name. From the back of the crowd, a support banner for him was waving. It was Huashan, who had recognized him and called out his name. The other audience members were immediately drawn to Lu Yan, and many opened Weibo to follow him. The host also announced that Huashan had answered correctly and invited her on stage. Standing on stage, Huashan was extremely nervous. She had put herself on the line for Lu Yan. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Yan, who was taking off his white blindfold, and then suddenly took a step back, feeling that no camera could capture even a fraction of Lu Yan's handsomeness. The host announced that the interaction with Lu Yan would be the game You Draw, I Guess. The rules were that one person draws and the other guesses. The guesser must guess the correct answer based on the drawing. Each person would draw for 5 questions. Guessing all 5 correctly meant success, while failure would result in a penalty. Lu Yan was secretly pleased, as he had learned to draw in elementary school. Huashan was wondering why there was a penalty. Lu Yan raised his hand and volunteered to draw first. Huashan was confident she could guess whatever he drew. But 5 minutes later, looking at the messy drawing on the whiteboard, Huashan had no idea it was a lion. She comforted herself, it's just the first question. But what she guessed was a kiwi was actually a hedgehog, and what she guessed was a broom was actually a lotus flower. She guessed all of Lu Yan's drawings incorrectly. It was Huashan's turn to draw. Lu Yan rubbed his temples and prayed. Please don't let it be some weird penalty. The host reminded them that the guessing time was up. Lu Yan looked at the lifelike drawing and immediately guessed it was a pirate ship. He correctly guessed 4 questions in a row until the last one. Huashan drew an angel, but Lu Yan was captivated by the character's art style. It felt very familiar, and he couldn't help but suspect that the girl in front of him was Huashan. Because he was distracted, he failed to answer, and the challenge was lost. Huashan thought it was because she hadn't drawn the angel well, but the host announced the penalty round. The penalty was randomly selected on the big screen. The words on the screen scrolled continuously, and finally stopped on the penalty Princess Carrie for 30 seconds. Huashan hadn't expected to get this penalty. It was clearly fan service. Without a word, Lu Yan pulled Huashan over and lifted her into a Princess Carrie. Huashan instinctively put her hands on Lu Yan's shoulders, feeling extremely flustered at that moment. The countdown for the Princess Carrie began, and Lu Yan kept looking at Huashan with a deep gaze. Huashan shyly turned her face away, but eventually couldn't resist sneaking a peek. At such a close distance, she felt it was like a scene between a filial daughter and a loving mother. In the eyes of the audience, it was a romantic Princess Carrie, but in her eyes, it was a scene of a grown-up son, gently holding his elderly mother. Lu Yan called out to her, telling her to look at him. Was he about to ask if she was Huashan? The host jumped in again, saying it should be the girl carrying the boy. The audience looked on gossipily, thinking that was the real penalty. Lu Yan gestured at their height difference. Huashan was so small, how could she possibly carry him? But Huashan clenched her fists and said she could do it, thinking that if she was going to put on an act, she had to see it through. She tried to lift Lu Yan by the waist. Lu Yan didn't budge, while she, on the other hand, was panting from exhaustion. Lu Yan advised her, don't force it if you can't do it. Huashan insisted she could, that she couldn't let Lu Yan down. But a sharp pain shot through her waist. Her old back problem was acting up. Huashan lost her balance and fell towards Lu Yan in a panic. Her foot landed heavily on Lu Yan's toes. In pain, Lu Yan also fell to the ground. He looked at Huashan, who was on top of him, and couldn't help but wonder how someone so clumsy and the people around her had managed to grow up safely. Huashan quickly got off him, backed away, and explained that it happened because of a flare-up of her occupational ailment. The host stepped in to smooth things over, saying that since both were unwell, this segment would not continue. Lu Yan picked up Huashan's phone. He noticed the phone case was a picture of him in a dress. Huashan snatched the phone back and said awkwardly, "You're still young. You can't look at this." Lu Yan didn't understand why she said he was young, but Huashan realized her identity was exposed, apologized, and ran off the stage. Lu Yan felt this scene was familiar. After the concert, backstage, Lu Yin draped a petal-shaped cloak over himself. Recalling what had happened, he had still let Hua Shan get away. His phone suddenly lit up. Just as he was about to look, Ashi urged him, "We have to go." But Lu Yin saw that Hua Shan was posting a new Weibo. This time, he had to confirm it. He ran to the location tagged on Weibo, searching everywhere for a sign of Hua Shan, but couldn't find her. He didn't see that not far away, a group of fans was surrounding Hua Shan. The two of them missed each other just like that. Lu Yin scratched his head, not expecting Hua Shan to have already left. He typed something on his phone, and the screen of the phone in Hua Shan's pocket immediately lit up. Lu Yin had sent her a message. "I'll definitely recognize you next time." Jia Xuan was sending Hua Shan photos from the center of the stage, thinking Hua Shan was so lucky to be able to interact with her idol on stage. She saw Hua Shan giggling at her phone and complained to her, "You don't look like a popular streamer with tens of millions of fans." She was curious why Hua Shan liked Lu Yin, since he was already the most obscure idol she followed. Hua Shan recalled that rainy day. She had a fight with her family and ran away from home with her suitcase, only to be caught in the rain. Outside, she leaned against a wall and slowly squatted down, with no desire to go home for an umbrella. She buried her face in her knees, complaining that even the heavens were against her. Suddenly, the sound of a guitar rang out, followed by a singing voice. Hearing the song in the rain, Hua Shan's mood improved significantly. Curious about who was singing, she followed the sound. She saw a street performer under an eave, sitting on a simple chair with a plain microphone in front of him. He looked up, and his delicate features made Hua Shan's eyes widen. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the rain wasn't to stop her from leaving, but to let her meet Lu Yin. The singing stopped, and Hua Shan noticed he was looking at her. She quickly took out all the coins she had, intending to give them all to him. Lu Yin looked at the coins in her hand and smiled, saying he didn't need money. If she liked hearing him sing, she could scan the code to follow him. And just like that, Hua Shan became Lu Yin's diehard fan, because she found the Lu Yin on Weibo to be incredibly cute. Lu Yin picked up a drink to take a sip when he heard Ashi call him. "I told you to confirm the schedule for next week's shoot at the Art Academy." On the wall behind him was a photo. It was a photo of him from that day, with a line written below, "The first person willing to listen to me finish a song." Lu Yin was at the Art Academy for a photo shoot, striking various poses for the photographer. After the morning shoot ended, he said goodbye to Ashi and decided to wander around. Coincidentally, the Art Academy was holding its club recruitment fair that day. Lu Yin strolled around with a coffee, thinking the place was quite lively. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was the manga club's latest promotional poster. He recognized Hua Shan's art style, so she studied at this school too. He looked towards the manga club's recruitment booth and noticed a figure, but when the figure fully emerged, it was a man. Lu Yin suspected he had been mistaken. Someone bumped into him from behind, causing the coffee in his hand to spill all over the books on the manga club's table. Lu Yin apologized while helping to clean up. The seller thought he was cute and didn't mind. A student suddenly said, "Little Zhang is sick and can't make it." The seller stared at Lu Yin and said to him, "These books can still be saved." Hua Shan, wearing heavy makeup and a wig, was handing out flyers. As the artist herself, she was very sleepy and just hoped for some good news to soothe her soul. Just then, she saw Lu Yin, also dressed in hanfu and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, handing out flyers. Their eyes met, and Hua Shan immediately turned around and covered her face. Is this a dream or reality? Lu Yin didn't recognize Hua Shan and just introduced himself as her temporary partner, then told her to hand out flyers with him. Hua Shan hadn't expected to meet Lu Yin here. It all felt so surreal. But this was also the first time she had seen Lu Yin and hanfu, and they were the only two wearing it. Hua Shan immediately gave up the idea of being a girlfriend fan. She was an unwavering, diehard fan. She heard people around them talking about the manga club's new book, saying the art was beautiful. She noticed a chibi-style illustration of Lu Yin that she had drawn before on a tote bag. She had to protect Lu Yin's fragile heart, absolutely. Not let him see those things. She kept blocking everyone from Lu Yin, not letting him see that chibi drawing. An hour later, they finally finished handing out all the flyers, but it was basically Hua Shan who had handed them all out. Suddenly, it started to rain. Lu Yin lamented, "It was just sunny. Why is it raining now?" He asked if the club activities would end early. Soaked, Hua Shan wrung out her clothes and said it might end early. Lu Yin took off a jacket and draped it over her shoulders, but Hua Shan's wig got caught on it. He leaned over to help her untangle it, and just then, a female classmate came over to say hello. She wanted to chat with him, but seeing the painted fan in Tang Aining's arms, she hurriedly said she was interrupting. Tang Aining helped her take off her wig. Huashan thought of the ugly hairnet underneath and stubbornly kept the wig from falling off, accidentally shouting Tang Aining's name out loud. She heard Tang Aining ask her, "I clearly never told you my name. How did you know it?" Actually, Tang Aining had recognized her from the very beginning. Tang Aining recognized her as the coin girl from that day. Huashan didn't expect him to still remember that rainy day. Tang Aining said, "Of course. After all, you cried after listening to me sing for just a little while." The people around were startled, thinking he had done something wrong. Huashan felt very embarrassed, but in that moment, she remembered many things from her childhood, and the tears just couldn't stop flowing. She said with a smile, "It's so magical. I feel like I was healed in an instant." Tang Aining recalled saying that day he had originally planned to finish up after singing that song, but he thought that as long as there was one person willing to listen to him sing, he would keep on singing. Huashan said she would always be willing to listen. She started following him when he only had a few hundred fans. She even wanted to tell him about her drawing the Q version pictures, but hesitated in the end. Tang Aining thanked her, but this reminded him of the insincere compliments he disliked. Among these hundreds of thousands of fans, there were very few who truly loved him. He asked Huashan if she could tell him who drew that large poster. Huashan looked surprised, and he, thinking he had scared her, quickly apologized. Just then, both of their phones rang, urging them to go to their respective jobs. Tang Aining took off the hanfu, saying he had to go to the film set. He handed the hanfu to Huashan, asked her to return it to the club, and then left first. Huashan wanted to say something more, but Tang Aining had already left. Holding the hanfu in her arms, she felt that this encounter was so unreal, like a dream. She buried her head in the hanfu, thinking that she might never have the chance to be this close to him again. But Tang Aining suddenly turned back and appeared before her. Huashan asked, blushing, "Aren't you going to film? Why are you back?" Tang Aining said to her, "Next week at Hualu Plaza, my company has an outdoor performance. I have a segment. Will you come?" Huashan agreed. "I'll be there." Tang Aining gave a brilliant smile. Huashan was very excited. That version of Tang Aining was just too cute, like a little puppy. She remembered Tang Aining asking her who the artist of the drawing was. She thought Tang Aining liked her art style, so she would have to draw Q versions more diligently in the future. Huashan had a bad feeling. Joshwan asked her if she had fallen deeply in love with Tang Aining. Huashan quickly explained that she hadn't, but Joshwan said someone in the club had already taken a picture and sent it to her. Joshwan envied Huashan for having such a wonderful connection with Tang Aining, wondering why something this good couldn't happen to her. Huashan also felt in her heart that it was a wonderful connection, but she never dared to dream of being with him because to her, he was, after all, like a star, and they were not from the same world. Joshwan suddenly told her to look down. In the distance, Tang Aining was filming a scene. Seeing this, Huashan smiled gently. She had originally thought that she only needed to be a spectator forever in her own place, and watching him gradually shine was enough. Huashan drew the back of Tang Aining on her drawing pad. When she turned her head to look, she saw Tang Aining looking in her direction. She saw a different Tang Aining. She saw Tang Aining open his mouth, but she couldn't hear his voice. In the end, he smiled. Huashan took off her headphones, wanted to hear clearly what Tang Aining was saying. She wanted to understand him. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, and the hat fell off. A man swirled the wine in his glass and asked another man, "Are you sure you want to go find Lu Yin?" The other man said he wanted to see who his goddess had liked for so long. Lu Yin was lying in bed with a dazed look because he had caught a cold from being in the rain yesterday, but he still had a performance today. The manager was sticking a thermometer in his mouth when suddenly Lu Yin remembered the girl from yesterday. She had promised to come see his performance. Lu Yin leaped out of bed and told his manager to get his hair ready. He was going to the venue right now. At the venue, two staff members were discussing that the show was almost over, but those two trainees had run off somewhere. They weren't optimistic about today's show, feeling that none of the trainees performing today would be able to debut. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was searching for the girl's figure in the sparse crowd below the stage. Unfortunately, he couldn't find her. Lu Yin had. A staff member handed him the microphone. He was going to sing, and Huashan, because she had stayed up too late drawing Q version pictures last night, had overslept. She was rushing to the venue. As soon as she opened the door, she found her dad had arrived. On stage, Lu Yin held his guitar, and started to sing. The audience below was captivated by him. They were very interested in this talented new face. In the distance, two men were also discussing Lu Yin on stage. But because of his cold, Lu Yin's head felt heavier and heavier. Suddenly, he started coughing violently, a mistake in the performance. But the audience would not sympathize with his mistake. Lu Yin was about to leave the stage when he turned his head and saw Hua Shan in the crowd. She was holding up her phone, on which was written, "Lu Yin, we are waiting for you." That's right, she was still supporting him this time. A gust of wind blew the support sign out of Hua Shan's hands. Just then, a cleaner's bucket fell from above her head. Seeing this, Lu Yin wanted to rush over, but it seemed it was too late. Just then, a man with a ponytail pulled Hua Shan aside, helping her avoid the danger. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, dizzy, fell into another man's arms. Hua Shan turned her head just in time to see this, and her Fujoshi spirit immediately ignited. At this moment, the man with the ponytail came over to mock Lu Yin, saying he dared to perform in such a physical condition. Hua Shan jumped out, wanting to explain for Lu Yin. Her heart felt like it was on fire. In her heart, her baby was good at singing and dancing, capable of anything. But the reality was that she was facing two men. Speechless, the man with the ponytail saw Lu Yin staring at Hua Shan. He deliberately moved closer to Hua Shan, patting her head and telling her not to stand in such a dangerous place next time. Seeing his action, Hua Shan took a step back, while Lu Yin immediately flew into a rage and pushed him away, asking who they were. At that moment, a woman walked over, grabbed them by the ears, and scolded them. "Finally found you too." Lu Yin also learned their names. One was Yi Suyang, and the other was Liao Yuan. The woman said it was their turn to perform, but they were nowhere to be found. Among all the trainees, these two worried her the most. The two of them were dragged onto the stage by the woman to perform. One stood before a drum set, the other held a guitar. Their performance immediately electrified the entire venue, and the audience was captivated by them. On stage, Yi Suyang shot a provocative glance at Lu Yin. After getting off stage, he whispered in Lu Yin's ear, "The audience has no obligation to accept any of your mistakes. You're still a long way off." This sentence immediately brought Lu Yin's spirits down. Leaving the stage, Lu Yin was drawn by the sound of a child's voice. He saw a piano, and next to it, a little girl was holding a little boy's hand. This scene reminded Lu Yin of his childhood. He and his older sister sat together at the piano. Back then, his dream was to become a child star like her. Lu Yin already couldn't remember when he first had the thought of wanting to be on stage, but for so many years, this thought had never changed. He had always been working hard towards this goal. The boy interrupted his thoughts and asked if he could play the piano. At that moment, Hua Shan arrived and saw the scene. Lu Yin was playing the piano with a little boy. Hua Shan closed her eyes and listened. When she felt the piano music stop, she opened her eyes and found that Lu Yin was standing in front of her at some point. Hua Shan said, blushing, that she just wanted to see if he was. Okay. Just as she finished speaking, "I'm fine," Lu Yin swayed and fell into Hua Shan's arms, his body burning hot. Yi Suyang was a star trainee parachuted into Longting Entertainment, able to sing and dance, and proficient with the drums, with millions of fans. However, this idol had a hobby: reading comics at home, participating in fan clubs, and gossiping like other fans. The fan clubs he liked were all niche. At this time, Hua Shan appeared. Her outstanding drawing skills saved these niche fan clubs. Yi Suyang fell in love with Hua Shan's art style at first sight and had been following her for many years. But now, the goddess he worshipped was drawing for an unknown trainee, which made him burn with anger. His earlier actions were meant to intimidate Lu Yin. Just then his phone rang. It was his goddess, Hua Shan, who had posted on Weibo a video of Lu Yin playing the piano with the little boy. Yi Suyang didn't know that this Hua Shan was the artist Hua Shan. He only knew that his goddess was at the scene, and she was with that kid named Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was lying on Hua Shan's lap. Looking at Lu Yin's cute sleeping face, Hua Shan couldn't resist stroking his head. Then she restrained herself with her last bit of rationality, planning to carry Lu Yin back on her back. But with her petite figure, it was simply impossible. Just then, Yi Suyang appeared before her and asked if she needed help. He didn't know that Hua Shan was leading him into a trap. Yi Suyang picked Lu Yin up on his back, but the two of them unexpectedly fell to the ground. Yi Suyong was too weak. In the end, Hua Shan and Yi Suyong supported Lu Yin on either side and took him back to his manager. Hua Shan covered Lu Yin with a blanket, wondering why he still came to perform when he was unwell. Seeing this, Yi Suyong asked disdainfully, "What's so likable about this guy?" Hua Shan immediately retorted loudly, saying that as long as she liked him, he was worthy. She said Lu Yin was just sick and forcing himself, which was why he didn't perform well, but he would definitely do better next time, and she believed in him. At this moment, Lu Yin quietly opened his eyes and heard these words. In front of a piano sat a little girl and a little boy. The little girl patted the little boy's head, praising him, and said she looked forward to seeing the little boy on stage in the future. But right after, the little girl turned into flower petals and flew away. Lu Yin wanted to catch the girl who was flying away. At that moment, Hua Shan appeared before him, saying she wouldn't leave and would always stay by Lu Yan's side. She had even drawn many cute pictures of him. But right after, Hua Shan was pulled away by Yi Suyong, who said, "Lu Yin isn't worthy of you drawing for him." This scene completely woke Lu Yin up. Ever since Hua Shan posted the video of Lu Yin playing the piano on Weibo, his number of fans have been growing. The video was reposted by many bloggers and even became a trending topic. At this point, Lu Yin also suspected that she was the artist Hua Shan. The manager's voice interrupted Lu Yan's blushing reverie, announcing that the company had an important notice today. The company required them to form a boy band, and his new teammates were Yi Suyong and Liao Yuan. As soon as he entered, Yi Suyong saw Lu Yin and shut the door. Amidst the protests of Lu Yin and Yi Suyong, their boss gave each of them a headbutt. The boss said that one of them would be chosen as the leader. The leader could decide on the group's important affairs and even decide whether a member stays or leaves at critical moments. Yi Suyong and Lu Yin began to compete fiercely in their minds. In the evening, Lu Yin came out of the dance practice room and ran into Yi Suyong walking from the opposite direction. Yi Suyong said the leader's position was his, and Lu Yin should just wait to pack his bags and leave. Lu Yin said, "No one's going to take my leader position." What angered Yi Suyong the most was that every day, his goddess Hua Shan was drawing Lu Yin, while Lu Yin was in agony from being drawn in a cute and comical style. Longting announced on Weibo that the boy band ZMK had officially debuted, attaching a group photo of the three of them. Hua Shan was happy to see their relationship had improved. At this moment, her phone received a message from a collaborator saying that the dress she designed was very beautiful and inviting her to attend the launch event as a guest. On stage, the host was welcoming everyone to the launch event for Showdown. Next up was the special guest appearance to cheer on the event, the trainee boy band ZMK. The three of them smiled brilliantly at everyone, but they each had their own thoughts. Lu Yin thought, "I'm a straight guy. I don't play these games." Yi Suyong was very happy to be promoting the game his goddess was the main designer for. He felt he was so lucky, while Liao Yuan was only thinking about food. After their enthusiastic self-introductions, the audience was silent for a moment and then began to discuss animatedly. Hearing the sparse applause from the audience, the host quickly saved the situation, moving on to the styling competition segment. The three guests would choose suitable outfits in the game according to a theme. Afterward, the judges and the audience would score the outfits. The person with the lowest score would have to wear the same dress and perform an impromptu dance. Yi Suyong quietly said to Lu Yin, "I'm an expert at this game. Lu Yin is toast." Lu Yin said disdainfully, "It's not certain who will win or lose yet." The host announced the preliminary judge for the game, special guest costume designer, the famous artist Hua Shan. Just as the two were looking on in anticipation, a holographic projection of a chubby uncle appeared before them. Fathead Mouse greets everyone. "I am Hua Shan." The host said that Hua Shan couldn't be there in person, so she would interact with everyone in a virtual form. After announcing the styling theme, images of clothes Hua Shan had worn flashed through Lu Yan's mind, while Yi Suyong was still sulking that the organizers were hiding his goddess's face. At the same time, he felt the theme was very simple because he had played this level before. At this point, the answer sheets were also submitted. Hua Shan looked at the three bizarrely styled outfits. Her her hands trembling. As the final results of the game were announced, Lu Yin and Yi Suyong looked at each other confidently. The result was that both of them had the lowest scores and had to perform in women's clothing. After changing clothes, Lu Yin saw Hua Shan in the crowd. She was reaching for a drink from a vending machine, but couldn't reach it. Lu Yin reached out from behind her and got it for her. Then he suddenly pinned her against the wall and asked why she was here. The moment he spoke, his wig fell off. At this moment, Hua Shan was already melted by Lu Yan's cuteness, because Lu Yin was wearing the outfit she had designed herself. Then Lu Yin asked Hua Shan, "Who on earth are you?" Hua Shan could no longer hear what Lu Yin was asking. She only felt that Lu Yin, wearing the outfit she designed, was an absolute beauty, exuding an ethereal aura, with every stitch looking like a world-famous painting. She was mesmerized by Lu Yan's appearance, her eyes sparkling at this moment. Even Liao Yuan's lollipop fell to the ground. He asked in surprise, "Is this Lu Yan's secret girlfriend?" The two hurriedly explained, and Hua Shan shouted even louder, "I'm Lu Yan's mom." As a result, Lu Yan's wig fell onto Hua Shan's head, and Hua Shan ran off wearing the wig. Lu Yan asked Liao Yuan, "What did you come looking for me for?" Liao Yuan said that Lu Yin wouldn't have to go on stage to perform later. Rin Yilin's team had arrived early and was already performing on stage. Rin Yilin was a newly popular star, so he could do whatever he wanted because he was famous. Moreover, the idol drama he recently starred in was also very popular. At this point, Lu Yin walked to the side of the stage to watch Rin Yilin's team perform. He muttered to himself that just because they were famous, they could replace others and were even lip-syncing. Lu Yin went to find the boss of the launch event and asked if they could continue after Rin Yilin's team finished performing. The boss said the launch event was short to begin with, and they weren't scheduled to perform in the first place. Lu Yan's group was only made a backup option because Rin Yilin's team might perform for the entire duration. The boss also said that lip-syncing didn't matter because they were very famous. Besides, for you little fresh meats, isn't having good looks enough? Who cares if you can sing well or not? Lu Yin clenched his fists and was about to step forward when Liao Yuan stopped him. Liao Yuan leaned down to look at the boss, his cold expression almost making the boss call for security. As a result, Liao Yuan only said one thing: "What you're doing is wrong. You just wait." Yi Suyong quickly pulled away the troublemaking Liao Yuan. All of this was overheard by Hua Shan, who was standing behind the door. Seeing Yi Suyong turn to leave, Liao Yuan asked, "You're just leaving like that?" Yi Suyong tossed him a guitar and said, "Let's use actions to prove it." As soon as Rin Yilin's team finished performing, Lu Yin and the other two appeared behind them with guitars. At this moment, Hua Shan also demanded to see the boss of the launch event. She said she wanted to talk about their business collaboration this time, whether to continue it or not, which startled the boss. On stage, thanks to the trio's performance, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The audience cheered for their performance. After the trio finished performing, the audience felt they were talented and good-looking. The audience commented that Liao Yuan, with his short hair and tall stature, looked very cool and was definitely the overbearing CEO type in the group, possibly the eldest. It was a pity they didn't know how much candy this seemingly fierce person had hidden in his pockets. Yi Suyong, with long hair, looked like a gentle young master from a wealthy family. Lu Yin was the cutest of the three, both innocent and fierce, like an obedient little puppy. Rin Yilin's team was very displeased that the trio had suddenly rushed out to perform. Rin Yilin came forward and said they still had one more song to sing and didn't expect them to be suddenly brought on stage. Rin Yilin said, "We sincerely apologize for this misunderstanding," and then asked them, "Didn't you look at the schedule during rehearsal? It said you didn't have a performance." Such a sudden move startled us. The fans below also started to get restless, suspecting that these three were trying to ride on their idol's popularity. They criticized them for not following the procedure, showing a real lack of professionalism. Lu Yin, with his years of experience as a manager, saw through Rin Yilin's innocent act, feeling that Rin Yilin's cuteness was fake. Liao Yuan was about to step forward to speak, but was stopped by Yi Suyong. Lu Yin picked up the microphone and said, "We sincerely apologize for interrupting their performance." He said a backstage staff member mentioned that the senior's microphone was broken and not producing sound. Fearing it would affect the senior's performance, he requested to switch to his good microphone. Rin Yilin broke out in sweat from Lu Yan's words and reluctantly took the microphone. At this moment, Yi Suyong said it was time to pick a song, letting the audience choose a song they wanted Hill to sing. Rin Yilin was now worried because the requested song wasn't pre-recorded, so they couldn't lip-sync. Did they have to sing live? On the other side, Huashan had just gone through a conversation that could be said to have taken all the courage of her 22 years of life. The launch event. Boss said, the company will blacklist you from now on and cease all cooperation with you. Huashan continued, it's not that you're blacklisting me, but that I am blacklisting you forever, and said that her collaboration projects were already scheduled until early next year. The launch event boss said he had close collaborations with many companies trying to use this to threaten. Huashan immediately took out the recording from just now of the boss saying that lip-syncing was fine and little fresh meats only needed good looks. This recording successfully suppressed the boss. At this moment, Huashan was trembling all over, hearing a staff member say the trainee group was about to go on stage. She walked over curiously. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, Rin Yilin chose her as a fan to complete the performance with. Hearing this, both Huashan and Lu Yan were surprised. After all, Huashan was Lu Yan's diehard fan. Standing on the stage, Huashan fell into a distant memory. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had stood under these stage lights and sung out loud. But at this moment, she was surrounded by fear. Just as she was feeling helpless, Lu Yan supported her, telling her to stand behind him. He said to Rin Yilin, this girl is too nervous. She might not be able to continue singing. Then he suggested singing with the senior, saying he was a fan of the senior. This scene was recorded by the audience and quickly spread online with the title, Trainee Directly Declares War on Hill. In front of the microphone, Rin Yilin had to start singing. The fans noticed something was off with the singing. Some thought there might be a problem with the live equipment. Lu Yan started singing a cappella, his steady voice proving that there was no problem with the equipment. Next was the stable performance by Yi Suyong, Liao Yuan, and the others. In comparison, Hill's performance was extremely disappointing. Rumors of Hill lip-syncing began to spread. The #1 trending topic was Hill's image collapses. The secretary asked the boss why he didn't make ZMK leave the stage. The boss said the current flow was more interesting, with the popularity being snatched by the new trainees. He only cared if the goal of promoting the game was achieved and didn't care about anything else. Back at home, Liao Yuan asked Lu Yan, why did you help that girl? Lu Yan was lost in the memory of the day they first met. Huashan was the only one who listened to him sing a whole song and then held up Yuang's phone. Seeing Huashan's happy expression, Lu Yan couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The manager said their video and Hill's video had been pushed to the top of the trending charts almost overnight. They must have gained a lot of fans. Then he mentioned the upcoming competition for the leader position. Yi Suyong hurriedly said, don't think we're friends just because we're in the same group. This leader position is mine. Lu Yan also retorted without showing any weakness. At this moment, they heard that Huashan had just posted on Weibo. She had drawn a poster of ZMK. Liao Yuan was standing in the middle, while Lu Yan and Yi Suyong next to him were both drawn as girls. This scene made Lu Yan's face darken, but Yi Suyong happily picked up a megaphone and shouted, my dear wife drew me. Lu Yan was inwardly surprised. How could someone be so happy after being drawn like that? But at the same time, an indescribable feeling of jealousy welled up in his heart. On the other side, Huashan happily decided to draw the three of them from now on. Afterward, she remembered how Lu Yan had protected her on stage and felt a warmth in her heart. ZMK was pushed into the spotlight because of the Hill lip-syncing incident. Their number of fans skyrocketed. Huashan drew their cue versions, which led many people to mistake Lu Yan and Yi Suyong for girls. Lu Yan looked at the handsome Liao Yuan and Huashan's drawing and felt extremely uncomfortable. So he decided to secretly take ugly photos of Liao Yuan so that Huashan could see his true face. But in the photos he took, Liao Yuan was still dazzlingly handsome. Lu Yan helplessly took a selfie, and the result was a cute photo. He threw his phone down in anger. The manager reminded them that they had arrived at the venue for the leader competition and told them to get out of the car. Lu Yan had imagined that this competition, watched by millions of viewers, would be held in a very luxurious place, but he never expected that they would arrive at a dilapidated village. An old grandmother told them to move aside so she could carry manure, scaring Liao Yuan and Yi Suyong so much that they jumped onto Lu Yan. An announcement declared, the competition for the leader position now begins. Besides professional skills, comprehensive abilities are also very important. The competition will evaluate their adaptability, coordination, and endurance. The final leader will be chosen by audience vote. Huashan also blended into the crowd, secretly cheering for Lu Yin. The first ability test was collecting eggs. Lu Yin scrambled to grab eggs in a panic, while Yi Suyong dragged out a goose. Liao Yuan, who hated feathered animals, curled up on a chair. Huashan secretly placed a few eggs on the ground, trying to help Liao Yuan cheat, but a hen sat on the eggs and started to incubate them. In the first round of voting, Liao Yuan was slightly ahead of Yi Suyong. The second round was planting rice seedlings. Yi Suyong and Lu Yin moved quickly, neither willing to yield to the other. Liao Yuan looked at them blankly and said they were planting in the wrong place. In the second round of voting, Liao Yuan seemed more reliable, so he received the most votes. The third round was pulling up radishes. Huashan had prepared sports drinks and was waiting for Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Yi Suyong were competing to pull up radishes when a radish flew up and hit Huashan on the head. That night at the inn, Huashan sighed that being a diehard fan was too tiring, and it was more comfortable to be alone. Suddenly, she heard singing. Huashan looked in the direction of the singing and found Lu Yin singing to two children. Ever since meeting Lu Yin, she had always been able to bravely face any situation and get along with everyone around her, and she had also been trying hard to change her own future in the real world. Huashan's shyness and cowardice, paradoxically, gave her the courage to confront people, and Lu Yin also gave her a sense of familiarity. The little girl next to Lu Yin pointed at Huashan. Lu Yin looked over and shouted for Huashan to stop and not move, saying he would be right there. He demanded that she not run away again this time, and Huashan's heart was in utter turmoil. Although she felt that Lu Yin really liked her drawings, it would be incredibly awkward if her identity was exposed on the spot. She didn't want Lu Yin to call her the artist Huashan, but rather wanted him to see the real her. Therefore, Huashan decided to slip into the nearby bushes. Before she could move, Lu Yin grabbed her and asked where she was trying to run. He brought up how she was the only one there when he fainted last time, yet she had a video of him playing the piano, why she appeared backstage at the game launch, and what her relationship was with the artist Huashan. He even suspected she was the artist Huashan herself. She explained that she was a friend of Huashan's, that Huashan had given her the video, and that she went to the launch because Huashan had invited her. But Lu Yin didn't believe a word of it. Just then, a voice came from behind, asking who was being sneaky over there. Huashan felt that Lu Yin being seen meeting a suspicious woman in private would surely become a scandal, so she pushed Lu Yin into the bushes. After the person left, she went to help Lu Yin up, only to find that the one who stood up was Yi Suyong. Yi Suyong was pushed away by Lu Yin, who irritably said he was everywhere. In fact, Yi Suyong had seen Huashan's alternate account's location was here, so he came to try his luck. He asked, "Did I interrupt Lu Yin and his little girlfriend?" Just as Huashan was about to explain, Yi Suyong said, "I kind of like her." Seeing Yi Suyong getting closer, Lu Yin quickly pulled Huashan into a tight hug, declaring that she was his fan. Next, Lu Yin and Yi Suyong started fighting over Huashan, each grabbing one of her hands and asking who she liked more. Huashan hesitated for a moment, then answered that she liked Lu Yin the most, but then said she also liked Yi Suyong, and even added that she liked Li Yuan too. She thought everyone were good friends and should love each other for the sake of team harmony. And with that, she placed Lu Yan's and Yi Suyong's hands together and slipped away. Just as she was about to run off, Yi Suyong grabbed her, saying it was dangerous at night and he would take her home. But Lu Yin pushed him away, saying, "I'll take her home." The two started arguing again. Huashan watched them, thinking to herself, "My home isn't even that far. Why insist on taking me?" But in her eyes, they were just joking around, so she secretly slipped away. Yi Suyong looked at Lu Yin, who was glancing around, and said, "Huashan is definitely not just your fan. Don't let me catch you slipping." Lu Yin said that after the competition, he would make Yi Suyong disappear from his sight. Yi Suyong watched Lu Yin leave, and just as he was about to turn, he found a scarf and a phone in the bushes. The phone screen lit up, and its contents left Yi Suyong stunned. The next morning, Won Jie announced that this was the final round of the competition for the captain position. Looking at the three boys, all with dark circles under their eyes, Lu Yin had lost sleep the previous night because he couldn't stop thinking about Huashan. Li Yuan had been pulled by the aunties to move farm produce all night, while Yi Suyong had an unforgettable night. He returned the phone to Hua Shan, saying he had accidentally seen her screen wallpaper and asked if she could tell him about it. Hua Shan immediately told him about the drama she was following and began to explain its origins and plot in detail. After listening, Yi Suyang's eyes filled with tears. He had found a kindred spirit with the same interests. He saw that Hua Shan was a fan of Lu Yin, truly a case of a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Off camera, Yi Suyang and Lu Yin had just been arguing fiercely. They had been at each other's throats just a moment ago, but as soon as they faced the camera, they immediately put on smiling faces. This scene left Li Yuan, who was standing on the side, dumbfounded. Wen Jie announced that the final selection was a talent show, requiring everyone to perform their best talent on the village stage. This time, the village's elderly and children would all participate in the voting. Their votes were very important. Watching the villagers swarm in, both Yi Suyang and Li Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. The competition was being broadcast live. Not only the villagers' votes, but also the popularity in the live stream chat would affect the results. Hua Shan complained, "What is their company thinking? Such a shabby stage is a total waste of my baby's stunning looks." Li Yuan was surrounded by children, smiling gently, while Yi Suyang used sweet talk to attract many young girls. Li Yuan was surrounded by a group of aunties. The current situation was that Yi Suyang was slightly ahead of Lu Yin. Hua Shan looked at the scene before her, very satisfied. However, her baby had to be the captain, so she began to cheer wildly for Lu Yin. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin saw her, because in front of him were all children. No one could block her. The children, startled by Hua Shan, all ran to find their mothers, and the mothers were surrounding Yi Suyang. Yi Suyang thought Hua Shan was deliberately leading Lu Yin's fans to him and happily winked at her. When Lu Yin saw the interaction between Yi Suyang and Hua Shan, a pang of jealousy rose in his heart, but he still quickly steadied Hua Shan to prevent her from bumping into an elderly person, telling her to be careful. Hua Shan thought her baby was so adorable, even knowing how to care for others. She was determined to help her baby win the captain's position. Hua Shan analyzed that the male-to-female ratio at the scene was 2-8, and among these women, the majority were between 20 and 40 years old, so they needed to cater more to the tastes of women over 20. Combining the strengths of Yi Suyang and Li Yuan, she knew what the young people wanted to see. At this moment, Lu Yin was having a major headache. Yi Suyang was using his social skills to attract a large audience. Li Yuan was surrounded by a crowd of uncles and aunties. In this kind of entertainment competition, just singing and dancing offered no chance of winning. Lu Yin racked his brain and started waving his hands in front of the screen, but his movements struck the audience as extremely boring. Lu Yan's popularity immediately plummeted, while Su Yang's and Li Yuan's soared. Yi Suyang even provocatively gave Li Yuan the middle finger. Li Yuan told the cameraman to go get an instrument and come back, then walked away thinking about how to attract the audience. Just then, he was pulled back by Hua Shan. As a result, Hua Shan used too much force, and the two of them fell backward together. Lu Yin asked Hua Shan what was wrong, and Hua Shan said that if Lu Yin agreed, she had a way to help him win the competition. In the last 30 minutes before the end of the competition, Yi Suyang felt that victory was in his grasp. Suddenly, a cry was heard from a distance. Selling fish. Freshly caught fish, selling cheap. The sound caught everyone's attention, including Yi Suyang's. The villagers were immediately drawn by this event and rushed towards the lake. Hua Shan also blended into the crowd and rushed to the lake with everyone else. When they got to the lake, they found the cry was coming from an empty spot, which confused everyone. Just as everyone was puzzled, a folk song drifted from a distance. Yi Suyang immediately realized it was a trap and that someone had deliberately lured them to the lake. However, when he saw Lu Yin standing in the distance, with his white shirt half wet and his hair slicked back, all of everyone's doubts and dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. His appearance and his singing voice were both captivating. When the aunties saw him, it was as if they were seeing the young men who had pursued them in their youth. The young women were attracted by his looks and his voice, while the little girls were fascinated by his skill at catching fish. Lu Yin walked ashore and handed a fish to a little girl who held it with both hands, smiling brightly. This scene made Hua Shan have a nosebleed. Hua Shan started shouting in the crowd, saying this fish was caught by Lu Yin himself, a rare opportunity, and there was only one. Everyone started frantically sending hearts. Liu Yan's actions not only won the villagers' favor, but also caused his popularity in the live stream to skyrocket. The situation quickly reversed, and Liu Yan's popularity took the lead. He met Hua Shan's gaze and smiled at her. Hua Shan's heart raced as she lowered her head, blushing. At some point, Li Yuan also jumped into the lake and caught a soft-shelled turtle with his bare hands. But he lost his balance and fell into the water, getting completely soaked. This scene immediately made the audience change their minds, expressing that they wanted to buy the turtle Li Yuan had caught. No one expected things to turn out this way. The competition ended, and according to the tallied votes, the winner of this competition was Li Yuan. In the car, Yi Suyong was clamoring to kick Liu Yan out of the group, but just then, Liu Yan saw a dejected Hua Shan outside the car. He picked up his phone and played a recording. "I will work harder. Wait for me. I won't let you down again." He was now using this to comfort Hua Shan. Hua Shan posted on Weibo, calling for everyone to re-watch the captain competition. The cover image for the post was her drawing of Liu Yan as a merman. This drawing also successfully made it into the top 10 trending topics. Liu Yan felt helpless, not understanding why Hua Shan would create such a drawing. Yi Suyong shivered on the side, thinking Liu Yan truly didn't appreciate his good fortune and was so annoying. Liu Yan quickly shoved the phone in front of Yi Suyong, telling him to see what he had been drawn as. Just then, Wen Jie rushed in with good news. They will be participating in the recording of Rush to the Sky Season 3. This was a variety show that had once been a massive hit online, with the nation's goddess and the nation's heartthrob as regular cast members. The third season needed some new faces, and Hua Shan had made Li Yuan go viral. And combined with the previous exposure of the Hills lip-syncing incident, it had caught the attention of the show's director Bai. This was their chance to become famous. Liu Yan said unhappily, "Is this for publicity again? Can I never escape from Hua Shan's grasp?" Liu Yan thought to himself that if he performed well on the show and showed his masculine side, maybe he could change Hua Shan's perception of him. So he immediately started reviewing the previous seasons of Rush to the Sky. On the other side, Hua Shan was happily drawing, thinking Liu Yan would definitely love her art, and she continued to draw frantically. Just then, the phone rang. She received an invitation to participate in Rush to the Sky, and the caller was surprisingly her uncle. It turned out Hua Shan was a low-key rich heiress. On the phone, her uncle played the family card, saying that due to work, they hadn't seen each other in years, and he didn't even know what Hua Shan looked like now. He said that in the family, only Hua Shan and her mother looked the most alike. Hearing her uncle mention her mother, Hua Shan wavered. The reason was that the two veteran guests for this season couldn't participate due to some issues. He had seen Hua Shan's Weibo post. This niece's popularity was no less than a minor celebrity's, and she had inherited her mother's beautiful singing voice, a God-given talent. It was just a pity she didn't want to enter the entertainment industry. Just then, Hua Shan replied to his message, agreeing to participate in the show's recording. But he had to agree to one condition. Meanwhile, the recording schedule for Li Yuan and his group was also set. On February 13th at 10 a.m., they would record Rush to the Sky Season 3 at the Bai Niao Music Hall. At the press conference for Rush to the Sky Season 3, the guests entered one by one. The host first introduced the new faces, the ZMK group, consisting of the domineering Captain Li Yuan, the handsome and all-round Yi Suyong, and the cute little Magne Li Yuan. Hearing this introduction, Li Yuan froze on the spot. Next, the host introduced the other guests participating in the show, including popular singers and actors, as well as Song Inya, a member of the popular girl group FXF. Song Inya thought to herself that with her unparalleled beauty, everyone would have to fall at her feet. The moment she looked up and saw Liu Yan, her foot slipped and she fell down the steps. She hadn't expected Li Yuan to be here too, and that Li Yuan was still the same as before. The nation's heartthrob also made his entrance. Then the host announced that there was one more special guest, the first non-celebrity guest since the show began. The famous online artist, Hua Shan. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Hua Shan appeared before them wearing a cute hamster head mask, her legs still trembling. This unexpected move amused everyone. Hua Shan didn't know Liu Yan would be there, and clutch her hamster head mask in fear, terrified of being recognized by him. The host announced that all the guests had arrived, and it was now time to choose partners for the first episode of the show. Lu Yin looked at Hua Shan. Song Inya, who was already standing next to Hua Shan, thought Lu Yin wanted to choose her and eagerly waited for him to walk over. As it turned out, Lu Yin chose Hua Shan. He said, "This non-professional guest probably doesn't have much experience. I'd like to help her," and added, "I really like little hamsters." Lu Yin thought smugly to himself, "This time, Hua Shan has finally fallen into my hands." Just as Lu Yin was expressing his fondness for little hamsters, Yi Seong pushed him aside, telling him not to scare Hua Shan, before he could even ask if Hua Shan agreed. Suddenly, the stage lights went out. The host announced that partner selection was over and the first round was about to begin. Someone said suspiciously, "This is just a press conference. How did it turn into a game?" An announcement echoed through the hall. All doors have been locked. The guests have 1 hour to find the secret exit. The first pair to successfully escape will win the right to assign members and double the reward. The countdown began, and the guests started to stir. Hua Shan leaned against the side of the stage. She was afraid of the dark and the noise. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed. It was Lu Yin pulling her along, telling her, "The countdown has started. We need to leave quickly." This moment felt very familiar to Hua Shan. The two arrived at a room, a storage closet. Hua Shan was doubtful. Such a small storage closet. Could it really have a secret exit? Seeing Lu Yin's outstretched hand, Hua Shan thought he was going to take off her hamster head mask. However, Lu Yin simply reached behind her and took out a flashlight and a floor plan. Hua Shan realized she had misunderstood Lu Yin and scratched her head in embarrassment. Lu Yin explained that the back of the hand plates given out upon entry indicated the location of a supply pack, secured with a heavy lock, and said, "I wouldn't take advantage of someone's predicament. With the floor plan, finding the exit would be much easier." Hua Shan said, "The door seems to be locked." It was obvious she had only given it a casual push. Lu Yin told Hua Shan to stand aside, planning to use the flashlight, only to find it was out of battery. Hua Shan quickly said, "My phone wasn't confiscated. I can turn on the flashlight." However, the phone screen went dark, displaying the character come. Seeing that Lu Yin was about to help her pick up the phone, Hua Shan rushed over, saying, "I don't need your help." Lu Yin said to Hua Shan, "I know about the drawings Hua Shan made. I think we need to talk about this face to face, so I hope you can take off this hamster head mask soon." Hua Shan felt it was too embarrassing to be caught red-handed. "I'm still that little fan you met before. How am I supposed to face you in the future?" The two began to struggle over the hamster head mask. Hua Shan pushed Lu Yin away, pinning him underneath her. She said, "I have my difficulties. Is appearance really that important?" Just then, the door opened. The scene everyone saw was Hua Shan sitting on top of Lu Yin. As everyone was about to leave the storage room, Hua Shan slipped and fell out. The hamster head mask also fell off. Everyone finally saw Hua Shan's face clearly. At this moment, Hua Shan's whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Her true identity had been discovered by the person she was trying to win over, and she was caught red-handed in front of so many people. The camera was pointed right at her. They praised her, "You're so cute. Why don't you show your face?" Then, the cameraman intended to zoom in for a close-up. She felt this spotlight of attention triggering bad memories. Suddenly, a blanket was draped over her head. It was Lu Yin, shielding her from the gazes. He gently told Hua Shan the hamster head was dirty and to cover up with the blanket for now, then helped wrap the blanket tightly around her. Lu Yin looked down and saw Hua Shan's swollen ankle and broken high heel, then picked her up and told everyone his partner had dislocated her foot and he was taking her to the lounge to ice it. Yi Seong realized that Hua Shan was that girl. The two arrived at the lounge, and Lu Yin told Hua Shan to extend her leg so he could apply an ice pack for her. This scene flustered Hua Shan. Hua Shan thanked Lu Yin for helping her out of the predicament just now and said she would repay him in the future. Lu Yin said that Hua Shan had helped him before too. Hua Shan explained that she easily gets dizzy when there are too many people. Lu Yin looked up at Hua Shan, praised her for still being so cute, and told her to be more confident. These words made Hua Shan blush. Hua Shan asked Lu Yin if he had known her identity all along. Lu Yin said that with so many obvious clues, it was hard not to notice. Hua Shan looked at Lu Yin applying the ice pack for her and thought, he's helping me again. I originally thought I was the one secretly protecting him, but I never expected that it was he who appeared time and again to protect me. I thought being a fan was a precarious thing, but now it made her feel incredibly secure. After a while, Lu Yin felt the ice pack had been on long enough and was about to look up and ask Hua Shan something, only to find she had fallen asleep. Looking at Hua Shan's sleeping face, Lu Yin blushed. Knowing she is Hua Shan, how can my heart be calm? But if I had shown the same surprised expression as everyone else, it would have only scared her more. In her sleep, Hua Shan suddenly swung her arm, slapping Lu Yin across the face, and mumbled about drawing lots and lots of Lu Yin. Annoyed, Lu Yin clenched his fist, planning to settle the score with her later. Suddenly, the door was thrown open, and Song Inya and Yi Suyang stumbled in. Hua Shan was startled awake by the noise, and found Yi Suyang arguing with Lu Yin. Yi Suyang said Lu Yin had brought Hua Shan here with ill intentions. Suddenly, Song Inya pushed Yi Suyang's hand away and asked why he was laying a hand on her teammate. Yi Suyang said his internal affairs didn't seem to be any of Song Inya's business, and asked what Song Inya meant by following him around under the guise of Song Yao's name. Song Inya's gaze unconsciously darted towards Lu Yin. Then she suppressed her anger and asked Yi Suyang what he meant. Suddenly, a lollipop fell to the floor. It was Li Yuan. He asked Song Inya with a cold expression what she thought she was doing to his brother. Hua Shan watched this tense scene, trembling all over, yet inwardly thrilled, thinking it would be perfect if she could draw this scene right now. The scene changes to Yi Suyang helping Song Inya out of a car. Both of them were wearing fake smiles. Li Yuan was burning with rage inside, but still said on the surface that he liked Song Inya very much. From a distance, Hua Shan watched this scene, happily snapping a close-up of this behind-the-scenes drama. The subtle competition and infighting between them completely hit her sweet spot. However, while Hua Shan's face was exposed, and a photo of Lu Yin carrying her princess style while fixing a tire was sent out with a sensational headline. Lu Yin unknowingly crept up behind her and asked what she was looking at. Startled, Hua Shan quickly moved away from him. Just as Lu Yin was about to say something, the host announced the competition was about to begin. In the previous round, Li Yuan, Yi Suyang's team, and Song Inya's team tied for first place. In this round, they could choose their own teammates. Before the host could finish, Yi Suyang said he chose Hua Shan. Then he told Lu Yin that his team was already full and couldn't take him along. Seeing Hua Shan being snatched away by Yi Suyang, Lu Yin secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, Song Inya said she wanted to choose Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned to look at Song Inya and said they had to win this game. This time, he had to take back the initiative. Hua Shan took off her blindfold, looking completely lost. Wearing strange clothes was one thing, but she didn't even know where she had been taken. Just then, a loudspeaker announced to all guests that the first round of the name tag ripping challenge was about to begin. Members would be taken to random locations to find other members and secretly eliminate other players. The last surviving team of players would win. 2 players wearing the same costume would have one immunity. Lu Yin put on his bunny ears, rubbed his hands, and felt it was his time to shine. Just then, an overconfident guest happened to see Lu Yin. Wearing bunny ears, Lu Yin looked harmless and cute, not intimidating at all, so he told Lu Yin a hand over his name tag. As a result, in the blink of an eye, his name tag was ripped off by Lu Yin. One must know, Lu Yin used to be a school bully. Lu Yin smiled sweetly and said sorry. Next, Lu Yin quickly ripped off the name tags of 3 other guests. Yi Suyang and Lu Yin also came face to face. Yi Suyang said Lu Yin was impressive, but he wouldn't give him the chance to snatch his partner. Lu Yin retorted, "Don't get too happy." Immediately after, the two started fighting. Hua Shan hid in the bushes, thinking it was too dangerous outside. Someone like her, who always stayed indoors, couldn't possibly outrun them. She turned her head and saw Lu Yin and Yi Suyang fighting. In the cameraman's eyes, these two were extremely fierce. It was hard to believe they were on the same team. But in Hua Shan's eyes, Lu Yin was being bullied by Yi Suyong. Furious, Hua Shan jumped right out, feeling she had to protect Lu Yin. Just as Lu Yin was about to rip off Yi Suyong's name tag, Hua Shan suddenly rushed between them, telling them to stop fighting. But in Lu Yin's and Yi Suyong's eyes, this scene looked like Hua Shan was actively offering up her own name tag. Hua Shan was also conflicted. In this situation, should she help her teammate or her baby? She was filled with regret. If she could do it over, she would definitely have stayed hidden in the bushes to think it through carefully. At some point, Song Inya appeared behind Yi Suyong, saying he couldn't escape. Then she ripped off his name tag. Just as Song Inya was about to reach for the name tag on Hua Shan, Lu Yin blocked her way, telling Hua Shan to run that I won't let you off next time. Song Inya angrily asked Lu Yin why he let Hua Shan go. Lu Yin hurriedly explained that they were wearing the same clothes and had one immunity, but he thought bitterly to himself. Hua Shan rushed out to protect Yi Suyong without a second thought. Song Inya leaned close to Lu Yin's ear and asked, "Do you like that, Hua Shan?" Hearing Song Inya's words, Lu Yin said, "Thank you for your concern. That girl is very important to me." Song Inya continued, "An idol on the rise naturally knows what not to do." She thought to herself, "Unless the person is me." Then she said to Lu Yin, "You have to hurry up." Song Inya had waited 5 years to be on equal footing with Lu Yin. She was no longer the girl from before who hid in a corner, afraid of being discovered by him. Suddenly, Song Inya's name tag was ripped off. Turning around, she saw it was Li Yuan. Li Yuan thought to himself, "I've avenged my brother." Song Inya was startled by Li Yuan's powerful aura. Suddenly, a voice came from the distance. "Amusement Park Limited Edition Chocolate Ice Cream." This caught Li Yuan's attention, and as he ran over, Lu Yin took the opportunity to rip off his name tag. Li Yuan tearfully asked Lu Yin why he ripped off his name tag. The loudspeaker also announced Song Inya's name. Li Yuan was eliminated. At this moment, Hua Shan was wondering where to hide when the loudspeaker announced again that only Lu Yin and Hua Shan were left. The game area would be shrinking. Hua Shan was scared to death at this point, not knowing where to hide, and ended up running into Lu Yin again. Looking at Lu Yin, Hua Shan thought, "He's not going to suddenly charge at me, is he?" As it turned out, Lu Yin came chasing after her menacingly. Remembering Lu Yin's words, "I won't let you off next time," it seemed he was serious. At this moment, there was no way forward, and Hua Shan thought she would cross the pirate ship and jump off the railing. As it turned out, Lu Yin followed her. The ride was about to start, and Hua Shan told Lu Yin to quickly fasten his seatbelt. The following scene was Hua Shan having the time of her life on the pirate ship, while Lu Yin was cowering in fear. As soon as Hua Shan stopped the ride, she quickly ran off. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after her. The two ended up playing one game after another. According to the announcement, the competition entered its final 10-minute countdown. Hua Shan thought that if she got on the Ferris wheel, she could definitely last for 10 minutes, and they would end in a draw. But the cameraman said worriedly that no cameras were installed on the Ferris wheel. As Hua Shan got on the Ferris wheel, she said happily, "We're safe now." But when she turned around, she saw that Lu Yin had followed her on. Lu Yin said, "It was just the two of them left, and I happen to have some questions for you." Lu Yin held up a doll wearing a short skirt and fishnet stockings, asking Hua Shan what it was, while saying that he was traumatized when he found this doll, even discovering it was wearing tiny panties underneath. Hua Shan, embarrassed, told him to hurry up and give it back. Suddenly, Lu Yin grabbed her hand and told Hua Shan not to move, seeing that Lu Yin's face didn't look too good. Hua Shan asked if he was afraid of heights. Lu Yin glared at Hua Shan, then shrank into a corner. Seeing Lu Yin's frightened look, Hua Shan patted his shoulder and said, "Close your eyes and we'll be down soon." But Lu Yin grabbed her hand and asked her, "In your eyes, what kind of person am I?" Hua Shan was confused as to why Lu Yin would ask that. "Is my opinion that important to you?" Suddenly, the Ferris wheel started to shake, and Hua Shan lost her balance, falling into Lu Yin's arms. Hua Shan realized Lu Yin was trying to rip off her name tag. She hurriedly pushed him away, only to lose her balance again and fall back into Lu Yin's embrace, their faces momentarily very close. They both blushed. Lu Yin, due to his fear of heights, felt dizzy all over. When the Ferris wheel door opened, everyone saw that Lu Yin had already fainted inside. In the end, the broadcast announced that neither Hua Shan's nor Lu Yin's name tags were ripped off, so the two teams ended in a tie. During dinner, Li Yin was sullen because his fear of heights prevented him from winning the game, while Huashan wondered, did I make Li Yin hate me? The two suddenly made eye contact and couldn't help but recall the moment on the Ferris wheel when their faces were so close. A blush appeared on both their faces. On the balcony, the nation's heartthrob Luis was leaning on the railing with Ye Su-yong, asking him why he pretended not to know him. Ye Su-yong said he was just a lowly intern, and getting too close to a big star would be too conspicuous. Luis said if Ye Su-yong were to be an intern, his grandfather would surely be furious. Then he said that Ye Su-yong had been looking at Huashan for so long, and he had never seen Ye Su-yong pay so much attention to a girl. He asked Ye Su-yong if he liked Huashan. Ye Su-yong felt that the feeling was more like a desire for possession. Just then, a drunk Huashan fell into Lu Yin's arms, and both Song Anya and Ye Su-yong declared their determination regarding Lu Yin and Huashan. In the hotel arranged by the production team, Huashan was scrolling through Weibo. The Weibo headlines all read, "Congratulations, madam, on finding your true love," with photos of Huashan and Lu Yin playing at the amusement park below. They even had an officially certified fan club called Hualu. As Huashan thought about the Hualu ship, intimate scenes of her and Lu Yin flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but blush. The phone rang. It was Huashan's uncle. He congratulated Huashan on her fame. Huashan was angry, thinking it was all because he hadn't told her in advance that the filming would be broadcast. Then her uncle said he had a letter from Huashan's mother for her, which her mother had asked him to mail back then, but he said he never found the chance to give it to her. And her father almost took it. Huashan recalled her childhood, how her father would burn her mother's things, saying out of sight, out of mind. Tang Aining also made up her mind that she couldn't let her father take away her mother's things again. Her uncle also said he had something to discuss with her, asking Huashan to maintain her performance in the next few episodes, keep the feeling from the first episode, and strive to win this season's championship. He said Huashan should interact more with Li Yin, as the two of them had great comedic chemistry together. The broadcast effect was very good. Tang Aining said she just wanted to finish the show peacefully and had no intention of competing with them for first place. She didn't want the exposure, nor did she want to be a trending topic. For her, getting back her mother's only photograph was enough. Her uncle told Tang Aining not to be so insecure, that people have to look forward and not be bound by the past. There was another person sitting opposite him. He asked that person, after all these years, you still haven't given up on that idea? The person said, this is the path I'm meant to walk. Tang Aining hated this feeling of being arranged. She understood that the person who truly understood her was gone. Then she started to draw, to forget these troubles. Li Yin walked out to the balcony and found that Tang Aining was in the room next door, and she was drawing a Q version of himself, which made him cry out. Then he discovered that Tang Aining had also drawn a handsome Q version of him. Li Yin noticed that Tang Aining's eyes were red. He wondered if she had just been crying. Seeing Tang Aining cry, Li Yin felt very awkward. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to comfort a girl. Then he gave Tang Aining 2 thumbs up to cheer her on. As a result, this gesture was misunderstood by Tang Aining as the same gesture Li Yin used to praise her artwork before. Seeing Tang Aining smile, Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Aining made a heart gesture at him, realizing that Li Yin could always dispel her worries, whether it was their first meeting or now. She was so lucky to have met him. Li Yin started lifting weights late at night. Both Li Yin and Tang Aining thought to themselves, I must win the next game. Tang Aining held a toy gun and looked around. After taking off her blindfold, she found that she was the only one in this place. But she had been told before that the second recording wouldn't be too difficult and that she had a high chance of winning. Sure enough, she was lying to herself again. Just then, the broadcast announced the start of the game. The two teams were scattered throughout the building, and each player needed to defeat the opposing team to obtain more survival resources. NPC monsters would periodically spawn in the building, and players needed to aim at the red stars on their heads to eliminate them. This was for Tang Aining, who usually just stayed at home drawing, a truly daunting challenge. Before long, she was out of breath. These holographic monsters seemed endless. She had no time to run, and her weapon's energy was depleted. Just then, there was a noise behind her. A guest found Tang Aining alone and intended to take her down. Just as he was about to defeat Tang Aining, a gun was aimed at his back. Li Yin appeared just in time to protect Tang Aining. With tears in her eyes, Tang Aining turned into a fangirl and started praising Li Yin. Making him beam with joy. Then Tang Aining said, "My gun is out of energy. I can't fight." Lu Yin immediately led her to a supply box. As Tang Aining was hesitating on how to charge the gun, Lu Yin took her hand and had her scan the barcode on her wrist. The screen then showed that the weapon had been successfully charged. Just as Tang Aining was about to turn and thank him, she found their faces were very close. They both immediately separated, blushing. Tang Aining realized that whenever she was near Lu Yin, her heart would beat very fast. She couldn't help but think about what happened that day. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. A monster appeared. It was a high-level monster, very difficult to deal with. Lu Yin told Tang Aining to hide behind him. This time, just like before, Lu Yin stood in front of Tang Aining without hesitation, giving her a complete sense of security. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Tang Aining. Lu Yin quickly defeated it. However, the monster's blood splattered on Lu Yin, causing him to lose 20% of his health. This made Tang Aining suddenly brave. This time, she didn't want to be a coward anymore. She could also protect Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Tang Aining bravely raised her gun and said, "I will protect you well." After a fierce battle, the two finally eliminated all the monsters. Seeing that Lu Yin was left with only a sliver of health, Huashan told him to use a health pack quickly. Lu Yin said, "My health will recover slowly. You keep the health pack for emergencies." Huashan insisted, "You must use the health pack to heal yourself." Lu Yin lowered his head and asked, "Huashan, are you worried about me?" Huashan instantly blushed and said, "Forget it, never mind." Lu Yin smiled, looking at Huashan's shy expression. Huashan went ahead to scout the path, calling for Lu Yin to follow her direction when she suddenly ran into Song Anya's team. Huashan was so scared she wanted to run, dropping her gun. Song Anya pointed her gun at Huashan's chest, saying she wouldn't show any mercy. Lu Yin watched this scene anxiously, but Li Yuan blocked him, saying, "Lu Yin, your opponent is me." Seeing Li Yuan in his way, Lu Yin cursed angrily. Song Anya wanted to prove to Lu Yin that she was the stronger one, and that a naive female protagonist from an overbearing CEO romance drama like Huashan was not worthy of his affection at all. As a result, in a moment of carelessness, Huashan snatched the gun. In Huashan's heart, she wanted to win with Lu Yin and couldn't give up easily, so she said, "I won't show any mercy either." Then Huashan and Song Anya started fighting over the weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Li Yuan were fighting on their side. Song Anya caught Huashan, who was trying to escape, but Huashan lost her balance and accidentally hit something. An alarm blared through the broadcast, and the self-destruct system in their area was about to activate, requesting all players to evacuate. On the other side, Lu Yin was frantically searching for Huashan. Seeing Li Yuan blocking his way, Lu Yin immediately charged forward. This move stunned Li Yuan. He didn't expect Lu Yin to charge straight at him. Song Anya and Huashan were still looking for an exit when Lu Yin suddenly appeared. By Huashan's side, held her, and jumped down from a high platform. Song Anya stood on the platform, watching this scene, feeling extremely displeased. Just then, Li Yuan also appeared behind her and pulled her out of the danger zone. Lu Yin jumped down holding Huashan as an explosion went off above their heads. Huashan fell on top of Lu Yin and quickly got up to check if he was injured. Lu Yin said this was the only emergency exit and that the organizers had placed a soft mat here. Then he teased Huashan, "You're so petite. How are you so heavy?" He was also relieved in his heart that Huashan wasn't injured. He himself didn't know where he got the courage to jump from such a high place. In a moment before the explosion, everything else seemed to become unimportant. The only thought in his mind was to save Huashan. Huashan moved closer to Lu Yin, urging him to heal quickly, saying it was dangerous. Seeing Huashan's concern for him, Lu Yin was deeply moved. Huashan could always affect his emotions. There was a noise behind them. It was Song Anya and Li Yuan. Just as Lu Yin was about to be on guard, the broadcast announced that Song Anya and Li Yuan had been eliminated. Song Anya said Li Yuan had dragged her into the center of the explosion. Li Yuan said awkwardly, "I took a wrong turn." Song Anya was about to get angry, but suddenly realized it was on camera and immediately switched to a gentle expression to comfort Li Yuan. Song Anya's expression sent a chill down Li Yuan's spine. Then, The two of them were also taken to the little dark room. Song Anya turned to watch Lu Yin and Hua Shan interacting intimately, feeling very uncomfortable. Hua Shan said it was all thanks to Lu Yin this time. Whenever Lu Yin appeared, all difficulties were solved. She had also been afraid that she would become too dependent on him, thinking she couldn't always let him bear everything alone. Lu Yin said this is what I should do. They are teammates, and Hua Shan will never be a burden. They face difficulties together. He said Hua Shan didn't need to bear everything alone. You have me by your side. Just then, Ye Su-yang suddenly grabbed Hua Shan. Seeing Lu Yin's tension, Ye Su-yang said, I'm the only hunter in this game with double health and defense. Seeing Ye Su-yang showing off, Lu Yin bluntly exposed him, saying he just couldn't find a teammate, so he became a team of one. Then Ye Su-yang said he could eliminate any player at will or save any player. Then he lowered his head and asked Hua Shan if she wanted to win and said, I can help you win, but on one condition. Use the weapon in your hand to eliminate Lu Yin. Ye Su-yang whispered that whether Hua Shan wanted to win with him or lose with Lu Yin was all up to her. Then he tightly gripped the gun in Hua Shan's hand. Hua Shan said, of course I want to win, but I absolutely cannot abandon my teammate. Then she pointed the gun to the sky. Ye Su-yang watched Hua Shan's action, not expecting her to point a gun at him for Lu Yin's sake. But he noticed something was wrong. Hua Shan pulled the trigger, and then Hua Shan shouted, I've got Ye Su-yang and his weapon under control. Lu Yin attacked quickly. Then, Lu Yin aimed at Ye Su-yang and pulled the trigger, while Ye Su-yang held Hua Shan tightly to dodge the bullets. Ye Su-yang cursed Lu Yin for being a petty person, telling Lu Yin to face him head-on. Ye Su-yang questioned Lu Yin, your teammate is in my hands. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting her? Lu Yin said, how could I possibly hurt you? When Ye Su-yang was about to pull out a second gun, Hua Shan also noticed Lu Yin was in danger, immediately rushed up to push Ye Su-yang away and told Lu Yin that Ye Su-yang had another gun. This scene surprised both of them. As a result, Hua Shan broke free from Ye Su-yang's hold and directly raised the gun and smashed it into Ye Su-yang's face. Hua Shan pulled the trigger, but saw no reaction. Lu Yin said that Hua Shan seemed to have inflicted physical damage on Ye Su-yang. Ye Su-yang fell to the ground, and the broadcast announced that due to a work-related injury, Ye Su-yang was temporarily withdrawing from the game, and the other players should continue the game. Afterwards, Lu Yin and Hua Shan also cleared the enemies in their path and eventually won. Ye Su-yang couldn't participate in the competition again due to his work-related injury, and the first episode of the show ended. Lu Yin said, I rewatched the footage of Hua Shan rushing out. Ye Su-yang had enough time to shoot, and his probability of winning was clearly high. But Ye Su-yang didn't act. Ye Su-yang said, my initial goal was to take down Lu Yin, but when I saw Hua Shan protecting Lu Yin and Hua Shan pointing the gun at me with all her might, as if giving an order, Long Xiaoxing suddenly disappeared, leaving only a heavy sense of frustration. However, he wouldn't give up so easily. Meanwhile, in another car, Hua Shan and Lu Yin were exhausted from the show. Hua Shan looked at the vast filming location and said it was such a coincidence to have met Lu Yin so early. Lu Yin said helplessly, it seems Hua Shan doesn't know that the watch has a location display function. He was afraid Hua Shan was a black hole in the game, so he took the initiative to find her. At this moment, the exhausted Hua Shan fell asleep on Lu Yin's shoulder. Hua Shan was even talking in her sleep, praising Lu Yin for being so handsome today. Hearing Hua Shan's words, Lu Yin was very happy. In her eyes, he wasn't cute, but handsome. Li Yuan turned his head and asked Lu Yin if he wanted to play a game, only to see Lu Yin signal him to be quiet. Li Yuan was confused. It was so warm in the car. Why were they sleeping while hugging? Lu Yin rested his head on Hua Shan's, thinking that there was still a lot of time in the future for her to slowly get to know him, and for him to get to know her. Hua Shan thought that after filming the second episode of the variety show, there would be a short break, but it turned out she had to draw promotional images for the sponsor of the Soaring High show. Because the pay was too high, she couldn't bear to refuse. The content of the drawing was the ZMK team. Originally, she thought she could draw it skillfully, but now she couldn't draw the Lu Yin she wanted. Now, as long as she drew according to her previous feeling, the image of Lu Yin protecting her today would appear in her mind. Hua Shan went to the company, wanted to discuss the draft with the art team. The draft. When she arrived at the designated photo studio, she found that Luyin was also there for a photo shoot. Watching Luyin work with such concentration, Huashan felt that it was amazing how he could shine so brightly in his own professional field. This was how she was initially attracted to him, but now it seemed there was a little something different. Huashan now felt inexplicably nervous in front of him. Luyin also noticed Huashan said she couldn't draw a satisfactory ad image, so she came to discuss it with the company's art team. Then she hurriedly explained, "It's not because you guys are hard to draw, but because my skills aren't good enough." Huashan was about to go find Yang Jiu from the art team when Luyin stopped her. Luyin said, "I'll be your model." Huashan didn't expect that she would actually get to draw the real Luyin. Luyin looked surprised. "I didn't expect Huashan to need a reference to draw me. I thought Huashan was already very skilled." But in fact, Huashan was like that at the beginning. She just needed to watch him from a distance and let herself draw him in her most beautiful imagination. But after experiencing some things with Luyin, she didn't know how to portray him anymore. Their eyes met, making Huashan very shy. Seeing Huashan avoid his gaze, Luyin felt helpless. "How can you use me as a model if you don't look at me?" After a while, Huashan thought Luyin must be getting impatient, so she looked up and saw Luyin had fallen asleep, and the curtain had flown onto Luyin's head. Huashan reached out to pull away the curtain from his head. Looking at him up close, Huashan was even more at a loss as to how to start drawing. Just then, Luyin also opened his eyes. Huashan was startled and almost fell while backing away, but Luyin caught her in time. Luyin asked helplessly, "Do you need to get this close to find inspiration for your drawing?" Afterwards, Luyin wanted Huashan to show him her drawing, but Huashan covered the draft and wouldn't let Luyin see it. The two went back and forth, starting to fight over it. Yesu Yang, who had just finished filming, saw this scene and angrily asked what they were doing. Huashan hurriedly explained that Luyin was modeling for her ad image. Luyin looked down at the papers scattered on the floor, wanting to help Huashan pick them up. He saw her silly notes on them. Luyin suddenly seemed not to care about the drawings Huashan had made before. In the distance, another person was watching Luyin. The filming location for the second episode was by the sea, and Huashan couldn't help but marvel at the production team's huge investment. At night, the production team also invited many famous singers and actors, but Huashan didn't want to squeeze in, so she hid in a corner, quietly eating cake. Yesu Yang came to Huashan's side and asked, "Why is everyone fighting for camera time while you're here eating and drinking?" Then he handed her a glass of wine, wanting to have a drink with Huashan, but Luyin ran over and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Huashan wearing a low-cut, see-through V-neck dress, Luyin quickly shielded her behind him, told Yesu Yang not to let a girl drink, and snatched the glass from his hand. Li Yuan said he had only been an adult for a few months. He couldn't drink too much either. Seeing the three of them bickering, Huashan hurriedly stopped them, only to find the film crew approaching. Huashan was about to slip away, but the host invited her on stage to sing. You should know, Huashan was terrified of performing in front of a crowd. Luyin was also confused as to why they would choose Huashan among so many professional singers. Just then, Song Anya stepped forward to help her out, saying that Huashan was an artist, not a singer, and their professional field were different. This kind of atmosphere-building performance was too difficult for her. At the same time, she offered to sing the opening song, but she wanted to invite a friend to perform with her. She said this person had been very good at playing the piano since childhood and believed their collaboration would bring everyone a surprise. Then she asked Luyin if he would be willing to perform with her. Luyin was very surprised. How did Song Anya know he could play the piano? But Luyin still accepted the invitation and went on stage. The scene of the two performing on stage together was very beautiful, but in Huashan's eyes, this scene was very jarring. Wasn't escaping the spotlight exactly what she wanted, but now a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. She once belonged to that light, so why did she now lack the courage to approach it, even fearing that light? Huashan's expression also fell into Yesu Yang's eyes. The performance ended, and everyone applauded enthusiastically for the two. Song Anya also continued, "My opening performance is over. Please invite Huashan to continue the performance." The noisy sounds also echoed around Huashan, making her want to leave this place. As a result, she accidentally stepped on her own dress and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ye Siyong put down his wine glass and was about to go forward to help Hua Shan, but found that Lian had already appeared in front of her. Lian said to her, "You can't escape at this point. Just look at the ground, the sea, or me, and pretend no one else is around." Then he suggested to Hua Shan that he accompany her on the piano for a song, saying, "I'll sing this song with you." Looking at Lian's outstretched hand, Hua Shan was filled with hesitation and unease. She was used to leaving the stage, burying herself away from the dazzling lights and suffocating attention. However, under Lian's firm and warm gaze, she felt as if she was being pulled by an irresistible force. Lian held Hua Shan's hand tightly, as if transmitting courage and faith to her. He told Hua Shan that no matter how many cameras there were, no matter how many people were watching them, he would face it with her. His words brought Hua Shan some comfort. She knew she no longer had to face it all alone. Lian began to accompany Hua Shan on the piano. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in Hua Shan's ears, as if sharing some of her tension and anxiety. When Hua Shan heard the melody Lian was playing, she immediately recognized it as an old song. This song reminded her of a crybaby she met in her childhood, and she used to play this song to coax that little girl. In her memory, that child laughed with tears and snot running down their face, both ugly and cute. Hua Shan's mood gradually calmed down. Everyone who heard Hua Shan's singing was stunned. Her clear and moving voice seemed to penetrate the listeners' hearts. But just then, someone in the audience said that the vice president of Byron's Century had arrived. His appearance made Hua Shan extremely uneasy. She didn't want to lose face in front of him. Seeing the vice president raise his wine glass and smile at her, Hua Shan realized that this was all his elaborate plan. Hua Shan felt angry and disappointed. She threw down a microphone, said she was feeling unwell and couldn't continue performing. She turned and ran off the stage, leaving behind the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lian watched her departing back with concern. Hua Shan had tried so hard to avoid her father, but he was still relentlessly pursuing her. She didn't understand why he was so stubborn, why he always wanted to interfere in her life. Hua Shan thought her uncle wouldn't betray her and was about to contact him when the vice president called out to her. The vice president questioned Hua Shan, asking if she didn't plan to acknowledge him as her father. The vice president asked Hua Shan why she didn't finish singing just now, scolding her for being the same as always, only knowing how to run away. Just then, Lian also found his way here. Hua Shan said, "Is this why the vice president came here to arrange this performance, just to see me make a fool of myself on stage?" The vice president retorted, "You clearly have the ability not to lose face, but you chose to give up." Hua Shan retorted loudly, "I made it clear long ago I don't want to go back to singing. I ran away from home for a long time for this," asking why her father was still so stubborn, questioning how he could be so selfish. The vice president countered, "After all these years, do you still find drawing online that interesting?" He said, "I do everything for you." Hua Shan replied, "He just wanted to turn her into a second by Ran." The vice president immediately cut her off, telling her not to mention her mother again. Seeing the vice president's emotional state, Lian hurriedly stepped forward, shielded Hua Shan behind him, and told both sides to calm down and not argue here. The vice president told Lian to get out of the way. Hua Shan tightly gripped Lian's sleeve, trembling all over. It seemed that both her father and the stage terrified her. He really didn't know what she had been through. In his impression, this girl who loved to draw always smiled at him without a care in the world. That's how she should be, holding a paintbrush and drawing, not a microphone. Lian said, "Please respect your daughter's current job." He said that Hua Shan's drawings are very popular, and her number of fans on social media even surpasses some celebrities. She has gained immeasurable influence with her paintbrush. Please respect Hua Shan's choice, and don't force her onto a stage she fears. She is good enough now. The vice president scoffed at Lian, a little trainee from an entertainment company who hasn't even tasted what it's like to climb to the top. "What right do you have to say she's good enough now?" He said, "I am Hua Shan's father, and I know what's good." He said Lian was just a little star Hua Shan temporarily liked and had no right to make choices for her, telling Lian to mind his own business. "Mind your own business first." He said that in his eyes, people like Lian were just cannon fodder in the entertainment industry, saying that his family shouldn't have such a useless person. Hua Shan also remembered her childhood, when her mother once said she wanted to sing on a bigger stage, and her father had also sacrificed a lot for her mother. But Huashan didn't believe that someone like her father would do that. Lu Yin watched Huashan leave and told the vice president that he would regret it one day. But the vice president said, "It's precisely because I don't want to regret it that I'm doing this." Song Anya sat by the sea, full of melancholy. She didn't understand why she had worked so hard all these years, trying to climb to a higher position. She wanted to prove to Lu Yin that she could also be the kind of person he admired. She didn't understand why Huashan, a painter who didn't even dare to go on stage, seeing such an outstanding performance completed so effortlessly, she couldn't understand what all her years of hard work had been for. At that moment, Lu Yuan was looking for his brothers, who he had gotten separated from. Thinking no one was watching, he was about to have a little drink when he turned and noticed Song Inya looking sad in the distance. Lu Yuan walked over and handed Song Inya a soft strawberry candy. Song Inya asked him what he was doing. Lu Yuan said it was his last strawberry candy and he wanted to give it to her. She said, "Don't be like this. I don't need your pity." So, Lu Yuan decisively popped the candy into his own mouth, then pressed another one into Song Inya's hand. "I have another one. If I say I'll give it to you, I will." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Song Inya thought to herself, is there really anything that must belong to a certain person? Isn't wanting it more important? Then, she said she didn't like candy. Lu Yuan suddenly said, "Lu Yin is over there." Song Inya happily turned to look, only to find Lu Yin standing in the distance, watching Huashan cry as people around her offered comfort. Lu Yin didn't know what he could do, other than say a few comforting words like them. He could do nothing else. He couldn't help but recall what the vice president had told him. He was just a minor trainee at an entertainment company with no qualifications, just a minor celebrity. A celebrity that Huashan had a fleeting crush on. From the very beginning to participating in the show together, there was a moment when Lu Yin felt they were very close. But in reality, the distance between them was so vast. And his promise to protect her, he could only fulfill it in a game. In his current state, how could he protect anyone? But he was unwilling to accept it. Why couldn't he do it? So what if he kept running into problems? So what if he tried and failed? He was still willing to stand on stage and wait. What he wanted to become was more than just a minor celebrity. Li Yuhan yawned nonstop and asked Lu Yin why he wasn't asleep yet. Lu Yin looked up and noticed the light in Huashan's room was still on. He wondered what she was doing. Then, Lu Yin, holding a pile of snacks he had snatched from Lu Yuan, planned to ask Huashan if she wanted a late-night snack. But standing at her door, he hesitated to knock. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Yin decided to turn and leave. But the door suddenly opened, and Huashan threw herself into Lu Yan's arms, saying that he appeared the moment she thought of him. Seeing Huashan swaying, Lu Yin realized she seemed to be drunk. Seeing Huashan hugging him tightly, Lu Yin wanted her to let go, but the drunken Huashan paid no mind and continued to hold on to him. The cleaning lady in the hallway looked at them with a fond expression, and Lu Yin quickly ushered Huashan into her room. Just then, Huashan's clothes slipped, revealing part of her shoulder. Lu Yin blushed and quickly turned away. After tucking Huashan in, Lu Yin said, "I'm a man, after all. You should be more careful." He told Huashan to rest early and that he was leaving, warning her not to open the door for strangers. Suddenly, Lu Yin tripped on something and fell to the floor. He discovered a pile of empty wine bottles on the ground. At that moment, Huashan was taking a picture of Lu Yin with her phone, saying the pose was priceless and that with bunny ears, she'd have even more material for her dreams. Lu Yin urgently told Huashan to delete the photo, but she just ran out. Lu Yin went to the balcony and saw Huashan had run to the seaside. She turned her head, smiled at Lu Yin, and said there was a sea here, a sparkling sea. The two sat by the sea, watching the ocean. Huashan wanted to take a selfie with Lu Yin, saying that seeing such a beautiful sea reminded her of someone who once said they would take her to see the sea. Lu Yin comforted her, saying there would be another chance next time. But Huashan said that person was gone, and it was all her fault. If she hadn't made a bet with her classmate that day and made him go, he wouldn't have had that accident. Seeing Huashan sink into sadness, Lu Yin thought to himself that person must be the reason Huashan was afraid of the stage. If only he had known all this sooner. Just as he was about to reach out and pat Huashan's head, she smiled and said, "You don't have to comfort me. It's been many years." She didn't want to hear empty words now. She was working hard every day for the things she loved. Then she walked to the water's edge to scoop some water. From a distance, Lu Yin watched as a swaying Huashan fell into the water. and he frantically pulled her up. Hua Shan lost her balance, and they both fell into the sea. The tightly wound string in Hua Shan's heart finally snapped, and she began to sob. Lu Yin held Hua Shan in his arms, letting her cry her heart out. In front of everyone, Hua Shan would smile and say she was fine, only to turn away and silently wipe her tears. Lu Yin said, "In front of me, you don't have to be so strong." If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Hua Shan go on stage in the first place. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt that being able to protect her was the most important thing. On the way back, carrying Hua Shan on his back, Lu Yin was randomly punched and kicked by her. Suddenly, Hua Shan poked Lu Yin and called out, "Yin." Hearing her voice, Lu Yin turned his head. Hua Shan's face was very close to his. Lu Yin blushed and immediately turned back. As a result, Hua Shan kissed him directly on the ear, startling him so much that he stumbled and fell onto the bed. Lu Yin shyly asked, "Hua Shan, what are you doing?" Hua Shan said again, "Lu Yin, you're so cute when you blush." Then, a bottle of alcohol unexpectedly rolled out. It turned out Hua Shan had secretly brought it out to drink. Lu Yin felt like he was being teased by Hua Shan, so he placed her on the bed, said he was going back first, and told her to get some rest. But Hua Shan wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Yin's neck and said, "Lu Yin is so good. It's always Lu Yin encouraging me, comforting me. Lu Yin is the most special person to me." Then she kissed Lu Yin's cheek. "I won't just like you," for a short time. Then, the two of them moved closer and closer. Lu Yin sat by the sleeping Hua Shan's bed, his heart pounding. The next morning, Hua Shan was still drowsy and was about to roll over and go back to sleep when she bumped into something. Opening her eyes, she found Lu Yin sleeping next to her. Both of them recoiled in shock. Hua Shan noticed she was still in her bathrobe. Lu Yin recalled that yesterday he had asked a staff member to help Hua Shan change out of her wet clothes. But when he came back and knocked, there was no answer. He had planned to sleep on the sofa for the night, but then he woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, had some water, and couldn't remember anything after that. Hua Shan recalled what she had done last night, and the image of kissing Lu Yin flashed in her mind. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly burrowed under the covers. Lu Yin said, "Drink less in the future. It's a good thing it was me at the door." At this moment, Hua Shan was in a panic. She couldn't believe she had actually done all the things she only dared to do in her dreams. She was too embarrassed to face anyone. Just then, a notification popped up on Lu Yin's phone about today's filming schedule at White Wave Beach, and that the assistant director might also be there. Seeing the message, Lu Yin looked at Hua Shan with concern. The production crew told Lu Yin that his costume and styling were complete. Lu Yin was dressed in a suit, looking like a Prince Charming. He hadn't expected to be the first one ready. Hua Shan had said before that she would continue with the promotional photo shoot, but thinking of her condition, Lu Yin was very worried. Just then, a staff member told him that Hua Shan was also ready. Lu Yin turned his head and saw Hua Shan in a white dress, looking stunningly beautiful, captivating. Lu Yin was mesmerized. Hua Shan was about to contact her to ask about everything, but when she looked up and saw Lu Yin already styled, she couldn't take her eyes off him and almost started drooling. But suddenly remembering her bold actions from yesterday, she decided to keep her distance from Lu Yin. Just then, the photographer said the others were still getting ready, so the two of them could take some couple photos first. Looking at the two, the photographer praised, "You truly are the hottest Hualu CP under the show's posts." A perfect match of talent and beauty. Seeing their stiff poses, the photographer told them to get closer and be more natural. The thought of those poses made Hua Shan unable to stop thinking about the stolen kiss from yesterday. And as a result, both of their poses were extremely rigid. The photographer asked them to pretend to be intimate, but they clearly couldn't. The vice president saw this from a distance, walked over, and interrupted the photographer, saying he would help take their picture. He even said, "If I had a daughter, she'd be about this age now." Lu Yuan was startled. Why was Hua Shan's father personally taking their couple photos? Hua Shan quietly grabbed his sleeve again. Seeing her expression, the vice president said, "I'm just here to take a picture. No need to be so nervous." Suddenly, Lu Yin cupped Hua Shan's face and said, "For couple photos, you need to look at me." He brought up how she had called him special yesterday and encouraged her with a smile. "You can definitely do it." After that, the two quickly got into character and took many beautiful photos. A secretary handed the vice president a tablet, saying the promotional song for the new show was written and asked for his review. The vice president looked at the content on the tablet and said to the secretary that the lyrics were quite special special this time. The secretary agreed, saying the promotional song was composed by Lu Yuan and that this newcomer's talent was indeed impressive. At this point, Huashan had just finished a long photo shoot and felt exhausted, as if she were about to fall apart. She hadn't expected to take pictures with so many people, but it seemed she was no longer as afraid of the camera. She was about to call her uncle when she heard a familiar singing voice. She looked down and saw it was indeed Lu Yuan singing, and it was a song she had never heard before. Huashan quietly hid behind Lu Yuan, listening to him sing in silence, not wanting to disturb him. However, her stomach let out an inopportune, loud growl, startling Lu Yuan. He chuckled and teased, "Your accompaniment is quite special." Blushing, Huashan explained that she was about to get food when his performance drew her in. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "If you like listening, you can stand next to me. You'll hear it more clearly." However, just then, their manager ran over with some news. The singer for the promotional song Lu Yuan wrote had been changed. Lu Yuan was shocked and asked why the singer was being replaced for a song that had already been decided on. He was about to rush off to demand an explanation from the person in charge, but was stopped by the manager. The manager explained that the person replacing Lu Yin to sing the song was Huashan. Hearing this, Huashan was utterly astonished. She said, "I've never sung before." She looked worriedly at Lu Yin because it was his song, but Lu Yin smiled and comforted her, saying it should be fine for her to sing the song. He said the lyrics and music were already written and he would practice with her. She could ask him anything she didn't understand. Seeing Huashan's sad expression, Lu Yuan quickly comforted her. "The song I wrote isn't bad, you know." Seeing that Lu Yuan was clearly upset, but was comforting her instead, made Huashan feel extremely guilty, and at the same time, very angry. Why did the show's producers always make her sing when she had no interest in it at all? This song clearly belonged to Lu Yuan and should be sung by him. Huashan called her uncle, but he said he couldn't do anything about her father's matter, as he was an investor, after all. But Huashan said they could talk about that later. She wanted to discuss the promotional matter in person. Her uncle asked in confusion, "Huashan, why are you refusing to sing the promotional song? It's already been decided. The promotions and other materials are all in preparation. I can't change it either." However, Huashan insisted she wasn't a professional singer, was not suitable to sing such an important promotional song, and that it shouldn't be given to her. She pointed out bluntly that as long as the promotional song became a hit, it didn't matter who sang it. As far as she knew, the song would be released as a digital album on the country's largest music platform. Based on the reputation of flying to the skies promotional songs over the years, the album's sales wouldn't be bad. But she had a way to double the sales. She asked, "Do you want to give it a try?" In the recording studio, Lu Yuan was practicing his singing when his manager walked in and said, "I can't believe they canceled the decision to switch singers." At the same time, they told Lu Yuan to perform well, as this was a very important opportunity. Offstage, Huashan was focused on drawing. The third season of Flying to the Sky was about to air, and the audience was highly anticipating the variety show. Huashan also participated in the production of this promotional song. With the purchase of one digital music album, you could draw a guest portrait card illustrated by Huashan. Each card could be used to vote online for the corresponding guest. The guest with the most votes would become the Flying to the Sky most popular star of the year. Many fans were drawn by Huashan's cards and kept buying albums to draw them. Everyone was curious about this new trainee, but after hearing his song, they all discovered he was a talented young man. Many became his fans because of his beautiful voice. Yi Suyong was furious when he drew a winning card, because no matter how many times he drew, he only got Lu Yuan's card. Seeing Lu Yuan draw Huashan's card, Yi Suyong was extremely jealous. Lu Yan also hadn't expected his song to get such a huge reaction. He now had 29.8 million fans. Sister Wenqing praised Lu Yan for finally making a name for himself, saying it was a good thing they arranged for Lu Yan to sing in the end, because no matter how good the lyrics are, it's not as fast as the singer becoming popular. She told Lu Yan to strike while the iron is hot and perform well in the next episode of the variety show. Combined with a new song, his popularity would surely grow without a problem. Lu Yan knew he really had Huashan to thank for this. He had accidentally overheard the conversation between Huashan and her uncle. Huashan had happily told Lu Yuan that he could continue to sing the promotional song. At home, Huashan happily scrolled through her phone. As expected, the album sales were as good as she had predicted. She complained that Lu Yuan's small company was terrible, causing Lu Yin to only become popular now. Huashan believed in Lu Yan's talent. As long as he was seen, he would shine. Just then, Huashan received a WeChat message. The sender's profile picture was a muscular arm. Huashan asked who it was. The person said it was Lu Yin, which scared Huashan so much she fell off her bed. Lu Yin said she had added his WeChat by scanning it with his phone when he was drunk. Huashan remembered pestering Lu Yin last time, forcing him to scan her WeChat QR code, while also complaining that he never replied to her private messages on Weibo. Recalling this scene, Huashan suddenly blushed. Afterwards, Lu Yin sent Huashan a selfie and asked in confusion, "Does this prove my identity?" Huashan saved the photo with trembling hands and asked Lu Yin what he wanted. Lu Yin wanted to thank her for the promotional song Matter and sent her an invitation for a date. It turned out their date was a mountain hike. Huashan shyly said that hiking was for exercise, the scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh. The real reason was that wearing sunglasses, masks, and dark clothes, they were very conspicuous on the road. Huashan said you could see a sea of clouds from the summit, and praying in that sea of clouds was very effective. Lu Yin said in confusion that the mountain was over 3,000 meters high and asked Huashan if she was really okay with it. Huashan said confidently that it was just a few tens of thousands of steps, a piece of cake. Later, Lu Yin was sitting at the summit, waiting for Huashan to slowly climb up. Huashan asked why Lu Yin's stamina was so good. Lu Yin said they had special training where they sang while running on a treadmill. However, Lu Yin said they were only halfway up the mountain, and he didn't expect the scenery to be so beautiful already. After speaking, he asked Huashan to pose for a photo. As a result, a nervous Huashan stepped on a bug and almost fell. Luckily, Lu Yin caught her in time, resulting in a pose where Lu Yin was holding on to Huashan's clothes. Lu Yin quickly helped Huashan up, straightened her clothes, and held her hand, saying it was best not to let go until they reached the summit. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It's a fan of Lu Yin requesting an autograph. At that moment, the fan also saw their tightly held hands. Huashan quickly pulled Lu Yin and ran, saying they had the wrong person and that her friend just looked like that celebrity. Huashan said, Lu Yin is a public figure with millions of fans. After all, you need to be a bit more wary of strangers. Lu Yin said, I never used to pay attention to anyone on the street, so I don't know how to react. Just then, Yi Seong also arrived. He had guessed correctly that Huashan and Lu Yin had gone hiking. He was about to pull Lu Yuan away when he saw Lu Yuan lower his head and ask Song Inya, is it a problem to climb a mountain in high heels? Song Inya was a little touched, but then she heard Lu Yuan say, your view will be better than it is now if you take off your shoes. Then, he said it was a good thing he wore proper sports shoes and urged Song Inya to hurry up and set off. Over there, Lu Yuan was cheering for Huashan, telling her to climb up. Finally, they reached the summit and saw the beautiful sea of clouds. Huashan said, we have to pray quickly. I hope that in the future, my family won't object to me doing what I love. Lu Yin said helplessly, it won't work if you say it out loud. Lu Yin looked down at the dark circles under Huashan's eyes and said with concern, Huashan, you must be tired from drawing so many cards recently. Huashan said, I don't feel tired when I'm doing something I love, only happy. Afterwards, they both bowed their heads to pray. Huashan's wish was for Lu Yan's song to be liked by more people, while Lu Yan's wish was for Huashan to be free to do what she loves. After that, they both secretly opened their eyes to peek at each other. Huashan and Lu Yin made a pact to come back here together next time to fulfill their promise, believing their wishes would surely come true. A voice came from behind, finally caught up to you two. Huashan and Lu Yin turned around and saw Song Inya and Yi Suyong, who were helping Lu Yuan climb up. Lu Yin asked in confusion, how did the three of you get so close? Lu Yuan was about to speak when Song Inya covered his mouth and said she found their collaboration very pleasant and also wanted to come out to relax. Lu Yin said apologetically, these two must have caused a lot of trouble for Song Inya. Song Inya said, there are plenty of juniors at the company more troublesome than them. Seeing Lu Yuan smile at her, Song Inya was overjoyed and she linked her arm more tightly with his. Yi Suyong asked Huashan if she wanted some water, saying with concern that she looked pale. Lu Yin then took out a pack of cookies and handed them to Huashan, saying she had low blood sugar and drinking water wouldn't help. Seeing this, Lu Yuan was very confused because Lu Yin never ate sweets. Everyone went to a restaurant to eat. Puffing her cheeks, Huashan asked in confusion, "Aren't you guys eating?" Only Huashan had a main course in front of her. The others were all drinking coffee, eating salad, or having juice. Watching Huashan eat, Yi Seong thought her chubby cheeks were cute, like a machi. Afterwards, Yi Seong said there was something on Huashan's face and was about to get a napkin to wipe it for her, when Lu Yin quickly intervened and wiped it for her, saying, "I won't trouble you." At this moment, the atmosphere at the table was extremely awkward. Huashan couldn't help but let out a squeak. Song Inya and Lu Yuan quickly made an excuse and left the scene. Just then, a waiter asked if they wanted the bill. Lu Yin quickly volunteered to pay. Yi Seong asked Huashan if she was paying too much attention to Lu Yin, saying the way she looked at Lu Yin was different from how she looked at others, which made him jealous. He asked Huashan what was so special about Lu Yin that made her like him so much. Huashan thought for a moment. It seemed she had never thought about this question before. Many people possessed bonus attributes like talent and good looks. Those weren't enough to make Lu Yin special, yet her gaze always unconsciously lingered on him. Just then, Lu Yin, having paid the bill, was being pestered by a child. Just as Lu Yin was about to give the teddy bear to the child, its head fell off and hit the child in the face, making the child burst into tears. This scene reminded Huashan of her childhood, when a girl liked to scare people with caterpillars, but she only found the caterpillars cute and wanted to be friends with them. Thinking of this, Huashan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her laughter also made Yi Suyang's heart skip a beat. Seeing Lu Yan's pleading look, Huashan quickly came over to help. Yi Suyang, still captivated by Huashan's smile, suddenly realized he probably didn't need the answer to his earlier question anymore. Song Inya stood sadly outside the restaurant. After a break, everyone began a new round of filming for the variety show. Her uncle told Huashan that he would definitely give her what he had promised after the show ended. Holding a contract, he said that this time, Huashan couldn't escape filming abroad. It being her first time abroad, Huashan was very curious about the surrounding architecture. They arrived at a beautiful small town in France. This competition would be a culinary battle between three groups who needed to conquer everyone's taste buds with Chinese cuisine. First was team selection, with those who ranked higher in the previous round having priority. Unexpectedly, both Lu Yin and Yi Suyang, who ranked first and second, chose Huashan. They recalled the day of the hike when Yi Suyang had asked Lu Yin, "Why are you always hovering around Huashan?" He said Huashan was a good girl, and if Lu Yin didn't genuinely like her, he should keep his distance. Lu Yin looked down at the petite Huashan, wondering if that feeling of wanting to be close was really love. In the end, the groups were as follows: Lu Yin, Huashan, and Yi Suyang in one group, Song Inya, Lu Yuan, and Lu in another. Next was to go to the market to buy ingredients. They had 40 minutes to purchase the necessary ingredients within the allowed budget. Just as Huashan was about to take out her phone to search for the dish she wanted to make, the host started the countdown. Yi Suyang and Lu Yin pulled Huashan and ran forward. Facing a foreign shop owner, Lu Yin was in a bind because he couldn't speak French. He used a mix of English, broken French, and body language to describe what he wanted to buy, but the owner clearly didn't understand. Seeing this, Yi Suyang fluently used French to buy pork for the team. While Huashan was praising Yi Suyang, Lu Yin angrily said that Yi Suyang didn't check the price when buying things, completely ignoring the budget. The two started arguing again. The next ingredients to decide on were potatoes or salmon. Huashan secretly slipped away, wanting to buy other ingredients to make dumplings. After searching for a long time, Huashan found only one shop selling dill, and there was only one last packet left. A voice spoke up next to her. It was Song Inya, who also wanted the last packet of dill. She was holding a translator device. Song Inya assumed that, according to the script, Huashan would surely let her have it, but Huashan said she saw it first. Song Inya stated bluntly, "I've already paid for it, so this packet of dill is mine." As they fought over it, the dill's packaging tore. Afterwards, the shop owner told them to check a shop in the east corner of the market. The two went there but saw no spice shop at all, and even the cameraman had disappeared. Just then, a heavy-set man walked over, said he had liked Song Inya for a long time, and wanted a photo together. Song Inya said it was working hours and not convenient for photos, asking the fan to come back later. The fan said he flew from far away just for her. Song Inya told the heavy-set man not to disturb her private life. As a result, the heavy-set man became very angry and started shamelessly taking pictures of Song Inya. Hwa-shan blocked the man's camera, saying that a crazed fan like him didn't deserve to be a fan, that he was doing such a selfish thing in the name of liking someone, and told him to get lost or she would call the police. Hwa-shan said to the heavy-set man. The man said Hwa-shan was just an internet celebrity with connections to the boss and insulted her for selling herself at such a young age. And yet she dared to lecture him. At the critical moment, Liu Yin appeared, restrained the heavy-set man, and threatened him to apologize. Seeing Liu Yan's terrifying gaze, the man quickly apologized to Hwa-shan. Hwa-shan grabbed Liu Yan's hand, saw that it was bleeding, and blamed him for being too impulsive. What would public opinion be like if the man posted a video of Liu Yan online? This kind of person was just acting on impulse, but Liu Yan's song had just become popular. What if he was slandered by malicious people? Liu Yan said the man's mouth was too foul, and he didn't want him to speak about Hwa-shan like that. Hwa-shan looked at the stubborn Liu Yan, who was like a high school student refusing to admit fault after a fight. It seemed to be the first time she had seen him like this. Song Inya spoke up, saying she had a band-aid for Liu Yan to use for now. Just then, Yi Seong also ran over, asking if Hwa-shan was okay. He said he had just asked the director to temporarily halt the show and asked Hwa-shan if she wanted to go to the coffee shop next door. Saying he needed a rest, Luan held out his hand, claiming it was starting to hurt. Seeing Luan's pitiful act, Hwa-shan's heart immediately went out to him. Yi Seong hadn't expected Luan to play the victim. In the distance, a camera was secretly pointed at them. Next up was the show's cooking competition. The guests had to use the ingredients they bought to cook and run their own food truck. Yi Seong complained that the food truck looked like a garbage truck. As the competition countdown began, Luan said that given the situation, it would be better to make something easy to carry, so the best choice was to make flatbreads. Unlike the thoughtful Luan, Yi Seong and Hwa-shan were watching little fish leap. Before long, the flatbreads were ready. Hwa-shan said in surprise, "I didn't know you could cook, Luan. Do you cook often at home?" Luan replied that it was because his mom wasn't a very good cook, to the point that only his dad could stomach her food. Another reason was that a friend's mother made him realize that food, like music, can heal the soul. Hearing this, Hwa-shan froze, reminded of her own mother. Luan quickly told Hwa-shan she had added too much water, then guided her hands as he taught her, and Hwa-shan successfully made her first ball of dough. Yi Seong offered a special lemonade to Hwa-shan for a taste. Seeing how happy she was, Yi Seong said he had added honey just for her. But Luan snatched the drink, downed it in one go, and then declared it was too sour. Yi Seong then told Hwa-shan that kneading dough was tiring and asked her to help him cut out the shapes. Luan leaned on Yi Seong's shoulder, saying he would help cut them because it was dangerous. Neither man wanted the other to get close to Hwa-shan. Luan and Yi Seong pushed their food truck out to start business, but for a long time, they had no customers. In the distance, Song Anya and Li Yuan's truck was surrounded by many tourists because they were wearing magnificent costumes that were incredibly eye-catching. Song Anya turned to look at Hwa-shan's team and saw Li Yuan interacting with them, thinking she had to teach them a lesson. She then said to Li Yuan, "Keep promoting. If we win, I'll treat you to candy." Watching their bustling truck, Hwa-shan wondered if she should also wear a costume like that. Just then, the director said there were more costumes like that and asked if Yi Seong and Luan wanted to change. Although both strongly objected, they ended up in cute panda suits. As a result, they scared a group of children to tears, successfully driving customers to the other team's truck. Hwa-shan helplessly handed a flatbread to a crying little girl and told the two men to change their clothes immediately. Just then, a woman came over, wanting to buy cartoon-shaped flatbreads, which gave the trio a huge boost of encouragement. Hwa-shan also thought of a way to play to their strengths. Song Anya was telling the camera that at this rate, her team was sure to win. Li Yuan nudged her, pointing out that the team next door was suddenly surrounded by a large crowd. Luan was playing the guitar and singing, while Hwa-shan and Yi Seong were drawing on the flatbreads. Unwilling to be outdone, Song Anya began to perform a traditional folk dance. Li Yuan accompanied her, and in an instant, all the customers were drawn to them. Luan's team switched to another song, and while it managed to hold on to some customers, it wasn't as captivating as the other duo's performance. Just as Hua Shan was worrying they would lose, Yi Suyong announced he also had a special talent to perform. Hua Shan pointed out there were no instruments left, but Yi Suyong said confidently that his performance didn't need one. He then set out several bowls and had Luan play a song they often practiced together. Seeing the two of them working in perfect sync, Hua Shan drew on the flatbreads with even more energy. The customers immediately flocked to their side. Song Anya urged Li Yuan to show off a talent too, but he ended up performing by blowing on a rubber band. The competition ended there, with the flatbread team winning by a narrow margin of €4. Seeing Song Anya looking dejected, Li Yuan comforted her, saying he had bought 2 meat skewers, so it was actually a tie. Song Anya looked over, touched, only to see Li Yuan starting to eat the skewers. Even though she figured he was probably just hungry, she still felt grateful to him. Yi Suyong told Luan that one moment of teamwork meant nothing, and that he would still compete with him for Hua Shan. Just then, Hua Shan brought over 2 cakes decorated with chibi versions of Luan and Yi Suyong. As Hua Shan praised their amazing performance, Luan felt a pang of jealousy watching her and Yi Suyong interact. He then leaned down and took a bite of the cake directly from Hua Shan's hand, claiming his own hands were busy. He muttered to Yi Suyong, "In your dreams." At the hotel in the film studio complex, Hua Shan's friend was on the phone asking her to buy a dress for her, remarking how considerate Luan was to Hua Shan, especially during the name tag ripping episode. Hua Shan quickly explained that she and Luan were just colleagues, and it was all for the show. But she also felt Luan had been a little different lately, more childish and often making physically close gestures. Suddenly, Hua Shan bumped into someone. It was Yi Suyong. He asked if Hua Shan was going out and offered to be her translator. At that moment, in a car parked on the roadside, Luan was studying his lines when he saw Hua Shan and Yi Suyong together. His manager then mentioned that a famous singer had been commissioned for the theme song music video of Amnesiac Love, and said the MV was sure to be a hit. Just then, the female lead for the MV arrived. It was Song Anya. Meanwhile, Hua Shan and Yi Suyong were making handmade earrings, but it was obvious Yi Suyong was not cut out for such crafty activities. Hua Shan helped him, but they failed as well. Though the process was difficult, Yi Suyong felt very content just being able to do a craft with Hua Shan. Suddenly, his phone pinged. Hua Shan had posted on Weibo. Yi Suyong thought Hua Shan looked even cuter in person. At that moment, someone complimented Hua Shan's earrings on being exquisite. Yi Suyong translated that the person said Hua Shan was the cutest customer they had ever seen. The streets outside were bustling. A parade was underway. Yi Suyong didn't understand why Hua Shan would want to be cooped up in a small workshop making handicrafts that were available everywhere. Hua Shan explained that a handmade birthday gift is more sincere, and that she wanted to thank someone who had helped her many times. Besides, she enjoyed working quietly alone. Yi Suyong asked if the person Hua Shan wanted to thank was Luan, and whether she just wanted to thank him or if it was because she liked him. At that moment, Luan was filming the MV with Song Anya, riding a bicycle through a field of violets. Luan forced a smile, his mind filled with images of Hua Shan and Yi Suyong alone together. As a result, he wasn't paying attention, and the bicycle hit a small rock, causing them both to fall off. The director then said the accident was perfectly timed and told them to keep filming. The Luan before her overlapped with the boy from her memories, the boy who had also once reached out a hand to help her up. Looking at Luan, Song Anya decided to use the script to express her own feelings, saying to him, "I like you." Even if it was just acting, she wanted to convey her true feelings. As Song Anya was confessing, the director suddenly yelled, "Cut." He asked why she had ad-libbed a line. Song Anya claimed she felt adding the line would push the emotion to its peak, but she was actually furious that the director had interrupted her. After the MV shoot, Luan was on edge, wondering what was happening with Hua Shan and Yi Suyong, and decided to call her. Behind him, Song Anya was heartbroken that Luan seemed completely unfazed. Seeing him about to leave, Song Anya spoke up, "Luan, did you hear me? That line I said earlier, it was real. I like you." Just as Song Anya was about to reveal everything, Juan called her Song Yutong, her former name. Juan said she had misunderstood him. He had helped her back then because he felt they were alike, both unable to fit in with the crowd. When you're being bullied and isolated, drowning in pain, you could be saved if someone just gives you a hand. I just didn't want you to end up like me. Song Anya realized it had been her own wishful thinking all along. Seeing Juan's distracted expression, she asked, "The person on the other end of that call must be very important to you, right? Is it someone you like?" Hearing this, Juan contemplated the word like. All he knew was that he grew anxious when he couldn't see Huashan and felt extremely uncomfortable seeing anyone else near her. Just then, the call connected. Juan asked Huashan where she was. She told him she was near the commercial district where a festival was taking place. Juan was about to ask how her day with Yi Suyang had been when the birthday gift Huashan had so carefully prepared was suddenly snatched. The call cut off abruptly. Realizing Huashan was in danger, Juan immediately started running toward her. Watching Juan rush off, Song Anya knew she had lost. By now, Juan had reached the commercial district. It was packed with a sea of people, and Huashan was terrified of crowds. Recalling Song Anya's question about whether he liked Huashan, Juan was now absolutely certain that he did, and that she had become incredibly important to him. Juan hugged Huashan from behind, asking if she was hurt. Huashan said she was fine, but her bag had been stolen. Juan asked if there was anything important inside, but she hesitated to answer. When Juan was about to call the police, Huashan stopped him, saying it wasn't anything too valuable and that to others, it would probably just seem like a trivial little thing. Juan asked what could have been so important that she would chase a thief like that. What if she had gotten hurt? It was especially worrying in a foreign country. Blushing, Huashan said it was a birthday gift for Juan. She had spent the entire day making it, only for it to be stolen. So the thing Huashan treasured so much was his birthday present. Huashan said she had planned to give it to Juan and had even made the most difficult design, but got stolen. Seeing Juan smile, Huashan got angry. Juan said, "The gift isn't important to me," but was suddenly cut off as someone accidentally bumped into Huashan. Huashan stumbled into Juan's arms. Juan held her, preventing her from standing up straight. From a distance, Yi Suyang saw everything. Juan shot an angry glare at Yi Suyang for failing to protect Huashan. Noticing the blush on Huashan's face in his embrace, Juan said she was standing too far back and had almost bumped into the pedestrians behind them, telling her to come a little closer. Then, the streetlights lit up and a light show began. The couples all around them started kissing, causing the two of them, who had been in a harmonious moment, to suddenly blush. Huashan opened her mouth to try and ease the awkwardness, but it only made the atmosphere more tense. With a bang, fireworks exploded, startling Huashan. Juan gently covered her ears with his hands. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. There Juan was again, always caring for her unconditionally. Why did he do these things? Perhaps because he was covering her ears. The clearest sound she could hear was his heartbeat. Juan also took this chance to silently confess his feelings, that he liked her. Were Huashan's feelings for Juan still just those of fan for her idol? Juan never thought he would have such a moment of weakness, able only to let his declaration of love be buried by the sound of the fireworks. Perhaps he didn't yet have enough courage to confess to her, afraid that a sudden confession would shatter the relationship they had now. In front of Huashan, Juan always felt clumsy, always worried he wasn't good enough. At that moment, Huashan, blushing, buried her face in her knees. She didn't know what to do. Though nothing had happened, her heart was pounding for some reason. Just then, a message came from Wenjie, asking if Luan was on his phone. Juan hadn't expected to gain so many fans either. Li Yuan was also shocked that his super topic had already surpassed 100,000 followers. When Jie said that nowadays, fame can happen overnight, and Soaring High was a hit reality show. Combined with the collaboration with famous stars, it was inevitable that they'd become famous. Reality TV is a great path for development, she added. Luan then asked, is it really a good thing to get famous for being funny? He mentioned he had written a new song, and the version with guitar accompaniment was getting a lot of plays. When Jie said that Luan's theme song had already sold hundreds of thousands of copies and received great reviews, and that many people liked him now. Before he knew it, the airport was packed with his fans. He never imagined he would have so many. In the past, having this many people greet him at the airport was something he couldn't even dream of. Back then, he only had Huashan. Wen Jie went on to say that this year's Magic Night Awards ceremony had invited all the members of Soaring High. At the Magic Night press conference, Huashan's uncle teased her about how much she had grown and changed. This time, Huashan was attending the ceremony as a member of the Soaring High Caste. In the past, she would never have attended such an event, and her uncle bluntly stated she was only there because of Luan. Just then, the members of ZMK entered. Their popularity was still on the rise, and her uncle praised Luan for being truly impressive. At that moment, the three of them were surrounded by people, seemingly with many offers for collaboration, including the game manager from before. From a distance, Luan waved at Huashan. Next, the host announced that the winner of the Most Promising Newcomer Award, as voted by netizens, was Luan. Huashan was overjoyed to hear the news. Luan's face appeared on the large screen behind the stage. Suddenly, someone in the crowd remarked that Luan must have gotten famous so quickly because of Song Anya. The host then announced that they would invite the previous year's winner of the Most Promising Newcomer Award to present the award to Luan. As the previous winner, Song Anya went on stage to present the award. People in the audience were now gossiping about Song Anya and Luan's recent MV collaboration, saying the two looked very intimate. The host then asked if Song Anya and Luan had met on the show. Song Anya replied that they had known each other for a long time and that she had a good impression of him. She said that she and Luan had grown close on Soaring High, which led to their intention to collaborate on the MV. Luan added that thanks to Song Anya's guidance, he had learned a lot. The gossip from the crowd grew uglier, with people speculating that Luan only got these opportunities because he was riding the coattails of a popular young actress. Huashan was furious, because she was the one who had discovered and supported Luan from the beginning. The people behind her were saying Luan and Song Anya made a good couple, and that it wouldn't be surprising if they got together since they were both in the industry. Next up was a screening of Song Anya and Luan's music video. On the screen, Luan was giving Song Anya a ride on a bicycle through a sea of purple flowers, looking very intimate. Although Huashan knew it was just a marketing tactic and the gossip was just speculation, she still felt a pang in her heart as she looked up at them on stage. She and Luan were from two completely different worlds. To her, Luan was an idol, a friend, and a pillar of support. But what was she to him? Perhaps Song Anya really could help his career more. Luan happily scanned the audience for Huashan, only to see her turn and walk away, looking heartbroken. Luan glanced at Song Anya beside him and thought, could Huashan be jealous? It seems she does have feelings for me after all. Song Anya told Luan it was all a prearranged act, and that he shouldn't give up the whole forest for a single tree. At that moment, Huashan was in the audience, her eyes fixed on the two of them interacting on stage. Yi Seong appeared in front of her, blocking her view of the pair on stage. He asked why she kept watching if it made her uncomfortable. Huashan said she just wasn't used to such occasions and was planning to head home early. Yi Seong took her arm, saying he would take her somewhere she was sure to like. Yi Seong took Huashan to a library filled with rare old books and the latest photo books. He then held up a manga for her to see. It was from a niche series that Huashan adored. Then, Yi Seong showed her his phone case, keychain, and lanyard, all of which were related to that same manga. Yi Seong said, if I'm not mistaken, the dress you're wearing is a limited edition from the 2016 run of that manga. There are only 10 in the world. It's just like you, Huashan, to have one. Huashan asked how he knew she liked all this. Yi Seong then showed her his Weibo profile, which was verified as an administrator of her Super Topic. It was her #1 fan account, the one whose bids for her art always reached tens of thousands, who replied to every single post instantly. It was the #1 fan who had left the deepest impression on her. She never imagined her most devoted fan was a member of the very idol group she followed. Huashan thought to herself, an idol reading fanfiction? My idol is my biggest fan? This would definitely become a trending topic. Besides, they were from completely different fields. Yi Soo-young said he used to play drums, make music, and create short fan videos. There is no need to limit oneself to a single field. As long as you love something, there's no distance. He then said Huashan was very talented and that he loved her art the most. He took out a drawing pad and asked her to draw the picture she owed him. Huashan then remembered she owed him a drawing from a previous Weibo giveaway. She then asked Yi Soo-young what kind of picture he wanted. Yi Soo-young said he wanted her to draw him. With Yi Soo-young's guidance, Huashan came to realize that a passion is a passion, and there are no boundaries. Just then, Luan saw Yi Suyang's Weibo post and replied with a smiley face emoji. Meanwhile, Huashan, wanting to capitalize on the recent buzz around Luan's group, posted a piece of fan art featuring the three of them. The post instantly went viral. Li Yuan also shared it. Luan looked happily at Huashan's drawing and said, "Of course, the way you draw me is still the most handsome." Their fanbase and popularity were growing, and they believed their future would be even brighter. In a dark room, a person's computer screen showed a profile of the artist Luan. At Huashan's home, her friend was excitedly watching a live stream, saying, "How did I not discover this god-tier group sooner?" Huashan was finally hearing other people say that Luan and his group were going to be famous, not just her. In the future, she thought, even more people will surely come to like them. Just then, a commotion erupted. A heavy-set man ran out, claiming Luan was the one who had threatened him. He said that during the filming in France, he had asked for a photo, only to be violently threatened by Luan. He claimed to have a photo as proof and called Luan a violent maniac. As Luan was about to retort, the man accused him of trying to be violent again. At this point, the comments were filled with criticism of Luan's hypocrisy and questions about his character. Huashan said the man had clearly chosen to do this while hundreds of thousands of people were watching the live stream. It was obviously deliberate, and he was intentionally twisting the facts. When Jie asked Luan how he had made an enemy of someone like that, it wasn't just negative online comments anymore. The commercial deals they had secured were all being canceled. That was a huge sum of money. Luan looked at the comments, which were all mocking them for getting famous by acting like clowns with no real talent. They said Luan had become arrogant and domineering after just one song. Luan said the incident started because of him, so he would take responsibility. Wen Jie agreed that at a time like this, anything the involved party says will only make things worse. She said she would handle it through PR and investigate who was behind the setup. For now, Luan could only stay silent and wait for the situation to blow over. In the meantime, he had to focus on preparing his work. That night, Luan was at home playing his guitar, but he couldn't concentrate on composing because of the incident. Just then, a guitar string snapped. He also saw that Huashan had posted a drawing of him, but the comments underneath were full of accusations, saying birds of a feather flock together, with some even suggesting Huashan was infatuated with a male celebrity with violent tendencies. Luan sent Huashan a private message, telling her not to post anything related to him for the time being. He didn't want to drag her into this. Luan went to the garage to get his old guitar, but people were waiting in ambush. They asked him, "Do you have violent tendencies?" Suddenly, a voice cut in. That fan's request was completely unreasonable. That fan is a sasaeng, and I have proof that he has repeatedly stalked and harassed celebrities and sold illegally obtained items for high prices. She said that Luan was only trying to expose his behavior at the time, and that she was a witness. The woman took off her sunglasses. It was Huashan. Looking at Huashan shielding him, Luan couldn't help but recall the message she had sent him. "I will always be on your side." He never expected Huashan to be this strong. He called out to Huashan. She immediately let out a sigh of relief. "That scared me to death. There were so many cameras on me, I almost fainted," but she was confident the matter could be resolved. She had already given all the facts and photographic evidence to Wen Jie, and the PR department was handling it. She said the trouble with the sasaeng fan would definitely be taken care of. Just then, another topic shot to the top of the trending list. Photos of Luan from his rebellious school days were leaked. The headlines read, "New generation idol has a dark past. Boycott the school bully." One hadn't expected this to be exposed too. Huashan said the sasaeng fan was just a puppet. Someone was definitely trying to completely ruin Luan's reputation. Luan asked Huashan, "Are you surprised by what the article says? What if it's true? What if I really did those things back then?" Huashan said she would always stand by his side, that she believed he wouldn't hurt anyone without a reason, and asked if he could tell her what happened in high school. In high school, Luan was provoked by a school bully. The guy recognized Luan as the crybaby he used to pick on when they were kids and demanded Luan accept him as his boss and pay a monthly protection fee. Before the bully could even finish his sentence, Luan knocked him to the ground and he ran off in fear. The kids who used to follow that bully all looked at Luan with admiration, declaring him their new boss from that day on. The story made Huashan laugh out loud. She never imagined Luan as that kind of school enforcer, complete with his own crew. Luan said he had no choice, as they followed him around every day calling him boss. But Luan said they could call him boss on one condition. Everyone in their group had to get at least an average grade on their tests. Just then, some delinquents from a next school over were waiting down the road for a prearranged fight. Juan went to face them alone and told them his guys couldn't make it because they'd failed a test and were busy tutoring each other. He told them to reschedule after exams. He added that he took care of all of them by himself that day. Juan explained that the candid photos were from times he saw street punks bullying students near the school. He couldn't stand by and watch, so he taught them a lesson. He said it happened often, and he would always step in. Gradually, outsiders stopped daring to cause trouble around the school. His reputation as the school's protector spread far and wide in the area. Now, bad people were exploiting those photos. Hua-shan said it was just as she'd expected. Juan would never do anything to hurt others. She said he had done nothing wrong, that the innocent have nothing to fear, and that they would surely find a way to turn things around together. Juan couldn't help but think of the girl who gave him courage as a child. Now, the one giving him courage during his misfortune was Hua-shan. He asked her, "Why do you believe in me so much?" Hua-shan said, "Because to me, you're as warm as sunshine." Juan hugged her tightly, feeling that she was the source of all the gentleness in his life. He held her close to express his gratitude, but in doing so, the water between them spilled. Afterward, Hua-shan changed into Juan's shirt. Seeing her wearing his shirt, Juan suddenly blushed. "Is this your room?" Hua-shan asked. Juan replied, "It's just a common lounge. I compose and practice in here." Looking at the messy drafts scattered on the floor, Hua-shan asked, "Are you writing a new song?" Juan said, "A lot has been going on lately. I want to quiet my mind and write properly, but the more I try to force myself to be calm, the more chaotic my thoughts get. I can't write anything I'm satisfied with." Hua-shan thought about how restrictive it must be to be a celebrity. You have to endure criticism in silence. And even in a situation like this, you're still expected to keep creating. She invited Juan to go out and look for inspiration, saying that maybe relaxing would help him write a new song. In the end, the two of them went to a grassy lawn to eat fried chicken and drink milk tea. Sweets and fried food can improve one's mood. Luyan hadn't had fried chicken and milk tea in a long time. Hua-shan said that whenever she hits a bottleneck, she comes here for a breather. Shang-Lu said, "I always feel like someone is monitoring us." Just as he thought it was the paparazzi, a small dog suddenly darted out and pounced on Shang-Lu. Shang-Lu shared a piece of fried chicken with the dog. Just then, he heard voices from nearby. It was a young couple discussing Shang-Lu's situation. The guy said, doubtfully, "How can such a violent action star be an idol?" He continued, "Not only does Shang-Lu like to hit people, he also likes to abuse animals. A diehard fan friend of mine saw him beating a dog with her own eyes." At that moment, Shang-Lu was stroking the puppy's head. Shang-Lu picked up an empty soda can and started playing with the puppy, then threw it towards the couple. The puppy scared the two of them, and they took off running. Hua-shan didn't expect Shang-Lu to do something like that, but seeing him finally smile, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a janitor in the distance asked who knocked over the trash can, suspecting it was Shang-Lu and Hua-shan. Just as Shang-Lu was at a loss, Hua-shan grabbed his hand and ran from the scene. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his inner emotions and wanted to do as he pleased for once. Shang-Lu hadn't felt this way in a long time. He said, "I have an idea now, and I also have the courage to face reality." At the press conference, the paparazzi were hounding Wenjie about Shang-Lu's high school bullying incident. Just then, the lights suddenly went out and the stage lights came on. Shang-Lu was standing on the stage. Covered in injuries, wrapped in bandages, and with one eye patched, he appeared before everyone. Everyone was very confused. Not understanding what Shang-Lu was doing, some people even thought he was about to perform a show. Wenjie also didn't understand what Shang-Lu was planning to do. Shang-Lu picked up the microphone and said, "I don't want to explain too much. I will use a song to tell everyone my story." In the song, Shang-Lu described a boy who was bullied for being shy and withdrawn. But everyone demanded that he be grateful to the world, and no one offered a helping hand. On the big screen were illustrations of the boy from the lyrics. The boy had tried to run away before, but then that boy encountered a light. That light helped him learn to be strong, and that boy didn't want anyone else to suffer what he had gone through. He wanted to bring light to all who were bullied. But in the end, the boy's actions were misunderstood by others as violence, bullying the weak, and being hypocritical and pretentious. Those people, typing on their keyboards, negated everything the boy had done. Those people only knew how to take things out of context, but he himself would not yield because of it. He would bravely face everything. The song ended. Shang-Lu thanked those who believed in him and said that dark lies cannot distort the truth. Finally, he looked at Hua-shan and said, "You are my son." Wen Jie was very satisfied with how Shang Lu handled the situation. Fans also spoke out in support of Shang Lu, believing he was innocent. And this time, the online public opinion began to reverse. Someone contacted Shang Lu's high school classmates, proving that he had never maliciously bullied his classmates, and that Shang Lu often helped his friends in the past. Some also praised Shang Lu as a talented singer. Others dug up that the Hillis band wanted to snatch ZMK's resources and were the masterminds behind this frame-up. Liao Yuan and Song Inya also reposted this thread. Currently, the #1 trending topic is shocking reversal. Wen Jie asked Shang Lu if he had thought of a title for the song. Shang Lu couldn't help but recall the time Hua Shan helped him draw the illustrations. Hua Shan had said that Shang Lu's experience felt familiar, as if she had been a part of it herself. And the name of this song is Instant. After the matter was clarified, Shang Lu became the center of online discussion. Netizens unanimously supported Shang Lu and criticized the keyboard warriors. The song he performed was also widely shared, and advertising contracts of all sizes kept coming their way. The first concert was also held successfully, and the band's popularity finally soared. At this time, at Byron CG Company, a secretary was reporting to the vice president that the copyright for Shang Lu's new song was very suitable for their next project's promotional plan. And the vice president, who hated Shang Lu, also said it was no problem. On his phone screen was Shang Lu's new song. On the other side, Song Inya was explaining to Shang Lu that she didn't want to participate in this event of her own accord, but that it was arranged by the company. She had also stopped that desperate diet, which made her feel relieved. She used a side account to post an article, saying she was also a student from #1 high school, a classmate of Shang Lu's, and one of the classmates he had helped. This article also helped Song Inya reconcile with herself. Just then, Liao Yuan asked Song Inya if she wanted a sugar-free Coke, remembering that she had once said she didn't like sweets. Song Inya said she wanted to treat Liao Yuan to hot pot. Wen Jie generously said, "Today's celebration banquet is my treat." Then she called for everyone to head out together. Shang Lu said, "I just finished the lyrics for a song and want to revise them a bit more, so I won't be joining the celebration banquet." While Shang Lu was revising the lyrics, the phone rang. It was Shang Lu's mom. She excitedly congratulated him on his rise to fame and asked him to come home to see her this weekend, saying she would cook him a table full of delicious food. Shang Lu didn't want to eat his mom's terrible cooking, but his mom said his dad would help, so he didn't have to worry and told him to bring a friend home to visit. Just then, Hua Shan sent a message to Shang Lu, saying she had left his clothes at the front desk. Hua Shan had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Many people were drawing Shang Lu now, but she had to maintain her #1 popularity spot. Because Christmas was approaching, the company's lobby was magnificently decorated. At that moment, a child was being lifted high by their father as they went home together. This scene made Hua Shan deeply envious. Lu Yan appeared by her side. Hua Shan hurriedly handed over the clothes and turned to leave, but was stopped by Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Hua Shan's bag full of snacks with a puzzled expression. Just then, Hua Shan's stomach rumbled. Lu Yan asked Hua Shan, "Do you want to come home with me tonight?" Looking at Hua Shan, who had put on makeup in such a short time, Lu Yan marveled at how fast girls can do their makeup. The two stood at the door of Lu Yan's house. A beautiful lady opened the door and asked Lu Yan why he was back so late. Seeing Hua Shan, Lu Yan's mom immediately hugged her tightly, saying she liked her very much. She recognized her as the pretty girl who had been on the show with Lu Yan. Lu Yan's mom enthusiastically pulled Hua Shan into the house, leaving her son outside the door. Lu Yan's dad also greeted Hua Shan warmly and then brought out a specialty dish. The specialty dish from Lu Yan's mom on the table looked a bit hard to swallow. Everyone took a bite, then lowered their heads in unison. Lu Yan's dad took the plate away, saying he loved his wife's cooking the most, so he would take care of this dish. Then he took a bite and face-planted onto the table. Lu Yan picked up a shrimp and put it in Hua Shan's bowl, telling her to eat more as it's good for her eyes. Lu Yan's mom asked Hua Shan if she usually lived alone or with her parents, and who was the better cook in her family. Seeing his mom chattering nonstop, Lu Yan quickly stopped her. Lu Yan took Hua Shan's hand and said that Hua Shan had already agreed to stay at his place this weekend. Then he led her back to his room. Seeing their intimate interaction, Lu Yan's mom gave a meaningful smile, saying that Huashan was the first friend Lu Yin had ever brought home. After dinner, Huashan saw a photo on the wall of Lu Yin wearing a dress as a child. Lu Yin's mom said it was her favorite photo because when she was pregnant with Lu Yin, she always dreamed she would have a daughter. So she bought a lot of little dresses. It turned out Lu Yin was born a boy, but she still put him in dresses. Finally, she pulled Huashan along to look at the little dresses Lu Yin used to wear. Lu Yin's mom regretted that Lu Yin hadn't worn these clothes since he was 3. The two of them, as if they had found a kindred spirit, held hands and said that little dresses were a boy's romance. She even held a dress up against Lu Yin to size it. The two held hands again and said Lu Yin would look good wearing it even now. Seeing Lu Yin's harmonious family atmosphere, Huashan hadn't felt the warmth of a family in a long time. At night, Lu Yin's mom had Huashan sleep in Lu Yin's room. Lying in bed, Huashan could smell the scent of Lu Yin's hair and body on the quilt and couldn't sleep at all. She prepared to go to the living room to watch TV, but the lights outside were off and it was pitch black. Just as she was about to turn on the light, Huashan accidentally knocked over a photo frame. Huashan hurriedly tried to grab the photo frame, only to realize she was right in front of the stairs. Just as Huashan was about to fall, Lu Yin appeared behind her and caught her. At this moment, both were in their pajamas, and the warmth of their skin touching made them both blush. Huashan also accidentally stepped on Lu Yin's little brother. Then their posture changed to her grabbing Lu Yin's collar and belt. Lu Yin asked helplessly, "Huashan, why do you cherish this photo frame so much?" Huashan said, "It's an important memory." Looking down at the photo frame, it was a picture of a little Lu Yin with his bare bottom. Lu Yin blushed and snatched the photo frame away. Huashan hadn't expected Lu Yin to have such a cute photo. Hearing Huashan describe how cute he was as a child, Lu Yin pinned Huashan against the wall, leaned in, and asked, "Do you still think I'm cute now? Would a little dress still suit me?" Huashan pushed Lu Yin away a little. Lu Yin thought he had scared her, but when he looked down, he saw that Huashan was blushing. Just then, the lights suddenly turned on and Lu Yin's mom came out. She saw Lu Yin's messy hair and Huashan wiping away sweat, and then she pulled Lu Yin away. After a while, Lu Yin came out neatly dressed. Huashan asked what his mom had said just now, and if she had mentioned the word cute. Lu Yin recalled his mother's scolding and said it was nothing. Huashan asked again, "Why does your mom collect photos of you in little dresses, but is so concerned about an auntie's memory of you being cute? Maybe it's about trying her best to love." Hearing Huashan's explanation, Lu Yin was silent for a moment, then asked Huashan, "To you, am I that cute person?" At this moment, Lu Yin's downward angle happened to catch a glimpse of the scenery on Huashan's chest. After realizing this, Huashan immediately blushed and pushed Lu Yin away, blaming him for becoming a bad boy. She muttered that Lu Yin was no longer her cub. Lu Yin retorted, "Huashan, didn't you used to call me cub? Why the sudden change?" Looking at Lu Yin's expression, Huashan found it very strange. Lu Yin tossed her a throw pillow, telling her to hold it to her chest and reminding her to be careful when she's out. Lu Yin said that men don't need to act cute, even if he is 2 years younger than Huashan, and not some cub. As he spoke, he pinched Huashan's cheek and said that in his eyes, Huashan was the cutest one. Seeing Lu Yin get closer, Huashan's face turned bright red. Lu Yin found Huashan's puffed up cheeks amusing and decided to tease her to get revenge for her teasing him about wearing little dresses. He leaned close to Huashan and asked softly, "Is it because it's me that you're so unguarded?" Hearing this, Huashan immediately backed away, saying she was going to sleep. Lu Yin chuckled and said goodnight, adding older sister. Huashan felt that Lu Yin had gone too far, and as a result, she accidentally bumped into the nearby wall, stumbling back to her room. Seeing the silly Huashan, Lu Yin found it very funny. Hiding in the dark, Lu Yin's mom was certain that her son genuinely liked Huashan, and it seemed Huashan was her future daughter-in-law. After realizing this, Lu Yin's mom was very happy. The next day, when Huashan was leaving the Lu family's home, Lu Yin's mom was grinning from ear to ear. After this special weekend, something seemed to be quietly changing. The next day at the company, Lu Yin was full of energy. Wen Jie informed everyone that the filming location for the final episode of Soaring High would be in Thailand. Because there would be a special segment this time, there would be drop-in guests competing with them for the championship, which made everyone. Unexpectedly, the drop-in guests turned out to be the Hillis band from before. At the filming location, the opening on the beach was very lively. The crowd of onlookers was buzzing with discussion. After the school bullying incident, they felt that Lu Yin had transformed from a puppy-like boy to a wolf-like boy, more domineering than before, but his level of dominance still couldn't compare to Liao Yuan and the others. Lu Yin was secretly annoyed. Why is it always me? Does my unchanging gaze and expression add to the sense of pressure? No. In reality, Lu Yin was just a fake aloof heartthrob who had forgotten to wear his contact lenses. At this moment, Li Yuhan, holding a water gun, made a fancy, sniper-like sweeping motion, spraying in a circle around him. I'm definitely winning tonight. After saying that, Li Yuhan shot the water gun at Song Enya, even blowing off her false eyelashes. This brat must be asking for a beating. Song Enya smiled on the surface, but was cursing inwardly. However, Lu Yin misunderstood, thinking it was a scene of joy and harmony. He suddenly realized that not playing by the book was the best way to show his charm. Lu Yin prepared to imitate Li Yuhan and splash water on Hua Shan's face. When the girl turned around, Lu Yin realized he had splashed the wrong person. At this time, Hua Shan was watching from a distance. Seeing the naive Lu Yin covering his forehead in anguish, Liao Yuan and Song Enya also stood by, fanning the flames, saying that Lu Yin was really a bit childish. Lu Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why is everything different from how I imagined? After the shoot, Hua Shan, while sipping juice, thought about Lu Yan's behavior towards her. I must be overthinking it. Lu Yan isn't an idol, after all. Just then, the green tea man, Rin Yilin, appeared. Could Hillis be the drop-in guests? Rin Yilin, with a hint of a warning, hoped that Hua Shan and her little idol could also cooperate well. However, Hua Shan found it a bit strange. The last lip-syncing scandal was such a big deal that Hillis had practically stopped all activities. But after the school bullying incident ended, they suddenly got this variety show. It was really strange. Hua Shan speculated that the school bullying incident was likely related to them, so she decided to test the waters first. She warned Hillis, hoping they would compete fairly and not pull any tricks, lest they get burned by their own fire. Rin Yilin didn't take her reminder seriously, telling her that the competition result wasn't important. What mattered was the buzz. As he spoke, Rin Yilin stuck out his leg to trip Hua Shan. At this dangerous moment, Hua Shan fell into a solid chest. It turned out to be Senior PH, who was gentle yet sternly warned Rin Yilin that his feet were best kept where they belonged, not under a girl's feet. Seeing the senior speak up for Hua Shan, Rin Yilin hurriedly left with his members. PH picked some flowers from a tree, intending to put them in Hua Shan's hair. Just then, a hat fell from the sky and landed on Hua Shan's head. It was Lu Yin. The onlookers were charmed by PH, as expected. The senior is more mature. Lu Yin was unconvinced. It was clearly he who had taught Rin Yilin a lesson. PH was very friendly, saying he had seen Lu Yan's rap video before and was very impressed. PH's high EQ immediately won the approval of the passersby. It turned out he used to be a member of a very popular band and was also one of the drop-in guests this time. PH continued, perhaps he'll become a companion in Lu Yan's flirting everywhere. Lu Yin got jealous and quickly pulled the hat down to cover Hua Shan's line of sight. On the set of the final episode of Soaring High, the host said that this competition would not be in group format. The first 8 contestants to earn enough for a 1,000 Thai baht train ticket would board the yacht first to go to the island and unlock new scene tasks. Hua Shan was pondering how to earn 1,000 Thai baht. She noticed a group of people gathered together, fighting for screen time, completely forgetting their task. The next second, they started fighting, and the scene became chaotic. Lu Yin took advantage of the chaos to pull Hua Shan and run, planning to take her to hand out flyers. It turned out Lu Yin was afraid that PH wanted to team up with Hua Shan, so he made the first move. Yi Suyang and PH formed an alliance. They were really fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had already brought Hua Shan to the red light district. Hua Shan looked at the bold performances and started to feel awkward. Are we really going to hand out flyers on this street? As soon as she finished speaking, a man came up and invited her to a bar for a drink. She quickly shook her head and hid behind Lu Yin. Seeing her so scared, Lu Yin found it very funny. You talk so boldly on Weibo usually, but now it seems you're just like the Lord who loved dragons, actually afraid of the real thing. After speaking, the two arrived at the flyer distribution point. The pay here was double the previous one. Just then, a few cat boys speaking broken Chinese asked Lu Yin if he wanted a part-time job. Hua Shan was both regretful and expectant, telling Lu Yin not to force himself, as the uniform was too embarrassing after all. Because the pay was double, Lu Yin decided to endure it. Soon, Lu Yin was all dressed up, looking at the Wildcat boy before her. Hua Shan was extremely excited. Lu Yin told Hua Shan not to run around. You just need to be in charge of collecting the money. Although Lu Yin was forced into business, his professional skills were not bad at all, and he quickly won the affection of many passersby. Seeing Lu Yin so popular, Hua Shan felt a little jealous. She quickly convinced herself to dismiss those dangerous thoughts. Lu Yin was a future idol, and there would only be more and more girls around him. To help Lu Yin attract customers, Hua Shan came up with an idea. Hua Shan pretended to come support him with money, asking Lu Yin if she could request him. Lu Yin said he was just a temporary flyer distributor. Unexpectedly, the promotional effect was very good, and the onlookers all went into the bar to spend money. From a distance, PH felt embarrassed for the dude. Isn't the flyer distribution task arranged by the production team in the next block? Although the task was in the next block, the hourly wage here was just too high, so PH decided to join them. The Wildcat boys went from 1 to 2. The crowd of onlookers grew, and the bar's business got better and better. Hua Shan bought drinks for everyone, but PH was allergic to mangoes. He leaned close to Hua Shan, asking her what flavor it was and if it looked tasty. Seeing PH approach Hua Shan, Lu Yin immediately became alert, blocked her, and handed his own drink to PH. Unexpectedly, PH actually drank his drink. The atmosphere immediately became ambiguous, and the surrounding audience also started shipping the Lu Yin and PHCP. The flyer distribution task was indeed a perfect combination. They began to frantically attract fans to spend money at the bar. The CP image of the two on site was also quickly shared on Weibo, with fans expressing that they had fallen into a new CP pit. After a period of hard work, PH, Lu Yin, and Hua Shan were the first to win spots to board the boat. Lu Yin complained with dissatisfaction that he didn't like PH, and he also didn't like being shipped as a CP. Hua Shan comforted him, saying it was just acting for the show anyway, and shipping CPs is the most important thing for fangirls. Maybe there will be more sponsors in the future. Lu Yin said he didn't need that many sponsors for hype. Before he could state his reason, Hua Shan cut in and answered he definitely wants to take the initiative and not be the bottom. Lu Yin was speechless. That's not how taking the initiative is used. Hua Shan was such an idiot, not understanding anything. PH came over to remind Hua Shan to be careful when boarding the boat. Lu Yin pulled Hua Shan back because this was the initiative he wanted to take. He didn't want to give anyone a chance. Looking at their tightly held hands, PH thought to himself, everything is just as I expected. The new year was approaching. Hua Shan prepared to make a video for her favorite idol and draw a New Year's greeting card. Hua Shan smiled slyly, deciding to video call her favorite idol to find some inspiration. Otherwise, she would have to draw a year of the ox-cow-themed outfit. As soon as the video call connected, Hua Shan was stunned by the voice of her favorite idol. It turned out he was practicing poses for a photo shoot tomorrow. Hua Shan couldn't help but sigh that her favorite idol was always so hard-working and serious. Every shining moment of his deserved to be seen, and he deserved to be followed by more people. Her cool and handsome idol couldn't let her ship him with others as a CP. Hua Shan suddenly got an idea and finished the New Year's greeting card and posted it on Weibo. The comments and reposts immediately exceeded 10,000, hoping Lu Yin can also reach new heights in the new year. After boarding the boat, ZMK was called to shoot close-ups, so Hua Shan decided to wait in the lounge. But no matter where she went, PH was always lingering nearby. Just as Hua Shan was about to slip away, PH caught her. Hua Shan asked him why he wasn't shooting his close-ups. He didn't answer, but instead took her hand and led her to a quieter place. Hua Shan still wanted to keep her distance from PH, so she shook off his hand and said that although she was grateful for his help last time, due to the show's effect, netizens might prefer to ship her and Lu Yin as a CP. PH leaned closer to Hua Shan, telling her that his interactions with Lu Yin were just an act for the camera. There were no cameras here, so there was no need to act anymore because the person PH was waiting for was Hua Shan. The moment Lu Yin was mentioned, he appeared. He even climbed in through the window and squeezed between the two of them. He questioned PH, "Why did you bring Hua Shan to this remote lounge?" PH retorted, "Are you a rabbit raised by Hua Shan? Why are you wherever Hua Shan is?" Hua Shan quickly interrupted them, saying that she and Lu Yin needed to hurry up and discuss the script. Only then did PH leave, saying suspiciously that he wouldn't disturb their practice. Time. Lu Yin told Huashan that she must stay away from PH. But Huashan agreed with PH, thinking that Lu Yin didn't need to follow her everywhere, especially not doing dangerous and showy things like climbing through windows. As a career-focused fan, Huashan was still thinking about his development. He was in a promotional period now, with many scenes to shoot. Even during breaks, any small action could be photographed. Huashan said she didn't want to affect him, as they were just cooperative partners on the show. After all, just cooperative partners. Lu Yin was a little hurt. They had been together for so long. Did she not understand his feelings? Lu Yin leaned closer and closer. Just then, the sound of a photo being taken was heard. Rin Yilin was secretly taking pictures again. It turned out he had seen PH take Huashan away earlier and had secretly followed them, not expecting to discover something even more explosive. Rin Yilin looked smug. With this photo, Lu Yin could forget about having a good time on the show. Lu Yin and Huashan also spotted him. Lu Yin suddenly pushed the door open, hitting Rin Yilin in the face, and his phone accidentally fell to the ground. Lu Yin said that phones weren't allowed during recording and warned Rin Yilin not to secretly follow people anymore. However, Rin Yilin was still arrogant, saying he had already caught Lu Yin's leverage. PH came to the rescue. He explained to Rin Yilin that the three of them were just rehearsing a romantic skit about a dating app, and what Lu Yin said were just lines from the script. Rin Yilin was a bit embarrassed. Huashan quickly spoke up, hoping Rin Yilin wouldn't misunderstand, because she was just an outsider and could never date an idol. PH then put his arm around Huashan, saying that this romantic skit not only had Lu Yin, but also interactive scenes between him and Huashan. Should we clarify it now? But this time, Lu Yin didn't reach out to pull Huashan back. They were actually protecting him. Lu Yin was a little sad, turned around, and gestured for everyone to go to the studio. Huashan wouldn't date an idol. Who would believe that? Rin Yilin didn't believe their explanation. He still didn't want to let Lu Yin off the hook and decided to continue monitoring them. Because once their relationship was exposed, Lu Yin could forget about making it in the entertainment industry. At this time, the first 8 contestants who had earned enough for the 1,000 Thai bot train ticket to the island began to announce the new round of rules. The game required contestants to draw lots to form teams of 3 and search for number cards hidden on the island. They then needed to go to the location corresponding to the number on the card to light up a marker. Each lit marker was worth 10 points, and the team with the highest score within the time limit would win. If they obtained a card at the same time, they would need to have Showdown. PH and Huashan drew for Team 3. Then, Hillis member Yuan also hurried over. He was the last one to draw number 3. But Lu Yin was not on their team. He drew to be on the same team as Rin Yilin. Huashan wanted to greet him, but he deliberately avoided her gaze and turned to leave. Huashan was a little disappointed. She comforted herself that it was a good thing to have less contact since they had just been secretly photographed. The game began. Huashan was in charge of directing, and PH was in charge of action. Team 3 worked together and found 4 number cards, getting 40 points and becoming the leading team. After a break, PH arranged for Huashan to continue searching for number cards while he went to regroup with the remaining members of Team 3. Huashan continued to search on the beach. Sure enough, on a reef, she found a number card. Card number 22 was in a rather high position. Huashan climbed up the reef to get it. However, Li Yuhan and Song Inya also arrived. The 2 teams had discovered this card at the same time. According to the competition rules, they needed to have a Group B showdown in overtime. The overtime began, and many sandpits were set up on the beach. Huashan and Song Anya had to be blindfolded and follow the directions of people at the finish line to navigate around the sandpits. Whoever reached the finish line first would win the card. If someone was absent, they could ask for outside help. However, Huashan's teammate was not present at this time. Li Yuan saw Lu Yin passing by, so there would be someone to guide Huashan. However, Li Yin had Li Yuhan guide Huashan, while he himself stood at Song Anya's finish line. Lu Yin said that since neither of their guides were their teammates, it was fair. Only Huashan understood that Lu Yin had been avoiding her ever since she returned from a lounge. Just then, Song Anya suddenly got a cramp. The staff reacted quickly, preparing to contact medical personnel for emergency treatment. Huashan was about to step forward to help Song Anya. Tie her loosened strap, but accidentally stepped into a sandpit. Song Anya then helped her up and blocked the camera so that Huashan could help her in peace. After Song Anya's strap was tied, Lu Yin quietly turned and left. Huashan hurried forward to thank him and kindly reminded him of the location of a hidden number card. However, Lu Yin was unappreciative, coldly saying they were no longer partners. Standing not far away, Rin Yilin saw the entire exchange between the 2. trying to deny their relationship now? It was just a slip of the tongue. Rin Yilin swore he would expose them. Lu Yin coldly shook off Huashan's hand. Could it be that Lu Yin was genuinely angry after the secret filming incident in the lounge? Lu Yin seemed even more distant toward her, even ignoring her existence entirely. Huashan began to doubt herself, wondering if what she had said on the train was too harsh, or if this was the normal distance between them. She was the one who had pushed Lu Yin away, yet she was the first to feel upset. Huashan cursed under her breath. Men are the worst. Unconsciously, Huashan walked to ZMK's lounge. She wanted to go in and explain, but she didn't know how to start. After hesitating for a moment, she still decided to give up. However, an argument suddenly erupted from the lounge. It turned out to be Yi Su-yang arguing with Lu Yin. Yi Su-yang had witnessed the entire process of Lu Yin deliberately ignoring Huashan, embarrassing her, and even speaking harshly to her. He warned Lu Yin that if he made Huashan upset again, he would not let him off the hook. Lu Yin, however, calmly stated that he and Huashan had a purely business relationship. Outside the show, they were an artist and an idol. On the show, they were partners. They should have kept their distance from the very beginning. Yi Su-yang was furious that Lu Yin would treat Huashan as a mere business partner. Huashan had clearly put so much effort into ZMK, and she had always been a fan of Lu Yin, yet Lu Yin showed her no kindness at all. Lu Yin coldly said that he didn't need to give Huashan special treatment. Huashan, outside the door, heard everything clearly. Lu Yin only saw their relationship as a purely business collaboration. Huashan's heart ached. It turned out she had been reading too much into it all along, and she was the real clown. That evening, the second round of the competition began. The host announced that to ensure the safety of the guests, the card for the second round would only appear in brightly lit areas. Unexpectedly, Fei and I had night blindness and couldn't see anything in the dark. Meanwhile, Huashan was still lost in the day's sorrows and had no heart for the competition. 30 minutes into the game, they hadn't found a single card. The members of Hills grew restless. They arranged for Huashan to search the mobile bookstore to the east, while Fei and I and the others went west. Huashan realized her poor state of mind was affecting her performance. She decided to focus on the game and stop thinking about Lu Yin. So, she took a deep breath and ran towards the crowded mobile bookstore. The mobile bookstore was brightly lit, making it an ideal place to hide things. Just as she was concentrating on her search, a familiar face peeked out from behind a bookshelf. Why was it Lu Yin again? Huashan decided to pretend she didn't see him and continued searching for the number card. She couldn't let a man distract her. Before long, Huashan found one, but the card was placed very high, so she had to climb a nearby ladder to get it. She was just about to reach it when the ladder suddenly broke. Fortunately, Lu Yin managed to support the ladder with one hand and catch Huashan with the other. However, there was an exposed nail on the ladder, and his hand was injured. The film crew quickly contacted the medical team to handle it. At this moment, Huashan could no longer be angry with him and only wanted to help treat his wound, but he still wore a distant expression, saying it had nothing to do with her and that she should just take the card and go. Huashan was furious that you're still acting like this at a time like this. She said domineeringly, Lu Yin, don't you go running off. Then she added, if you keep throwing a tantrum like this, I won't draw you anymore. As soon as Huashan's domineering declaration was made, the atmosphere froze. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh to himself, but he seemed to be waiting for Huashan to say something more. Huashan quickly apologized, but before she could finish, Lu Yin covered her mouth. He already knew everything, and his gaze had returned to how it used to be, the one that was familiar to Huashan. In the distance, behind a tall bookshelf, a dark figure quietly turned off the lights. The bookstore plunged into darkness, and books on the shelves began to topple, about to fall on Huashan and Lu Yin. Lu Yin quickly pulled her into his arms, shielding her from the falling books with his body. He was injured again. The medical staff rushed over, but the first person Lu Yin and Huashan saw was Rin Yilin. He feigned surprise at discovering their secret and reported to the production team that Lu Yin and Huashan were openly together during the show. It turned out he was behind all of this. Huashan quickly explained that Lu Yin was just protecting her Rin Yilin said, "What a coincidence. Does protecting her require a hug? And do you have to turn off the lights to do it?" Lian calmly exposed Rin Yilin. "If there were no lights here, how would Rin Yilin know we were here before the film crew?" Just then, Faye and I dragged another eavesdropping Hills member out from a corner. So his earlier arrangement for Huashan to come to the mobile bookstore was also intentional. Seeing his scheme about to be exposed, Rin Yilin quickly shifted the focus to Lu Yin and Huashan's relationship. A staff member couldn't watch anymore and advised Rin Yilin not to overthink it, as they were the crew following Lu Yin and Huashan and hadn't noticed anything unusual between them. Rin Yilin still wouldn't let it go. Huashan couldn't take it anymore, interrupting him and warning him to stop, because the priority now was to bandage Lu Yin's wound, and his incessant speculation was just wasting everyone's time. Rin Yilin was defeated prematurely. His teammate beside him advised him to back off early and not to provoke Huashan anymore. Rin Yilin questioned him about why he didn't keep an eye on Fei and I and let him run around. The teammate told him that Fei Ni's night blindness was an act, just to deceive him. Rin Yilin angrily cursed Fei and I, that washed-up old fossil, deliberately seeking attention. In the adjacent lounge, Lu Yin's wound was finally bandaged. Lu Yin then told Huashan that his earlier argument with Yi Su-yang in the lounge was an act. It turned out they had known all along that a member of Hills was eavesdropping, so they played along and continued the act. They just didn't expect that Huashan would misunderstand it all. Huashan also rushed to explain to Lu Yin that the hurtful things she had said earlier were also fake, because to her, Lu Yin was more than just a partner. The two reconciled. Lu Yin couldn't help but act cute with Huashan, saying she had grabbed his hand so hard it turned red. And Huashan, being the straightforward girl she was, casually offered to find the medical staff to check it for him. Just then, the production team informed Lu Yin that he had to attend an interview before he could leave. Before leaving, Lu Yin ruffled Huashan's hair and told her he wouldn't make her sad again. Huashan's heart raced from his head pat. When it came to Lu Yin, she felt like she was becoming less and less like herself. Could it be that she had already fallen for him? This season of Soaring High was nearing its end. The host announced that during the individual scoring period of the show, the guests would be divided into groups for a team-building activity. Faye and I and Huashan were in charge of decorating the venue. At this point, Faye and I went to buy more decorations. Meanwhile, after a busy morning, Huashan finally had a moment to rest. Song Anya enthusiastically invited Huashan to go with her to the Kisik area to apply sunscreen. After joining the show, Anya and Huashan's relationship had grown closer, and she was very grateful to Huashan for helping her escape the gossip entanglement on the beach last time. Huashan said it was what she should have done. After all, who could bear to see a beauty in an awkward situation? Song Anya looked at the adorable Huashan and murmured to herself that that person had excellent taste. Not far away, ZMK was filming on the beach, and someone was heard calling Lu Yin and Li Yuan's names. Huashan's face immediately turned red. Song Anya asked curiously, "Huashan, do you have a crush on someone? Is that person among them?" At first, Huashan didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't resist the beauty's enthusiasm. She blushed and nodded. There was indeed someone who made her heart race, and his every move even affected her mood. Song Anya said that was what liking someone is, and confessed that she had also fallen in love at first sight once. Song Anya told her that liking someone is supposed to be a simple thing. Huashan listened quietly as she described the touching details, realizing she had liked Li Yin for a long time, but had previously dismissed these feelings as mere admiration for an idol. Song Anya told her that she had liked that person for 7 years, but eventually gave up because he already had someone he liked. Huashan quickly asked Song Anya, "How can you tell if the other person likes you?" Song Anya said that if the other person likes you, he will always smile at you and give you all the best things. As she spoke, Song Anya suddenly thought of someone, and that was Li Yuhan. Just then, Li Yuhan appeared with a big smile, bringing drinks for Song Anya and Huashan. He excitedly explained to Song Anya that he had brought her the best white grape juice. Although Song Anya seemed cold, she felt a different kind of feeling for Li Yuan in her heart. He was completely different from the type of person she used to like. Just then, Li Yin returned with the decorative materials he had bought. Song Anya quickly made an excuse, pulling Li Yuan away with the extra light bulbs to go elsewhere, creating a private space for Lu Yin and Huashan. Huashan looked at Lu Yin's gentle smile and remembered Song Anya's words. Could it be that Lu Yin likes me? At the Soaring High team building event, Huashan was decorating the venue with Lu Yin. Because some spots were too high, Huashan decided to wait until filming resumed to hang the decorations. Hearing this, Lu Yin was displeased. He lifted Huashan up like a chick and pressed her. Who exactly do you want to hang them? Huashan struggled fiercely, demanding that Lu Yin put her down. Only then did Lu Yin show her the hair tie he had just bought for her. Huashan remembered Song Anya's words. If the other person likes you, he will give you what he thinks is the best. So she quickly asked Lu Yin if he could give her the hair tie. Lu Yin wanted to see her pout, so he refused. Seeing Huashan puff up her cheeks like a hamster, Lu Yin laughed to himself and then dotingly placed the hair tie on her head. Huashan continued to ask Lu Yin what else he liked. Lu Yin looked puzzled, thinking, is she drunk, asking such a strange question? He casually pointed to the things he had just bought in the room, and then added that the thing he liked the most he couldn't give to her. After saying that, Lu Yin ran off in embarrassment, leaving Huashan looking confused. What on earth did he like? Things weren't going as Anya had said. Finally, it was time for the team-building activity. Huashan stood in a corner, hoping it would end quickly. The decorating work during the day had exhausted her, and now she just wanted to go back and rest. Just then, Song Anya came over to chat with her. Huashan was overjoyed and quickly told her everything that had happened with Lu Yin during the day. Song Anya was speechless after hearing it. What a straightforward girl to directly ask someone what they like most. At that moment, Faye and I and a friend were standing nearby chatting. The friend asked Faye and I if the girl he had his eye on had taken the bait. Faye and I looked towards Huashan and Song Anya and said his performance wasn't over yet, and it wasn't time to reel in the net. Faye and I interrupted the two girls' conversation and invited them for a drink in the small garden before the show ended. They both agreed. However, a staff member reminded Song Anya that her segment with ZMK was about to start, so she couldn't drink. The original plan for 3 was now just Faye and I and Huashan. On the way to the small garden, Faye's phone kept ringing. Huashan thought, he's such an idol, having to handle so much work this late. However, the flood of messages on Faye's phone were all from the girls in his fish pond. It turned out he was a scumbag. In the small garden, a candlelight dinner was underway. Huashan was upset because she had accidentally lost the hair tie Lu Yin gave her. Faye and I said it was just an ordinary hair tie, nothing to be sad about. At this point, Huashan wondered why it was just the two of them in the small garden, when Faye and I had told her before they came that many people would be there. Faye and I asked with a hurt expression, doesn't Huashan want to be alone with me? Huashan thought, of course I don't. We're not that close. Besides, the situation of the two of them being alone like this was just too awkward. Faye and I asked with a hint of jealousy, when Huashan is with Lu Yin, does she also rush to find other people? Huashan felt the topic was getting more and more off track and decided to play dumb to find a chance to slip away. Her performance of acting foolish left Faye and I speechless. Faye and I quickly tried to bring the topic back, saying it was fate that he met Huashan. He had noticed her at first glance in the crowd, and she was the cutest girl on the set. Although he had met many girls in the industry, Huashan was the most special one. Then why don't you pay attention to all those other girls, but focus on me instead? Huashan was truly a master of deflecting, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Faye and I quickly explained that he was just friends with them. However, Huashan continued to play dumb, saying that having more friends means more connections. Their conversation was clearly on different wavelengths, and Faye and I realized he might have met his match. Seeing the atmosphere getting more and more awkward, Huashan planned to slip away. Faye and I didn't give up and pushed a glass of wine in front of her, asking her to have a little. Fearing she might be worried, Faye and I took the initiative to explain that it was just fruit wine with a very low alcohol content, no different from soda, and he wouldn't force her to drink a lot. Huashan observed the situation and noticed there was only one exit from the small garden, and she couldn't leave without passing Faye and I. To appease him, Huashan obediently took the glass. Unexpectedly, when they clinked glasses, Faye and I touched her hand, and his foot also started to get restless. At this moment, Huashan realized the seriousness of the situation. This was all a trap set by Faye and I. She quickly opened WeChat to ask Lu Yin for help, but Faye and I snatched her phone. Faye and I saw through her intention and said that Lu Yin was at an important event with industry bigwigs and wouldn't come here. Then he completely turned off Hwa-shan's phone. Hwa-shan started to get scared, not knowing what Faye and I planned to do. Faye and I slowly approached her and suggested playing a game. At this time, ZMK and Song Anya's event finally ended, and the staff informed them to go to the small garden for a photo with the former MCG. Song Anya complained slightly that if the recording hadn't ended, she would have missed her drink with Hwa-shan in the small garden. Lu Yin happened to overhear her. Hearing this, Lu Yin grew worried about Hwa-shan being alone with Faye and I at the party. He opened WeChat to message Hwa-shan, but a staff member pulled him away for a photo with an important figure, as this was a rare opportunity and very important for their careers. Just then, Lu Yin suddenly received a WeChat message from Hwa-shan. The game begins. If Hwa-shan wins, Faye and I will return her phone. If Faye and I wins, Hwa-shan has to accept a penalty. Unexpectedly, the game Faye and I wanted to play was Truth or Dare, such a childish game. In the first round, Hwa-shan lost, and she chose Truth. Faye and I asked, "Does anyone like you?" Hwa-shan said she had millions of fans who liked her, but what Faye and I wanted to know was if anyone genuinely liked her, valued her, cared for her, and cherished her. At that moment, Hwa-shan was suddenly reminded of some bad memories from her past, and she wanted to avoid the question. But Faye and I was relentless and even said some very hurtful things. He said that Hwa-shan had been missing for so long and no one had even noticed. Hwa-shan didn't want to hear any more, so in the second round, she chose to drink. In the 5-round game, by the third round, Hwa-shan was already mostly drunk from Faye Ni's tricks. Finally, in the 4th round, Hwa-shan beat Faye and I and chose Dare. Before Hwa-shan could react, Faye and I pulled her into his arms. Hwa-shan tried to struggle, but he held her tightly. Although there was a great difference in strength, Hwa-shan refused to yield. She stomped hard on Faye Ni's foot and, while he was in pain, pushed him away forcefully. In the chaos, Hwa-shan accidentally fell into the water, and that bastard Faye and I immediately changed his expression, acting as if it had nothing to do with him, and ignored her as she struggled in the water. Hwa-shan felt her body getting heavier and gradually began to sink. Just then, a figure jumped into the water. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin pulled her ashore and softly called her name, but she didn't respond. Seeing this, Lu Yin had to resort to the most direct method, CPR. Lu Yin kissed Hwa-shan, and she finally woke up, still shaken, only calming down when she saw that the person in front of her was Lu Yin. At this point, Faye and I started to shirk responsibility, standing on the bank, claiming he had no responsibility and that Hwa-shan had fallen in on her own. Faye and I tried to slip away, but was stopped by Lu Yin. Immediately after, Lu Yin's fist landed on Faye Ni's face. Faye and I didn't even have a chance to talk back, because every time he made an excuse, he was met with a punch from Lu Yin. Faye and I felt Lu Yin was going too far, hitting him over a woman. Before Faye and I could finish, Lu Yin cut him off. Hwa-shan is important. She's more important than anything. Li Yuan, Yi Su-yang, and Song Anya looked at the just rescued Hwa-shan, extremely concerned, while Faye and I, who was nearly disfigured by Lu Yin's punches, was still shouting on the side that this wasn't over. The 3 members of ZMK rolled up their sleeves. Not over. Did Faye and I want to be ganged up on by the 3 of them? Just then, a commotion was heard in the distance. It turned out that Vice President Fuji Hayao had arrived. It turned out he was the important figure of the night. Fuji Hayao said that what happened tonight must not be leaked, and he ordered Faye and I to pack his things and leave the island immediately. Faye and I still wanted to shirk responsibility in front of the vice president, but a member of Hills held him back, telling him to stop talking nonsense because Hwa-shan might be the vice president's biological daughter. Faye and I had messed with a big shot. Hearing this, Faye and I was scared out of his wits and filled with regret. Fuji Hayao announced that everyone would temporarily halt activities and rest for a few days. As he passed by Lu Yin, Fuji Hayao thanked him again. Back in her room, Hwa-shan felt much better after a hot shower. Song Anya comforted her, saying that there were actually many people like Faye and I in this industry, so you must stay away from them. With Fuji Hayao's intervention, it would be difficult for Faye and I to have a good time in the industry from now on. But to everyone's surprise, Fuji Hayao, who had always prioritized interests, had unhesitatingly taken down a rising idol. Hwa-shan recalled Fuji Hayao's expression tonight. It seemed this father figure was a bit different now. At this moment, Li Yuan naively asked how Lu Yin had saved Hwa-shan. The first thing that came to Hwa-shan's mind was Lu Yin's kiss. Thinking of this, she blushed and immediately became a turtle in its shell, diving under the covers to sleep. Her friends returned to their rooms to rest one by one, and Lian turned off the light for her. Just as he was about to leave quietly, Huashan grabbed his sleeve. Lian's words by the sea had made Huashan a bit braver. She confessed directly that her feelings for Lian were different now. So, did Lian like her? Lian wanted to pull Huashan out from under the covers to talk properly, but she stubbornly stayed inside, because if she left the covers, she wouldn't dare to look him in the eye or say such strange things. That's it. I must be out of my mind. Huashan blurted out a rejection, blushing as she urged Lian to leave quickly. Just then, Lian gently kissed her hand and said he liked her. Huashan couldn't believe it and quickly scrambled out from under the covers. It turned out they liked each other. Lian looked at Huashan and couldn't help but kiss her. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. It was Lian's mother again, and it was a video call. How could they answer that? But Lian accidentally pressed the answer button. The four of them stared at each other through the screen, and the scene was incredibly awkward. Seeing Lian and Huashan's disheveled appearance, Lian's parents were stunned. Even more awkwardly, due to her nervousness, Huashan accidentally called Lian's mother mom. Although Lian's mother didn't say anything, she was thrilled inside. It seemed Huashan wanted to marry into the Liu family so soon. Mother Shin quickly reminded Lian to get dressed properly and not to do anything inappropriate to Huashan. Seeing how gentle and warm Lian's parents were, Huashan felt very happy. They chatted like a family. Meanwhile, Fuji Hayao's home was cold and empty. He had almost thought he was going to lose his daughter again tonight, just as he had lost his wife. Fuji Hayao began to reflect, wondering if he had been too stubborn in the past. Today was the recording day for the extended edition of Soaring High, and everyone was participating in the Sky Lantern Festival. However, Huashan's mood was a little different today because she and Lian were now in a relationship. To see Lian, Huashan had specially dressed up. While waiting for the elevator, Huashan even practiced how to greet Lian. Only after she finished practicing did she realize that Lian had watched her entire rehearsal. She was caught red-handed. The two sweetly went to the recording studio together. Although they were going to work, it felt like a couple's date. At the Sky Lantern Festival, the host asked everyone to hang red ribbons, symbolizing happiness and blessings, on the wishing tree. Yi Su-yang offered to help because Huashan was too short to reach the branches. Lian suddenly appeared and quickly took Huashan's red ribbon. Watching the two of them flirt, Yi Su-yang seemed to understand their relationship and felt very sad. During the group interaction segment, Yi Su-yang stood alone by the window, looking melancholic. Song Anya approached him to chat. It turned out they were in the same boat, both having just had their hearts broken. The person Song Anya had liked for 7 years was Lian, while Yi Su-yang had also had a crush on Huashan for a long time. It was just that Song Anya seemed to have moved on from Lian. For her, that was already in the past, but Yi Su-yang was unwilling to accept it. If only he had been a little earlier, would the story have had a different ending? Song Anya said frankly that perhaps who entered the other's heart first was more important than who came first. It turned out that back then, Song Anya had endured many hardships to become an idol, so she could stand on stage with Lian. Later, she discovered that she enjoyed the feeling of being on stage more than chasing after Lian. After Song Anya's guidance, Yi Su-yang also hoped he could let go soon. In the distance, Li Yuan saw the entire process of Song Anya and Yi Su-yang confiding in each other by the sea. Song Anya was enthusiastically introducing local Thai food in front of the camera. It turned out she was just looking for an excuse to escape the group shoot and clear her head alone. Although she acted strong when comforting Yi Su-yang, it was only when she was by herself that she realized she was just pretending not to care. After all, in everyone else's eyes, she had always been a confident and cheerful girl. The night market during the Sky Lantern Festival was extremely lively and crowded, but a pervert took advantage of the chaos to harass Song Anya. Because the show was being filmed and the cameras were still rolling, Song Anya couldn't curse him out. She had to maintain her usual professional attitude and politely ask the annoying man next to her to move aside. However, the guy kept pushing his luck. Just then, a tall and strong figure pushed through the harassing crowd and stood behind her. It was Li Yuhan. Seeing this, the group quickly slipped away. Li Yuhan, who had just been exuding a CEO's aura, immediately reverted to his true self, turning into a naive boy and asking Song Anya to feed him some meat. Song Anya found it strange, Since Li Yuhan's brother and friends weren't here, why would he come looking for her? Li Yuhan said that Song Anya was his friend too. Song Anya rejected his kindness, hoping he wouldn't help her again because she wasn't a weak girl. These people were just a minor issue for her, and she could handle it herself. However, Li Yuhan saw through her facade, as he had once seen Song Anya crying silently by the sea alone. Song Anya still tried to defend herself, saying that sand had just blown into her eyes. Hearing this, Li Yuhan eagerly wanted to blow the sand out of her eyes for her, proudly saying that he was no longer a little tail, but a 1.9 big tail, capable of driving away anyone who bullied her. Looking at the naive and sincere Li Yuhan, Song Anya smiled gently and patted his head. Li Yuhan savored the feeling, smiling foolishly because he really liked her patting his head. It seemed he had found another reason to get close to her. The lantern releasing part of the Sky Lantern Festival was about to begin, and everyone was writing their wishes on the lanterns. Song Anya's wish was simple: world peace and to get rich overnight. She told Li Yuhan that praying during the Sky Lantern Festival was very effective. This time, she was here to fulfill a vow, so he must pray properly. Beside them, Li Yuhan and Yes Weing's wishes were typical: immense wealth and to reach for the sky. Only Li Yuhan, standing in the corner, hadn't written anything yet. When it was time to release the lanterns, Hua Shan and Lu Yin hadn't finished writing. Hua Shan started to imagine what Lu Yin had written. A tourist nearby was proposing, and the surrounding crowd was cheering. Marry him. Hearing this, she unintentionally wrote the words "marry him" on her own lantern. Just then, Lu Yin walked over, curious to know what wish Hua Shan had made. Hua Shan frantically drew a little rabbit over it, and then released the lantern. Lu Yin got closer and closer to her. At the same time, the proposal nearby had reached the kissing part, and the crowd was noisily urging the couple to kiss. Watching the approaching Lu Yin, Hua Shan's mind started to race. Does he want to kiss me too? She hurriedly covered her mouth and exclaimed, so soon. She startled the proposing couple, but Lu Yin was just coming over to borrow a pen from the staff member next to her. She had misunderstood Lu Yin again. It was truly wishful thinking. After the shoot ended, Hua Shan sat aside sadly. It turned out she was just overthinking things. Just then, Lu Yin, who had just finished his interview, pulled her into his arms. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Lu Yin held her hand tightly and said gently that the next segment was a private world for the two of them. The sky lanterns rose high, like a sparkling galaxy in the sky. Hua Shan was happy that Lu Yin had found such a beautiful place. In fact, all of this was secretly prepared by Lu Yin for their date, but Hua Shan felt a little regretful for releasing the lantern without writing a wish. Lu Yin then magically produced a small flying fairy toy, saying they could release another one. Hua Shan excitedly wrote down her wish, hoping that Lu Yin's future would include her. The two of them released the new sky lantern together, full of hope, but before the little fairy could fly away, the secret was exposed. Lu Yin took out another toy, saying 2 little fairies should be fine. Looking at the 2 strange toys, Lu Yin admitted that he had drawn them himself. In the end, the 2 little fairies wobbled their way into the sky, fulfilling Hua Shan's wish. As he said this, Lu Yin reached out, pulled Hua Shan into his arms, and kissed her. Blushing from the kiss, Hua Shan called him a pervert. Lu Yin found it amusing. Having seen Hua Shan's drawings before, he thought she was an expert, but now it seemed she was all talk. Therefore, Lu Yin decided he would have to practice with her slowly in the future. Lu Yin held Hua Shan tightly, assuring her that no matter what difficulties they encountered, they would face them together. The shoot in Thailand finally came to an end, and Hua Shan flew back home with the crew. But Lu Yin was worried and insisted on taking her home. Hua Shan wanted to say goodbye at the door, but he wanted to come inside. Hua Shan quickly waved her hands, saying, "Next time for sure," but Lu Yin had already carried her luggage into the house. As soon as he entered, Lu Yin saw the chaotic decor of the living room, with clothes and snacks mixed together and figurine boxes everywhere. So that's why Hua Shan had desperately refused earlier. She hadn't. Tidied up, Lu Yin turned around and found an entire wall covered with his photos, posters, drawings, plush toys, and even a picture of him in women's clothing. Hua Shan was so embarrassed, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Lu Yin looked at the six-pack abs that had been drawn with a few extra lines, then looked down at himself and said seriously that he would definitely live up to his girlfriend's expectations and work hard to get 10-pack. Huashan quickly ran into the bedroom to clean up the second crime scene. However, when she peeked out, she found the living room had been cleaned spotless, and Lu Yin was preparing a sumptuous lunch for her. Watching Lu Yin's skillfully doing housework, she couldn't help but marvel at his competence. Because Lu Yin's parents often traveled for work, he had to learn to take care of himself. He spent most of his time living with his aunt, who had asthma, so sometimes he needed to take care of her too. But Lu Yin wasn't sad about it, because his parents had done their best to give him the best life and had always supported his choices and dreams. Huashan had also run away from home as a teenager. At first, her uncle secretly helped her, and later, when she discovered she could earn money by drawing, her life gradually improved. Lu Yin found it strange, as Fuji Yao was clearly not an irresponsible person. And what was the deal with the burnt family photo on Huashan's desk? After dinner, it was movie time, and Huashan and Lu Yin chose a horror film. The sound of a chainsaw in the movie scared Huashan so much that she immediately dove into Lu Yin's arms. But her neckline was a bit low, making Lu Yin blush. He quickly stood up, wanting to cool down, but Huashan grabbed his sleeve tightly, not letting him go. She was too scared. The movie was just too terrifying. Lu Yin turned and pinned her down. Am I not scary enough? As he spoke, Lu Yin leaned in to kiss her. Lu Yin pinned Huashan down again. Huashan was so flustered by his kiss that she completely lost interest in the movie. Lu Yin seemed like a pro, appearing very experienced. Huashan was frustrated, feeling like a silly girl being played with. Lu Yin quickly denied it, saying this was his first relationship too. He had just practiced it in his head so many times that he became this skilled. As the two were fooling around, Lu Yin suddenly got a call. It turned out ZMK's debut showcase was coming up, and Lu Yin had to go back to the company to prepare. He made a promise with Huashan that she must come to see the show. Meanwhile, the company pulled Song Anya's group, FXF, and the group ZMK into the same WeChat group chat. It turned out FXF had received an invitation to ZMK's concert, where they would perform as guests. Shortly after, Song Anya received a friend request from Li Yuhan. She accepted it casually and clicked to view Li Yuhan's moments. On social media, Li Yuhan seemed like a lively and cheerful guy, clearly displaying his interests and hobbies. But when Song Anya zoomed in on the photos, she discovered her own figure in several of them. Thinking of his clumsy camera angles, Song Anya felt it was all just a coincidence. She hurriedly asked her other members about their impression of Li Yuhan. However, the members' impression of Li Yuhan was completely different from hers. The other members all found Li Yuhan fierce and unapproachable. She quickly explained that Li Yuhan was actually a silly guy and that his moments were very interesting. In reality, Li Yuhan hadn't accepted the friend request from the other FXF members. Just then, Song Anya accidentally liked one of Li Yuhan's moments. She comforted herself, thinking Li Yuhan was magnanimous and surely wouldn't mind. However, Li Yuhan, who was sitting in front of his phone screen, noticed it immediately. He even stared at her WeChat with a silly grin. When Huashan was little, she was curious why her mother never attended her kindergarten activities and why she wasn't allowed to tell others they were her parents. Her mother told her that the more people who knew, the more rumors there would be. She told Huashan, "Wait, I want to become a real mother, a mother my daughter can be proud of." At ZMK's debut showcase, Huashan blended into the audience. Because she had been on the show before and didn't want to be recognized, she disguised herself a little. However, this time her mood was different because she was surrounded by people calling themselves Lu Yan's wives. Huashan suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Just then, the lights suddenly went out, and with the familiar music, ZMK's concert officially began. Huashan hugged her plush toy, listening to them sing quietly, feeling incredibly happy. They were shining on stage, and Huashan suddenly felt that perhaps the person before her shouldn't belong only to her. After Lu Yan's solo, he suddenly announced, "Tonight, there is someone here who is very important to me. We've been through a lot together and even worked on a show together." Was Lu Yin planning a public confession? Huashan heard disgruntled whispers around her. Is it Lu Yan's girlfriend? No, Appa, please don't. Thinking of his hard work and the future that could be ruined because of this, which could even affect the other members of the group, Huashan decided to flee immediately, leaving without looking back, because their relationship couldn't be made public. Lu Yin stood on stage, watching Hua Shan leave without hesitation, momentarily at a loss. But the host suddenly appeared and diffused the awkwardness, inviting the mysterious guest girl group FXF onto the stage. The fans below breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the important person Lu Yin mentioned was the girl group, FXF. After leaving, Hua Shan stood at the entrance and listened to the rest of the concert. Just then, Lu Yin sent 3 consecutive messages, asking if Hua Shan was still there. Hua Shan decided to pretend she didn't see them and turned to go home. However, Lu Yin was sitting on some nearby steps, waiting for her. She was still angry at Lu Yin for being so impulsive. Now was not the time to publicize their relationship. She was afraid all of Lu Yin's previous efforts would go to waste. Lu Yin said she was overthinking it. He wasn't trying to announce their relationship, but rather to introduce Hua Shan to everyone as his best partner. It turned out Lu Yin had noticed paparazzi secretly taking photos of Hua Shan. He was afraid they would write something slanderous, so he wanted to protect her by introducing her as a special guest. Only then did Hua Shan realize she had overthought it. Lu Yin held her tightly, hoping she would trust him because he would handle all matters related to Hua Shan calmly. Hua Shan felt extremely guilty, realizing she had been too impulsive just now. At that moment, Lu Yin took out the dirty plush toy, the one Hua Shan had accidentally dropped at the concert. Lu Yin held the plushie she had lost and looked at Hua Shan pitifully. Who could resist that? Hua Shan quickly took back the plush toy, comforting Lu Yin by saying she would take good care of it from now on. And she suddenly looked at Lu Yin seriously. She hoped that before Lu Yin made any important decisions, he would discuss them with her. As she spoke, Hua Shan kissed Lu Yin and said firmly, "Lu Yin is the best." Just then, a commotion was heard from outside the window. It was Lu Yin's fans waiting for him. Hearing this, the young couple quickly ran off. Lu Yin led Hua Shan through a staff-only passage. However, they needed to climb over a small platform. Lu Yin wanted to jump down first and then help her, but before he could finish his sentence, Hua Shan had already jumped down. The couple's romantic date suddenly turned into a game of hide-and-seek with fans. Hua Shan felt happy again because she remembered when she and Lu Yin went to the school for a photo shoot. They walked on the street naturally, and no one recognized them. But now they had to use a special passage, which proved Lu Yin was becoming more and more famous. Before seeing Hua Shan off, Lu Yin hesitated, then called out to her again, mentioning his future plans. Lu Yin didn't want to be an idol anymore. Lu Yin told Hua Shan a story from his childhood. It turned out they had met when they were little. Their mothers, Shenma and Byron, were good friends. The newborn Lu Yin was like a chubby, round dumpling. He would frown and cry non-stop, no matter how his mother tried to soothe him. He wouldn't stop, but when Hua Shan arrived, he immediately became well-behaved. It wasn't until much later that Lu Yin realized that was their first meeting. Lu Dezhuang was a withdrawn child in kindergarten. No one liked to play with him because the other kids thought he was fat and always had a runny nose, so they didn't want to be his friend. Back then, besides crying to his mom, he didn't know what else to do. Until one day, the children from the Modern International Kindergarten came to his school to perform, and he met the girl he would always remember. Hua Shan stood shining on the stage, while he could only use his size to play a clumsy, fat goose. Out of curiosity, he touched Hua Shan's microphone, only to be ruthlessly pushed away by the other children, who scolded him not to break Hua Shan's microphone. At that moment, Hua Shan stepped forward and enthusiastically handed the microphone to Lu Yin, saying, "If you like to sing, you can hold the microphone." Little Lu Yin shyly hid behind her, not daring to touch it. As a result, the other children still wouldn't leave him alone, mocking him for not knowing how to sing at all. Seeing his dejected look, Hua Shan loudly scolded the other children. "Don't make fun of others." Hua Shan encouraged him, saying, "One day, you'll be better than everyone else." For the rest of the arts week, he often ran to the music room to find Hua Shan. He was also very smart and quickly mastered the skill of playing the piano. He discovered he had a great passion for music and a great love for her. They made a promise to study music together. Before the arts week ended, Hua Shan gave him a drawing and told him, "I have a performance I'm really looking forward to." But that night, as he was about to go watch the performance, he was awakened by his mother's crying. His mother's dearest friend, Byron, had passed away. At that time, Lu Yin was still young and didn't understand what had happened. He was only looking forward to learning piano with that talented older sister. After that, Lu Yin never saw that girl again. Until now, standing in front of Hua Shan, he told her resolutely, "I don't want to be an idol anymore. I want to be a singer. Liu Yin believed that fans attracted by looks and image were mostly temporary, as there would always be newer, more outstanding, and more perfect-looking newcomers. This was the short life cycle of an idol. The song data obtained this way also seemed to be just for the fans' own entertainment. They supported and praised you because they liked you at that moment, not because of the work itself. These things made him doubt whether what he wrote was truly valuable. Therefore, skill was more important. He no longer wanted to be a canary in the hands of his fans. Liu Yin planned to apply to the Clare School of Music, a cradle for music stars. However, Huashan also expressed her concern because this was the peak of Liu Yin's career. If he suddenly disappeared, everything would collapse. Liu Yin said firmly, "The work is more important than the fame." Liu Yin returned to the ZMK dorm and confided in Yi Su-yang. He didn't want his studying abroad to affect the other members, and he certainly didn't want ZMK to disband. Yi Su-yang told him not to worry, because both he and Li Yuhan had plenty to do. Li Yuhan had taken a role in a new movie and planned to move into acting, while Yi Su-yang was preparing to continue with this kind of music because it made him feel more at ease. Afterwards, Liu Yin confessed that he and Huashan were together. Yi Su-yang pretended to say, casually, "I already knew," and he also saw through the real reason for Liu Yan's change of direction, to protect Huashan. At this time, Li Yuhan had already started filming. Song Anya looked at the young man before her, feeling a bit helpless. Li Yuhan was full of energy, thoughtfully buying food for the staff, but he was face-blind. He couldn't even remember people's names correctly. Seeing Song Anya, he immediately rushed over, leaving the staff dumbfounded. How come he wasn't face-blind when it came to Song Anya? Song Anya quickly got into her role as the female supporting character, a character madly pursued by the male lead, whom she seduces only to one-up the female lead. The director cast Li Yuhan as the third male lead, who, despite being the female lead's half-brother, is a pervert with improper feelings for his sister. The screen test began. Song Anya, with bright red lips and a domineering aura, made the naive Li Yuhan break out in a cold sweat. Song Anya couldn't bear to watch anymore. Li Yuhan's character was supposed to be a domineering CEO, but Li Yuhan honestly admitted he had never acted in a romance scene. Looking at this naive younger brother who knew nothing, Song Anya had no choice but to start coaching him. As she spoke, she domineeringly pinned Li Yuhan against the wall. After a while of teaching, Li Yuhan seemed to have learned nothing, left with only a flushed face and a pounding heart. On the first official day of shooting, a staff member quietly told Song Anya that Li Yuhan had practiced with a pillow all night just to film with her. Recalling Li Yuhan's complete lack of aura yesterday, Song Anya prepared herself for multiple retakes. Action. The third male lead's first scene after returning to the country officially began. Li Yuhan was like a different person from yesterday. His aura overwhelmed everyone as soon as he appeared. With a dark and domineering expression, Li Yuhan said, "Don't treat me like a little brother anymore." As he spoke, he pinned Song Anya against the wall, one arm around her waist, and seriously delivered his line, "From now on, I am no longer your little brother." Song Anya looked at the man before her, unable to tell if she was in a scene or in reality. A veteran like Song Anya wouldn't lose to Li Yuhan. She provocatively lifted Li Yuhan's chin and said, "Li Yuhan, you're just a little brother, the kind of little brat who wets his pants when he hears thunder." The just a moment ago, domineering CEO, Li Yuhan seemed to be suppressed by her again. Song Anya was full of confidence. Acting with a newcomer was a piece of cake. But unexpectedly, Li Yuhan boldly grabbed her hand and took the opportunity to lean his face closer. Looking at the tempting Li Yuhan before her, Song Anya was a bit dazed. Was this still the little boy she knew? However, Li Yuhan still couldn't maintain his aura until the end. His hands started to tremble. The director quickly yelled, "Cut." However, the director was very satisfied, as this was Li Yuhan's first time acting. He honestly told the director that it was all because Song Anya had taught him well. In fact, Li Yuhan was nervous to death, his palms sweating profusely. The director suggested another take, and Song Anya encouraged him, saying there would be a reward if he passed this time. At this moment, Huashan received a package. It was from her father. Inside was a letter and a photo of her mother. Just then, Lu Yin called to tell her that he had passed the language exam, and if he passed the upcoming interview, he could go to school in Boston next month. During lunchtime on set, Song Anya treated Li Yuhan to milk tea, but Li Yuhan suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear that he was going to pursue her. Song Anya blushed. "What are you doing?" It turned out this was a line from an important upcoming scene, and Li Yuhan was just practicing. Song Anya didn't react in time and was almost teased by this little brother. How embarrassing. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yuhan leaned in again. "What do you want now?" Li Yuhan obediently waited for her to pat his head. Only by getting a head pat could he find the motivation to act, well, every day. On the Starlight Net homepage, the popularity of the song Anya and Li Yuhan CP had already reached the top 3. Huashan exclaimed how sweet it was. Song Anya felt helpless. How did the CPs in this drama get so out of hand? Li Yuhan was clearly the third male lead and later got more scenes because of these organic fans. Huashan quietly took out a pen and paper, wanting to draw fan art for the CP again. Song Anya said seriously that Li Yuhan was indeed the hardest working and most earnest newcomer she had ever met. He practiced every scene countless times and was the one on set who slept the latest and woke up the earliest. She even felt a little nervous when acting with Li Yuhan, worried that her own carelessness might set a bad example for him. Seeing Song Anya always smiling, Huashan felt something was off. Song Anya quickly explained that it was just a senior's concern for a junior. Huashan had a knowing look on her face. After all these years, you definitely like him. Song Anya immediately issued a triple denial, saying Li Yuhan was just a kid. Although May December romances are sweet in novels and comics, they're a disaster in reality. Besides, compared to a kid who needed her to take care of him, Song Anya preferred a mature man who could lead her forward. Although Huashan was excited about shipping the CP, her own love life was the bigger problem because once Lu Yin went to school in Boston, they would be in a long-distance relationship. Mentioning the sad topic, Huashan felt a bit down because distance is harder to overcome than time. Song Anya quickly changed the subject, inviting Huashan to celebrate Lu Yin getting into Boston. At the celebration party for Lu Yan's successful interview, everyone was in a different mood. As the enrollment date was approaching, Lu Yin was about to leave, and he needed to stay there for 3 years to get his degree. Hearing this, Huashan's eyes grew a little dim, but she still pulled herself together, chugged a bottle of Wang Leji, and celebrated Lu Yan's successful interview. Meanwhile, the usually lively Li Yuhan was sullen, picking up a glass of wine and downing several rounds in a row. Afterwards, Lu Yin and Li Yuhan were dead drunk, slurring their words. They looked teary-eyed at the 2 girls in front of them and started arguing about who was prettier. Suddenly, Li Yuhan recognized one of the girls as Lu Yan's girlfriend. Lu Yin happily hugged his girlfriend and started showing off to Li Yuhan. Li Yuhan instantly suffered 10,000 points of damage. Li Yuhan could only look pitifully to Song Anya for help. Li Yuhan announced that he had a girlfriend too, and the two started another round of comparing girlfriends, even starting to fight. Watching the 2 kids in front of them, Huashan and Song Anya couldn't take it anymore. All right, time to give them a lesson in love. First, they had to separate the 2 kids. Song Anya fiercely shouted military training commands at Li Yuhan, and Li Yuhan immediately stood at attention obediently. Huashan looked like she had learned something. Song Anya gestured for Li Yuhan to hold out his hand, but Li Yuhan just leaned his face forward, wanting to act cute with Song Anya. Song Anya turned to look at Lu Yin, who had been subdued by Huashan. He was lying obediently on Huashan's lap, looking very cute. Huashan wanted to change her position, but he held her tightly. With a reluctant look, Lu Yin said he only wanted to be with Huashan and didn't want to leave. As he spoke, he proactively wrapped his arms around Huashan's waist and kissed her forcefully. Huashan was a bit stunned, not expecting this drunkard to be so aggressive. Song Anya, after struggling to drag Lu Yin back to the room. Just then, Song Anya suddenly received a message from Shuang Ge, inviting her to have dinner with the investor of the next TV series over the weekend. She was incredibly grateful to Shuang Ge and quickly said she wanted to treat him to a meal. Unexpectedly, the half-asleep Li Yuhan behind her groggily sat up, leaned aggrievedly on her shoulder, and said he wasn't a child anymore, only a few months younger than Anya. The more he spoke, the more wronged he felt, and he actually started wailing. I hate Shuang Ge. I want to play the second male lead too. Song Anya thought to herself, children are so hard to coax. Tonight was destined to be a passionate night for them. Lu Yin finally woke up, looking completely bewildered. What on earth happened last night? He tried hard to recall, only remembering hugging Hua Shan, but what happened after that? Just then, a shirtless Li Yuhan walked out of the room, looking sore all over. Lu Yin looked at him, fresh from a shower, and felt that there was a lot to process from last night. However, Lu Yin said the clothes Li Yuhan was wearing were his. Li Yuhan quickly said it was impossible. He had clearly slept with Hua Shan last night. Just then, Hua Shan and Inya poked their heads in, because Lu Yin's clothes from last night were dirty. They had let him wear Lu Yin's clothes. Lu Yin was stunned, realizing he had really slept with Li Yuhan last night. Hua Shan and Song Inya had prepared breakfast and hangover soup for them. Recalling their childish behavior from the previous night, both men were in agony, swearing they would never drink again. As she spoke, Inya cupped Li Yuhan's face and praised him for being so well-behaved. After saying that, Song Inya also froze. What am I doing? The couple next to them watched curiously. When did they get so close? Song Inya immediately reverted to her fierce demeanor, ordering Li Yuhan to wash the dishes. Li Yuhan wanted to ask Lu Yin to join him, but was dragged away by Song Inya. Having some private space, the young couple embraced tightly. Lu Yin really wanted to put Hua Shan in his pocket and take her away, but Hua Shan still had a lot of work to do in the country. She planned to start drawing her own comic. Lu Yin said he would work hard to write more songs. Listening to Hua Shan talk about her work plans, Lu Yin responded with a smile, "When you finish drawing the story you want to draw, I'll marry you and take you home." Hua Shan was astonished. Isn't it too early to talk about marriage? Lu Yin gently stroked her head, telling her not to worry. This was his promise to her, because no matter when that day comes, the person he wants to marry will always be her. As he spoke, Lu Yin kissed her again. If only time could stop at this moment. But at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Lu Yin would be boarding a flight to Beijing. Lu Yin's trip abroad this time was confidential, with no information leaked. Therefore, it was a rare occasion to be seen off by family. Before boarding, Hua Shan and Lu Yin's parents appeared. Shun Mo enthusiastically rushed over to give him snacks. Then she stuffed various daily necessities into Lu Yin's hands, even a small doll, all filled with a mother's love. Lu Yin quickly called out, then looked at the shy and silent Hua Shan beside him. Shun Mo decided to pull Lu Yin's father away, leaving the young couple some time alone. Seeing the sad look on Lu Yin's face, Hua Shan took the initiative to lighten the mood, saying they still had many opportunities to meet and that his previous proposal didn't count yet. It still depended on his future performance. Just then, the flight began boarding. Hua Shan urged him to get on the plane quickly, smiling as she pushed him away. But when Lu Yin had truly walked away, she could no longer hold back her tears. In truth, she had also thought about going with Lu Yin, but she hoped more for the two of them to be equal and independent, because going abroad meant her life would change drastically. The environment, language, relationships, and lifestyle would all have to change. She didn't want Lu Yin to feel guilty because of her sacrifice, and likewise, she didn't want Lu Yin to give up something important to him for her sake. Hua Shan wiped her tears and encouraged herself. Just then, that familiar person hugged her from behind again. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Lu Yin's parents watched from a distance, unable to help but sigh that Lu Yin really likes Hua Shan. Shun Mo was very gratified. It meant Lu Yin had grown up, becoming responsible and daring to take on responsibilities, and it was all thanks to Hua Shan's appearance. At this moment on the film set, Song Inyu was filming a car accident kiss scene with the second male lead. Shuangge. Li Yuhan stood to the side, his expression extremely complicated. Li Yuhan watched the entire process, then quietly left. Was this required by the script, or was it a genuine expression of his feelings? Li Yuhan's scenes had already wrapped. The crew was very satisfied with his performance. Li Yuhan bowed his head to thank everyone, but where was Song Inya? It turned out her scenes weren't finished yet, and she was focused on rehearsing with the second male lead, Shuangge. The staff couldn't help but praise how well the two of them worked together. Even the kiss scenes were done in one take. Watching the two of them chatting happily, Li Yuhan was no longer in the mood to talk and quietly left. Did I get too into character? Am I going to lose to Shuangge in real life too? Li Yuhan was in his room packing his luggage when Song Inya arrived. She found it strange that Li Yuhan didn't say goodbye to his master, but Li Yuhan didn't look up and continued packing his clothes. Seeing this, Song and Yu strode forward aggressively, only to find Li Yuhan looking pitiful, as if she were bullying him. So she quickly changed the subject, telling him to act well and study his notes seriously. Li Yuhan had landed a new role as the second male lead. Song and Yu was happy for him, as his co-star was a rising young actress. Li Yuhan retorted sarcastically, as harmonious as Yu and Shuangge. Song and Yu was ambitious, as her goal was to become the female lead. But what Li Yuhan cared about was whether the female lead would have a kiss scene. As she spoke, Song and Yu began to instruct him on how to film a kiss scene, grabbing Li Yuhan's collar and pulling him close, leaving only inches between them. She also casually placed Li Yuhan's hand on her waist. Li Yuhan's breathing grew heavier, and he kept swallowing, but Song and Yu suddenly let him go, saying, "The final lesson was over." The teasing left Li Yuhan flushed and stumbling onto the bed. He turned his face away. Why was she always like this? He was a man too. Before Yu could react, Li Yuhan flipped over and pinned her underneath him. At this moment, she still hadn't figured out the situation, and Li Yuhan was about to kiss her. She quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. Li Yuhan asked playfully, "What are you hiding from, master? It's time to turn in your homework. I said your breathing needs to be steady and you can't move." Li Yuhan pinned Song and Yu on the bed, his expression showing he wasn't finished yet. He wanted to practice again. Song and Yu warned him not to push his luck. Li Yuhan retorted, "Do you usually practice kiss scenes with Shuangge like this?" Just then, a knock suddenly came from the door. It was a staff member urging Song and Yu to go eat. However, Li Yuhan had no intention of letting her go. Seeing his angry look, Song and Yu had to explain that as a professional actress, she had to give her all in every scene without mixing in any personal feelings. She added, "I've only ever taken you, Li Yuhan, as my apprentice." Hearing this, Li Yuhan's expression immediately changed. He told the staff member outside the door that Song and Yu wasn't there. And he got up and tidied her messy hair, telling him to leave the room later to avoid causing any misunderstandings. Li Yuhan said, "It's just a master teaching her apprentice in his room. There's nothing to misunderstand." As he spoke, he gently straightened Song and Yu's hair and clothes. Song and Yu, who was used to being the one doing the teasing, felt like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Her face flushed, and she quickly ran out of the room. Li Yuhan aggrievedly grabbed her again, saying that Song and Yu could only be his master. Half a year passed. Li Yuhan and Song and Yu hadn't seen each other since the movie wrapped. They immediately threw themselves into new film crews, shooting for several months at a time. Li Yuhan's new movie had very strict requirements, and he was basically isolated from the outside world during filming. Song and Yu was also working hard to land a leading role, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Therefore, the two had a tacit understanding not to disturb each other. Only on a chat app did Lu Yin still frequently share new songs, new commercials, and even memes with her. Huashan seemed to be immersed in happiness. Huashan and Lu Yan's long-distance relationship had also lasted for half a year. Her work had been signed and would be published soon. Song and Yu quickly interrupted, as she wasn't concerned with Huashan's work matters. Huashan calmly said that she and Lu Yin were like any other long-distance couple. Their daily conversations consisted of good morning, good night, and drink more water, but they would seize any time they had for video calls. Even if they were each doing their own work, they would feel at ease. Occasionally, she would receive food Lu Yin had ordered for her from abroad. Moreover, their relationship was just right at the moment, not too intense and not too bland. Song and Yu asked when Lu Yin was coming back. She suddenly looked out the window. "What's that? What on earth did Huashan see?" It turned out to be a marriage proposal. A boy was nervously confessing his love to the girl of his dreams. Watching them, Huashan remembered the first time she met Lu Yin. The weather was just like this back then. He was still unknown, forced to go outside, and none of the surrounding street performers stopped to watch, completely unlike now, where a large crowd had gathered downstairs to watch. Huashan recalled the little moments with Lu Yin and suddenly felt a bit sad. Song and Yu saw through her earlier lie and gently hugged her. Huashan said she actually really respected Lu Yan's choice because music was very important to him. After seeing Song and Yu off, Huashan received a call from Lu Yin. He had just finished writing a new song and wanted to send it to her right away. Huashan listened to the music with her headphones on, remembering what Song and Yu had told her earlier. In fact, she was the only one who thought Lu Yin went abroad to study music. Everyone else knew he went for Huashan. Huashan was the choice he was betting his entire future on. Later, Hua Shan's work was successfully published, and her career gradually became clearer. As for Song In-ye and Lee Yu-han, they were both busy with their respective activities. Although there was constant couple marketing for the two of them, and they often trended, they both maintained an indifferent attitude towards the gossip, causing the rumors to die down on their own. Lee Sui-yong traveled between home and abroad for music events, regularly urging Hua Shan to produce new work. During this period, the works of an online singer named FIC spread rapidly. Each new release swept the music charts. His identity was very mysterious, attracting countless fans. 2.5 years later, one day, Hua Shan was in a particularly good mood because it was the day Liu Yan was returning to the country. Before meeting Liu Yan, Hua Shan had to first repay a favor. It turned out that Song In-ye, as the host, had invited her to attend the annual Chinese New Star Award ceremony. She and Liu Yan had arranged to meet after the awards ceremony ended. At the ceremony, Hua Shan inadvertently overheard someone discussing that FC was also attending the award ceremony today. Hua Shan was astonished. She carefully observed the guest area and noticed a strange person wearing a rabbit mask. She sent a text message to Liu Yan to confirm. Just then, the man in the rabbit mask indeed picked up his phone. Hua Shan found this rabbit very suspicious. At that moment, the host Song In-ye announced the nominations for the Best New Artist of the Year award, and FC was prominently on the list. Hua Shan was a little angry because FC was Liu Yan. He was clearly at the awards ceremony, but had lied to her, saying they wouldn't meet tonight. When FC's first song was released, Hua Shan knew this person was Liu Yan, as she was most familiar with his voice. Back then, Liu Yan was starting from scratch, and FC's account didn't have many followers. Hua Shan suggested using her popular account to help him share and promote it, but Liu Yan wanted to rely on himself, believing that the work itself was the best form of promotion. Without any suspense, the Best New Artist of the Year award was given to the mysterious singer FC. The man in the rabbit mask walked onto the stage to give his acceptance speech. Song In-ye immediately asked him when he would take off the mask and reveal his identity. The man in the rabbit mask said right now. He took off the rabbit mask, and it was indeed Liu Yan. Big news, Liu Yan is FC. Instantly, all the cameras in the venue turned to him. Unexpectedly, Liu Yan had secretly returned to the country without telling Hua Shan. Watching him in the guest section, chatting enthusiastically with others, Hua Shan felt a little sour. Why isn't he even looking at me? She endured it. She had waited for 3 years. A few more hours wouldn't make a difference. Finally, the awards ceremony ended. Hua Shan squeezed through the crowd and ran to Liu Yan's side, but Liu Yan acted as if he didn't know her and walked right past her. Liu Yan, he seems to have changed. Song In-ye and her agent were resting in the lounge. The agent praised Song In-ye's performance with satisfaction. Next week was the audition for director Zhao's new film, Above the Dunes. The female lead is a news anchor, and with the experience of hosting such a grand event, her chances of a successful audition would be much higher. This film was an important opportunity for her to transition to the big screen. As they were talking, a young assistant delivered a bouquet of flowers, but no one knew who sent them, only a card with the initials QY. The bouquet was very special, a bunch of blue fleabane. Song In-ye had received roses many times, but this was the first time she had received such a special bouquet of little fleabane flowers. Inside the bouquet was also a small package, a bag of candy. Song In-ye immediately knew who the sender was. Although she was quitting sugar, she opened one, deciding to make an exception for this fool. At this moment, Liu Yan finished his schedule at the awards ceremony. He called to cancel all his interviews. Tonight is the night. The fans were too enthusiastic, and Liu Yan's departure became a problem, because no matter which exit he chose, countless fans were waiting for him. Just then, a figure suddenly pushed him into a corner. It was Hua Shan. Liu Yan was held tightly by her, unable to move. Hua Shan looked up, her eyes looking at him pitifully. Before Liu Yan went back, she wanted to look at him a little longer. Hua Shan hugged Liu Yan tightly. They had clearly agreed to meet after it was over. Just then, driver Liu arrived. Fans in the distance also noticed Liu Yan's van and ran frantically in this direction. Hua Shan quickly said goodbye and urged him to get in the car, but he pulled Hua Shan into the car with him. After escaping the massive fan-chasing scene, Liu Yan held Hua Shan tightly in his arms. Driver Liu, sitting in the driver's seat, blushed. The considerate driver Liu adjusted the rear-view mirror giving the young couple some private space. Having been with Lu Yin for so long, this was the first time Hua Shan had been to his home. But before she could even change into slippers, Lu Yin kissed her. Hua Shan's mouth was sealed by his, unable to say a word. From the doorway to the dining room, she was kissed by Lu Yin until her legs went weak. Lu Yin looked at her tenderly, because he had truly missed her so much. Hua Shan found it strange. He was so cold at the venue, even pretending not to know her. She almost thought Lu Yin didn't like her anymore. Lu Yin confessed that it was actually because you were too beautiful tonight. One more look, and he would have gone crazy. Now that they were home, he no longer had to hold back. He began to do as he pleased. Before Hua Shan could react, she was carried to the bed by Lu Yin, his hot kisses falling like rain. She quickly stopped him. Lu Yin, is this a kiss meant to devour someone? Lu Yin said, I really want to, can I? It was the young couple's first meeting in 3 years. Hua Shan blushed and hugged Lu Yin. She really wanted to be with Lu Yin tonight. Lu Yin kissed her gently and took off her coat. In this situation, seeing Lu Yin's body, Hua Shan's heart raced. At the critical moment, he took out the necessary item from the drawer. Hua Shan immediately blushed. Why did you prepare that? Lu Yin said, I planned it long ago. Hua Shan suddenly understood. He had prepared for this all along. What happened after became a blur. Hua Shan only knew that it was the best sleep she had had in 3 years. Early in the morning, Hua Shan, who had been tossed and turned all night, was still fast asleep, her phone constantly receiving messages. Hua Shan threw the phone to Lu Yin, asking him to reply to her editor for her. Lu Yin looked at her simple friends list and found that her entire social circle consisted of only a few people. He looked at Hua Shan on the bed with heartache. He found it hard to imagine how Hua Shan had managed in the days without him. Lu Yin, hug her with heartache. I'm going to stay with Hua Shan all day today. As he spoke, Lu Yin pressed Hua Shan down again. It turned out he was hungry again. Hua Shan cried out aggrievedly that she had only slept for a few hours. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was Shan Mo, who had come to check up on him. As soon as Shan Mo saw Lu Yin, she started scolding him, asking why he didn't come home to see her. Then she noticed something unusual on Lu Yin's neck. What's this? It's even on your chest. Lu Yin quickly lied, saying he was having an allergic reaction. Of course, Shan Mo didn't believe him. Just then, Hua Shan poked her head out of the bedroom to say hello. Shan Mo's expression immediately changed, and she greeted Hua Shan enthusiastically. Watching the young couple whispering to each other, Shan Mo instantly understood. It turned out Lu Yin was allergic to adults. Hua Shan looked beautiful in the clothes Lu Yin had bought for her. Lu Yin's wardrobe was full of women's clothing, with different styles for all 4 seasons. In fact, these were all things Lu Yin had bought whenever he saw something that suited her while shopping abroad and had kept them at home. Lu Yin would tell her the story behind each piece of clothing, and Hua Shan was delighted, as if she had visited those shops herself. She suddenly remembered that in her happiness, she had forgotten she promised her editor to submit the outline today. Lu Yin had kept her up all night, and now she couldn't even stand steadily. Her legs were so weak. It seemed Lu Yin really had no self-control. Lu Yin apologized, but his hand reached for her waist again. She quickly pushed Lu Yin away. Mom is still here. Lu Yin arranged everything for her, letting her work comfortably in bed while he went to the kitchen to help his mom cook. Hua Shan looked at the scene before her, feeling so happy she could burst. In the kitchen, Shan Mo asked Lu Yin while chopping vegetables, "Did you do anything reckless?" Shan Mo asked Lu Yin if he had done anything to Hua Shan, because she didn't want Hua Shan to get pregnant before marriage, and even more so, she didn't want her to take medicine for it, which would be bad for her health. Shan Mo raised the kitchen knife and warned Lu Yin not to hurt another family's daughter. Lu Yin promised to protect Hua Shan well and not let her be wronged. Shan Mo suddenly laughed. It seemed Lu Yan's cheesiness had already surpassed old Lu's. The student had truly surpassed the master. Shan Mo looked at the adorable Hua Shan with a smile on her face, because she had liked her from the very first time she met her. Shan Mo felt she resembled Liang Chun, especially now with her long hair. Her eyes, expressions, and even her gentle personality were similar. This was a little selfish wish of Shan Mo's. Shan Mo suddenly felt uneasy. Her son was truly blessed to have such a wonderful girl like Hua Shan. At the opening ceremony for Above the Dunes, Song Eun-yi was weak from excessive dieting. The male lead arrived. Song Eun-yi had never worked with him before, only seen his works. He was a talented actor. Under the scorching sun, Song Eun-yi felt a bit dizzy and couldn't concentrate, so she had to lean against a wall to rest. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly walked over. Unexpectedly, it was the little devil, Lee Yu-han. He greeted her enthusiastically as Master, but this time, in the script, she would have to call Lee Yu-han brother. At a fan meeting, the host asked Eun-yi about her ideal type, and you didn't want to answer. Under the host's persistent questioning, she finally named a specific person, Chun Mi-yeon, the male lead of Above the Dunes. On the set of Above the Dunes, the male lead rushed into the fire without a second thought to rescue the dying female lead. His eyes were determined as he picked up the female lead and carried her out of the fire. Lee Yu-han asked the director for advice on the emotional difficulties of the next scene, so the director arranged an acting coach for him. This time, he was replacing the senior actor Liu Yu to play the male lead. Seeing Lee Yu-han asking others for advice, Song Eun-yi felt a little sad, but now she really had no right to teach him anymore. Were they friends or master and apprentice? This feeling seemed like a kind of distance. Song Eun-yi remembered how Lee Yu-han used to follow her around like a shadow and felt some regret. So everything had changed. To keep herself from feeling sad, she told herself they were just colleagues. On the first day of filming, while waiting for the elevator at the hotel, Song Eun-yi ran into Lee Yu-han, who was also waiting. The two exchanged a dry greeting, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. It was Lee Yu-han who broke the awkwardness, asking if she wanted to rehearse their lines together. Song Eun-yi refused him because they didn't have any scenes together tomorrow, and his skills were very strong now. The 19th floor arrived, and Song Eun-yi stepped out of the elevator. In the moment the elevator doors closed, Lee Yu-han chased after her. He asked with a red face, "Does what you said before still count? I'm 23 now. You said you would wait for me." From Lee Yu-han's perspective, this is how he slowly fell in love with Song Eun-yi. Lee Yu-han came from a wealthy family and grew up protected in a safe environment. Everything went smoothly for him. No matter how big the problem, as long as he called out for his brother, he wasn't afraid of anything. His life's motto was to grow up happily. Whether it was joining his brother's band in high school or joining ZMK after graduation, everything fell into place. He didn't know what he liked, but playing with his brother was enough. Then he noticed that girl, because even his brother couldn't handle her. At first, his brother described her as a stubborn girl. Because his brother didn't like her, he didn't like her either. He didn't understand why this girl had to compete with others over everything. Lee Yu-han asked why, but she said, "This is adult business. Stay out of it." Adults. Would an adult secretly run off to cry alone? No, this girl who called herself an adult, in the end, still let him coax her. At that time, Lee Yu-han still didn't understand why she was so obsessed with that goal, because she clearly already had so much. It wasn't until later that he found out what that so-called goal was. Seeing the girl shyly say, "I like you," to Liu Yin, Lee Yu-han seemed to finally understand. After her confession, the girl cried and drank a lot. Alone on a rooftop, Lee Yu-han carried her back to her room, and she cried all night. When they met again, she was back to her old self, seemingly having made peace with the past. But Lee Yu-han knew she was someone who says one thing, but means another. That day, she came out of Hua Shan's room, took Lee Yu-han to the seaside, and told him decisively, "Don't waste time on people who don't like you back. It's not worth it." From that day on, Lee Yu-han no longer liked being called the little devil. His feelings for Song Eun-yi finally began to change. When did it start? Perhaps it was when he started to mind the men around Song Eun-yi. He started to become selfish, wanting her to smile only for him. For a moment, he felt he was no longer just a little brother. That day, when he heard Song Eun-yi describe him as just a child, he got a little angry. He started to cross the line, burying his face in her, telling her he wasn't a child. Even when practicing a kiss, he wanted to prove that he was special in her heart. He had changed, becoming unlike himself. But at the rap party, she maintained her distance as always. At that moment, he understood that whether it was by Song Eun-yi's side or in her heart, there was no place for him. So he secretly fought for roles and signed up for classes, all just to meet her at the summit. However, at this moment, Song Eun-yi was still hung up on the age issue because he had lied about his age. Seeing Song Eun-yi's indifferent expression, Lee Yu-han got a little angry and pinned her against the wall. "Because I'm serious." Lee Yuhan participated in a trainee competition as a special guest, but when faced with the pretty female contestants, he maintained an impartial, iron-faced attitude, showing no mercy. At this moment, Huashan was watching Lee Yuhan on TV, her stomach growling with hunger. The doorbell suddenly rang. Who could be delivering something this late? Unexpectedly, it was Lu Yin himself outside the door. He had just gotten off the plane and taken a taxi to see Huashan, simply because they had been apart for 2 weeks and he missed his girlfriend terribly. A few days ago, Huashan mentioned wanting a strawberry smoothie, so Lu Yin thoughtfully brought strawberries to make one for her by hand. Just then, Huashan suddenly received a message from her cousin. It turned out his daughter had been born. The invitation to the 1-month celebration and housewarming party made Huashan very hesitant. She found it hard to adapt to large family gatherings and had to face her relatives' questions about marriage and children. But her deepest fear was having to see her own father. Lu Yin comforted her, saying he could go home with her. Seeing that Huashan even needed to find reasons to convince herself to go home, Lu Yin's heart ached for her even more. Huashan happily hugged him. With him by her side, she felt incredibly at ease. As he spoke, Lu Yin gently kissed Huashan's lips. She was as sweet as a strawberry milkshake, leaving Lu Yin intoxicated. Huashan was so flustered by Lu Yin's kisses that she felt she couldn't possibly go home and face people. At this moment, manager Ashi was reporting to Lu Yin on recent work when he suddenly asked Ashi what gift one should bring when meeting their future in-laws for the first time, although he asked on behalf of someone else. Ashi was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Just then, an assistant suddenly informed them of a change in the weekend schedule. The morning recording was changed to a live broadcast, and the afternoon schedule needed to be rearranged. Late at night, after the film crew's wrap party, Song Eun-yo was feeling a little dizzy when a sleazy hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, demanding she have a couple of drinks with him. The owner of that sleazy hand was Mr. Chun, and Eun-yo had no choice but to reluctantly agree. She could only force a smile and clink glasses with him a few times. As time went on, Song Eun-yo became more and more drunk. Mr. Chun praised her for holding her liquor well, but this was actually a skill she had developed to deal with nosy men. Just as she was thinking of how to get away, Liang Yuan suddenly appeared and took her wine glass. He had Song Eun-yo pour him a drink, wanting to toast with Mr. Chun. Song Eun-yo looked at him intently, suddenly feeling he was completely different from the naive boy he used to be. She found herself understanding Liang Yuan less and less. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mr. Chun saw Liang Yuan arrive, he made an excuse and slipped away. Only then did Song Eun-yo realize that Liang Yuan's feelings for her were not simple at all. Liang Yuan was taking Song Eun-yo back to her hotel when she unexpectedly grabbed his face and warned him not to interfere in her business, because she could handle it herself. Seeing Song Eun-yo's dazed eyes and her wanting water, Liang Yuan felt like his heart was about to explode. He pulled her into a tight, domineering embrace, saying that he was going to interfere. Then, he gently bit Song Eun-yo's lip, savoring it. Just then, a sober Liang Yuan suddenly appeared, ordering himself to stop this fantasy immediately. It turned out that the bold actions just now were only his imagination. Liang Yuan suppressed his feelings, telling himself to be restrained, especially since she didn't like him anyway. Looking at the sleeping Song Eun-yo, he turned into a well-behaved little wolf dog. He lay by her bedside, hoping Song Eun-yo wouldn't always act so strong, because he could protect her too. As he spoke, he placed his head on Song Eun-yo's hand, wanting to be petted. Seeing that Song Eun-yo was asleep, Liang Yuan quietly left the room, not knowing that Song Eun-yo was only pretending to be asleep. On the set of Above the Dunes, Tang Yining had the day off but showed up unexpectedly, thoughtfully bringing coffee and snack for the crew. However, Liang Yuan blushed as soon as he saw her. It turned out the jacket Tang Yining was wearing was the one he had left in her room last night. Tang Yining had come to return his jacket. It was a reversible jacket, and she was wearing it inside out, so no one recognized it. Liang Yuan could feel Tang Yining's scent and body heat lingering on the jacket, and his face turned even redder. He quickly explained to her that he only took her home because he saw she was drunk. Seeing her calm expression, Liang Yuan felt a little disappointed. It seemed Tang Yining really had no feelings for him. He told himself he had to give up these one-sided thoughts as soon as possible. But Tang Yining suddenly asked him if he wanted to rehearse their lines together tonight. Meanwhile, Huashan received a message from Lu Yin canceling their date and had to go to her cousin's daughter's 1-month celebration alone. At the banquet, facing a barrage of questions from her relatives, she indeed felt like shrinking into herself. Her relatives asked about her boyfriend, and she answered truthfully that Lu Yin was just a junior colleague who makes music. The relatives automatically interpreted makes music as being a music teacher and urged her to quickly bring her boyfriend home for them to see. Just then, Lu Yin appeared on TV. Her boyfriend was actually on television. Unexpectedly, not only did the children like him, but the aunts and uncles also really liked Lu Yin. He was a hit with all ages. Hua Xiang enthusiastically helped the elders download Lu Yan's songs onto their phones, and she suddenly felt the distance between her and her relatives inexplicably shrink. Someone suddenly piped up, saying that Lu Yin and Hua Xiang had been on a show together, and that their relationship was unusual. Hearing this, the aunts all asked Hua Xiang to help them get autographs. Just then, the doorbell rang. Speak of the devil. Looking at the Lu Yin at the door and the Lu Yin on TV, the whole family fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Yin, carrying large and small bags, politely greeted the aunts and uncles. It turned out the live broadcast was scheduled 2 hours later than the recording, but it allowed Lu Yin to get off work early and come to her house. Hua Xiang formally introduced Lu Yin as her boyfriend. Within minutes of entering, Lu Yin had won over the aunts with gifts. He placated the children, chatted with the adults, and even helped in the kitchen, a model boyfriend. All the relatives were very satisfied. Just then, the family ran out of seasoning, and Lu Yin and Hua Xiang volunteered to go buy more. Looking at her thoughtful boyfriend, Hua Xiang felt very much at ease. As she spoke, Hua Xiang leaned affectionately into Lu Yan's embrace, but Lu Yin suddenly froze. It turned out Fu Jiao had arrived. The banquet began, but Hua Xiang's father, Fu Jiao, made a sudden visit. Lu Yin, who had been so confident just moments ago, was suddenly flustered. Even when Hua Xiang showed concern for him, he had to keep his distance from her. She had Fu Jiao try the sweet and sour grouper Lu Yin had made, but Fu Jiao commented that the dish was too greasy and unhealthy. Fu Jiao said coldly that this was not the first time he had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin recalled the first time he met his father-in-law and wanted to travel back in time to strangle himself. A single sentence from his father-in-law almost made him drop his chopsticks. Hua Xiang was very unhappy with her father's critical tone, because whenever it was something related to her, he was displeased. Her uncle, a peacemaker, suggested everyone have a few drinks. At first, Fu Jiao coldly refused, but after a few rounds, the father-in-law and son-in-law started toasting each other boisterously. The uncle added fuel to the fire, urging Lu Yin stop calling him uncle and just call him dad. By this point, Fu Jiao was too drunk to walk straight. Hua Xiang told Lu Yin that her father was a lightweight, and his willingness to drink with Lu Yin showed that Lu Yin was an important person to him. Lu Yin could sense that Fu Jiao's hostility toward him wasn't because he was a cold person, but because he really cared about his daughter. Fu Jiao, drunk and rambling, said that Hua Xiang had suffered a lot and told him he must treat her well. Back home, Lu Yin told Hua Xiang to rest early, but Hua Xiang was a bit quiet. Her feelings for her father had changed because she discovered he still carried a photo of her and her mother with him. She had never believed in happy endings because irresponsible parents cause irreparable harm to their children. She had always thought that having nothing to do with her father was the best solution, but today she suddenly realized that her father had grown old and was very lonely. Lu Yin reminded her that she still hadn't opened her mother's belongings, the package he had sent her earlier. In fact, her mother's belongings were memories she had sealed away because she thought that by doing so, she could let go of the past and move on to a new life. But in reality, she was instinctively running away. Lu Yan's gentle companionship gave her great encouragement, and she decided to open the belongings and resolve her inner conflict. It turned out to be a CD, a video of her mother's blessings for Hua Xiang. That day was Hua Xiang's 7th birthday. In the video, her mother offered her warmest wishes, then awkwardly pulled her father into the frame. In fact, her father had done many things for her. He had signed up for a cake-making class to bake a cake for her himself. Every time he scolded her, he would secretly stuff snacks into her school bag. But her father was stubborn and didn't know how to express his love. Looking at her gentle mother and stubborn father, Hua Xiang cried uncontrollably. It was as if she had grown up a lot overnight. Hua Xiang cried all night until her eyes were swollen, but her mood was much better, and Lu Yin was finally relieved. Lu Yan's mother quietly reminded Lu Yin to bring back some Jingdu specialties as New Year's goods. Hua Xiang suddenly had the idea of going back to Lu Yan's hometown with him for the new year. As the new year approached, Tang Yining from the film crew video called Hua Shang to wish her a happy new year in advance. Hua Shang curiously asked about filming with Liang Yuan, and Tang Yining casually replied that it was fine. Liang Yuan suddenly interjected that they were not just fine, but very compatible. Tang Yining quickly hung up the phone and placated Liang Yuan. It turned out that every morning, Liang Yuan would find an excuse to show up in Tang Yining's room with the makeup artist. Just then, a behind-the-scenes cameraman suddenly appeared, and Tang Yining immediately put on a gentle act and fed Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan stuffed the food in her mouth, saying he only eats the cherry tomatoes that she doesn't like. The behind-the-scenes cameraman asked, "Don't you two think you're sweet?" Soon after, the official account for Above the Dunes posted the photo from just now. Liang Yuan secretly went to look, liked all the comments praising the CP, and frantically deleted all the negative comments. After the main person herself, Tang Yining, personally reposted it. Liang Yuan was so happy, he felt like he was about to explode. Looking at Tang Yining, who had asked him to the conference room to rehearse lines, Liang Yuan knew that what she left him with was no longer just her back. In the early morning, Tang Yining was preparing breakfast in a loose shirt when a man suddenly pulled her back and kissed her. The alarm clock suddenly rang. It turned out to be Liang Yuan's dream. He didn't know when he had started having dreams like this. Yi Seong was video chatting with Liang Yuan, asking if that girl had feelings for him. Liang Yuan wasn't sure, but he felt her attitude towards him was different from a few years ago. She no longer deliberately kept her distance, nor did she call him Little Devil anymore. Hearing a few years ago, Yi Suyong realized that Liang Yuan had been pursuing her for several years. Liang Yuan felt like his sore spot had been hit, still feeling that he wasn't good enough for her. Yi Suyong said something very important. Perhaps her change in attitude was her taking the initiative, so Liang Yuan had to be even more proactive than her. Yi Seong continued to ask curiously who this girl was. Liang Yuan didn't want to reveal it, only telling his brother that she was no ordinary girl. Yi Seong said, "No one is stranger than Song Enya." Just then, Song Enya arrived, and Liang Yuan immediately hung up on his brother. During an outdoor shoot, the crew was temporarily camping outside. Liang Yuan brought barbecue and cocktails to Song Enya's tent. Just as he was about to go in, the power suddenly went out. Song Enya, wearing a face mask, came out from inside. She saw a figure in the darkness. Liang Yuan saw a strange woman in a face mask, and they both screamed in fright. As a result, the barbecue Liang Yuan had carefully prepared was eaten up by the rest of the crew. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes, and Song Enya instinctively moved closer to him. Liang Yuan's inner drama began to play out. Song Enya is getting closer to him. However, Song Enya was still stubborn, saying she wasn't afraid of ghosts or the dark. Liang Yuan was about to get up and leave, but she grabbed him. Song Enya commanded fiercely, "You're not allowed to leave until the power comes back on." He was secretly overjoyed. Because it was too cold outside, Liang Yuan invited her to sit in his car. Afraid that Song Enya would stubbornly refuse again, he had to act cute and say, "I'm scared of the dark, and I'm scared of ghosts. I need Song Enya by my side." Snow began to fall inside Liang Yuan's RV. Song Enya watched the snowflakes fall with him. It was the first snow of the year. Recalling how scared Song Enya looked just now, Liang Yuan couldn't help but smile, because he had witnessed Song Enya's cute side. Actually, Song Enya's hometown is in the north, where the snow is very thick. Song Enya was curious to know what kind of person she was in Liang Yuan's eyes. Liang Yuan commented seriously, "You are confident, generous, cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, and also helpful. In short, a very good person." Song Enya then curiously asked, "What are my flaws?" Liang Yuan said, "Your flaw is that you pursue perfection too much. No one can stop you. That's too tiring. Liang Yuan doesn't want you to be so tired." Song Enya then asked him, "What have you been doing in the entertainment industry all these years?" Song Enya told a story about her childhood. In fact, she was an inconspicuous person at home since she was little. She didn't cry, didn't make a fuss, and didn't fight for things because there was no share of the cake, school supplies, or snacks for her. She was the one who wasn't favored. Therefore, she had to use achievements and honors to gain others' attention. As a result, she quickly understood a principle. Only when you become better do you deserve better things. This was how she proved her existence, and she had gotten used to it. Liang Yuan said to her sincerely, "As long as you exist, someone will love you." Song Enya felt that Liang Yuan overestimated her. In fact, she wasn't cool or confident before, and she had also fought with others for resources and marketed a mature persona for herself. She mocked herself for being too fake. But more than judging whether she was a good person, Liang Yuan wanted to understand her, to get closer to her. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Liang Yuan wanted to understand her more, and just like that, he moved closer and closer, even, saying, "I'm sorry," before kissing her. Looking at the hesitant boy before her, Song Inya took the initiative and gently bit his lip. If Liang Yuan had retained a shred of rationality, it was thrown to the wind the moment Song Inya took the initiative. Liang Yuan had been a child who loved candy. The more his mother hid it, the more he had to find a way to get it. When eating candy, he couldn't control himself at all. Song Inya's kiss completely flipped his switch. He immediately turned the tables, pinning Song Inya beneath him, and kissed her lips forcefully. Song Inya hurriedly called for a stop. She was about to be suffocated by Liang Yuan's kisses. Song Inya asked him, unsatisfied, "Who did you learn your kissing skills from?" Liang Yuan answered honestly, "You taught me 3 years ago." Just then, the power came back on. Song Inya prepared to leave and go back to sleep, to maintain her beauty. Liang Yuan savored what had just happened, still in disbelief. But Liang Yuan knew this time it was real. No alarm clock would ring to tell him it was just a dream, because dreams have no taste, and Song Inya's taste was sweet. Song Inya asked him to walk her back to the camp, and he happily agreed and followed. To Liang Yuan, Song Inya was like candy, irresistible. Meanwhile, Huashang had already chosen a gift and was preparing to visit her father. Lu Yin couldn't go with her because Shun Mo had dragged her to a girls' gathering. However, upon hearing that Huashang was going to see her father, Shun Mo slapped her thigh and decided they should all have a meal together. She hurried home and came over quickly. She stood in front of the villa. She hadn't been back in a long time and felt very uneasy. She knew this was an emotional, not she had to untie herself. Huashang opened the door, only to find it empty, and even the decorations were different from before. The empty room felt cold, as if no one had ever lived there. Huashang felt a sense of unfamiliarity, and then she went to her own room. Unexpectedly, the room was still just as she had left it, and was even spotlessly clean. She noticed many photos of herself on the wall, all collected by her dad. These memories were perfectly preserved here. Huashang turned her head and found her own works on the bookshelf, and even a special edition of her comic, Qingjian. How could this be? She clearly remembered that her dad had never supported her career. Then she found a sketchbook, filled with her drawings from childhood to the present, each one carefully preserved by her dad, with his comments written on them. Only then did she understand that the approval she had always longed for had actually been there all along. She recalled what Lu Yin had told her before he went to perform. "Actually, in the months you had no income, it was your dad who gave you money through me. Even the apartment you rent, he and I chose it together." She finally understood her dad's concern for her, but he had never voiced it. How was she supposed to repair this relationship? Huashang unconsciously walked into the backyard, and a cherry blossom tree came into view. This was the tree she and her mother had planted together. It had grown so big. Just then, her dad walked over with a watering can. It turned out he had been taking care of this cherry blossom tree all these years. The father and daughter greeted each other awkwardly and then fell into silence. Just then, cherry blossom petals drifted down, and both of them sneezed at the same time. Huashang smiled, because she had prepared countless words in her heart for this moment. But when it finally arrived, she realized none of it mattered. It was enough for them to stand here and smile at each other. That evening, Huashang was happy to see her dad. Lu Yin came to pick her up. Seeing the young couple hugging tightly, Fu Jiao smiled with relief. On New Year's Eve, Huashang went to Lu Yan's house for a reunion dinner. She and Lu Yan's parents raised their glasses in celebration, while their own son, Lu Yan, had to be on a live spring festival gala with everyone. Lu Yan promised them he would come home immediately after the show ended. As for Huashang's dad, Fu Jiao, he couldn't attend the dinner due to work and had already flown abroad. Shinemo said she really wanted to meet her future in-laws and even wanted to cook for them herself. Old Master Lu quickly stopped her, as everyone had witnessed Shin Mo's cooking skills before. Huashang sat to the side, texting her dad to buy her an original edition book. This feeling of being needed by each other made her very happy. This year, neither of them would have to spend the new year alone again. It was already midnight when Lu Yin got home. Huashang was fast asleep. He tucked her in, but she woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She rolled over and pinned Lu Yin beneath her. This time, she took the initiative and gently kissed Lu Yin. Lu Yin was taken by surprise. Was this all her punishment was? Taking advantage of Hua Xiang's clothes slipping, he took the lead. Today's Hua Xiang seemed to miss him especially because she just wanted to tell Lu Yin that she liked him very much. That day, the boy band ZMK was having a video conference to discuss their 4th anniversary event. Unexpectedly, Liang Yuan and Lu Yin couldn't agree at all, each talking past the other. Yi Seong had no choice but to ask Liang Yuan, as the leader, to give his opinion. Suddenly called upon, Liang Yuan was still quietly munching on a blueberry bagel, looking lost in thought. Seeing him distracted, Lu Yin and Yi Seong both guessed it was because he still hadn't gotten over the girl he used to like, but couldn't win over. After all, the kid wasn't too bright and had no experience with relationships. Chasing a girl wasn't that easy. Thinking of this, Yi Seong sighed like a worried father and was about to say something to comfort his younger brother when Liang Yuan naively scratched his head and announced to the two of them, "I think I'm in love." Hearing this, Yi Seong almost jumped up. Liang Yuan was 4 years younger than him, but his progress in this matter was much faster. Thinking of this, Yi Seong wanted to bang his head against a wall. Now that it was officially announced, he had become the only single one in the group. Lu Yin then made a special handshake with Liang Yuan that only brothers would understand. Of course, besides acknowledging his brother, he didn't forget to help his own little girlfriend chase her idol. Lu Yin turned on his phone and started recording. After the gossip, he started asking Liang Yuan how far he and Song Eun-ya had progressed. Asked about this, Liang Yuan shyly covered his face and stammered, We've reached that step." Seeing his reaction, Yi Seong's mind immediately flashed with some R-rated scenes. Lu Yin quickly coughed twice. "Keep it PG." Yi Seong said that Liang Yuan had pursued that girl for years without success, so how was he moving so fast now? Like he was on a rocket, unbelievably fast. Liang Yuan also felt it was a bit fast. "Actually, I don't know what I did that night either. I didn't even confess, but it just happened." Lu Yin wiped his sweat after hearing this and exclaimed, "That progress is indeed a bit fast." Yi Seong frowned, thinking to himself that this kid was no longer pure. He still asked, what was her reaction? Liang Yuan seriously described the details, how she was uncharacteristically gentle, and how he couldn't help himself, making Yi Seong's face turn completely red. He quickly interrupted him. "You idiot, I was asking about her attitude." Liang Yuan still didn't get it, so Lu Yin had to explain. "Yi Seong wants to know if the girl likes you." Hearing this question, Liang Yuan, like a cat with its fur on end, answered without hesitation. "My Song Eun-ya, of course she likes me. We read scripts together. We went back to the camp together." Lu Yin quickly interrupted and asked, "Has Song Eun-ya acknowledged your relationship?" It seems Song Eun-ya hadn't actually mentioned it, but she hadn't rejected it either. At this, Liang Yuan became uncertain again. He asked cautiously, "So, does this count as dating?" In the blink of an eye, it was Liang Yuan's birthday. The entire crew had specially prepared a birthday party for him. Liang Yuan was very grateful to everyone for going through so much trouble during work. But his gaze passed through the noisy crowd to an empty seat. It had been almost an hour. Song Eun-ya had been in the restroom for an hour. He just hated that he couldn't be by her side. So Liang Yuan took action. In the women's restroom, Song Eun-ya was on the phone. She had been very busy lately, often getting another call before the first one was even finished. Just then, Liang Yuan suddenly hugged her from behind like a big dog, nuzzling his head against her shoulder and smelling her scent. Song Eun-ya couldn't stand it and quickly lowered her voice, telling him to get off, while having to continue her phone call. The call finally ended. Song Eun-ya placed a hand on his head and asked, "Weren't you having fun at the party?" Liang Yuan shook his head sadly. Before, Liang Yuan felt that just maintaining a relationship was enough, but being immersed in love makes one greedy. He began to crave a response. Therefore, Liang Yuan pretended to be cute, asking Song Eun-ya to let her agent handle those things. "Today is my birthday." In Song Eun-ya's memory, birthdays were lonely and desolate days. Growing up, she had never had a proper birthday. Her mother was always too busy. Her mother felt that since they didn't lack food or clothing normally, missing one birthday cake didn't matter. She always wanted Song Eun-ya to be obedient and not make a fuss. A boiled egg was Song Enya's small ritual, but her younger brother got to eat a birthday cake. Her older brother's old clothes were given to Song Enya, and the school supplies her younger brother didn't need were also given to Song Enya. She seemed to be the least important person in the family, someone who could be treated casually. Looking back, Song Enya had always expected herself to learn to give in and endure. But those expectations were constantly shattered, and that endless hope had long been exhausted. From the past to the present, Song Enya had been running away from her past self. From now on, she only wanted to live for herself forever. In the parking lot, Song Enya got into Liang Yuan's car, still complaining that he hadn't told her in advance, causing her to not have a birthday gift prepared. Liang Yuan didn't lack for gifts at all. Song Enya looked in amazement at the trunk full of gifts he had received. Just then, Liang Yuan took out a small strawberry cake roll, saying he hadn't made his birthday wish yet. Song Enya thought to herself that he didn't make a wish in front of the big cake just now. But now he wanted to make one with this small cake. Liang Yuan lowered his head, doing something. He said emotionally, "I remember Song Enya didn't have birthday cakes as a child. I don't want Song Enya to only be able to watch with envy. So, I want to give half of my wish to Song Enya." After he spoke, the two candles on the cake were lit. The one on the left was for Song Enya, and the one on the right was for Liang Yuan. Song Enya stared at the small cake, thinking this guy was so childish, actually wanting to make a wish together. But seeing how serious he was, Song Enya had no choice but to reluctantly make a wish, hoping she could win the Golden Lion Award in the next few years. As a result, she accidentally said her wish out loud. At first, Liang Yuan felt it was a pity, because a wish wouldn't come true if spoken aloud. A moment later, he looked at the girl before him with sparkling eyes, not expecting her wish to be so strong. She said it wasn't difficult. She had confidence in herself. Then she became curious about Liang Yuan's wish, only to see his face turning redder and redder. Under her questioning, Li Yuan coughed to hide his inner awkwardness and shyly spoke up, "I want to go to the supermarket, drive home, and cook a delicious meal." Song Enya didn't expect his wish to be so simple, but Li Yuan retorted, "This wish isn't simple at all because I want to do it with Song." Enya, hearing this, Song Enya's gaze turned cold. She avoided Li Yuan's eager eyes, quietly eating her cake, trying to shift the topic to the cake. But Li Yuan was persistent. He asked if her promised birthday gift still counted. He wanted to know everything about Song Enya, about her family, the places she had lived, and even the things that were never mentioned. He wanted to know it all. Seeing she was still the same, Li Yuan spoke again. "It turns out I have a friend who was Song Enya's classmate. He sent me a group graduation photo." These words instantly enraged Song Enya. She felt her deepest wound had been torn open. She demanded that Li Yuan delete the photo, saying it was too ugly. However, Li Yuan affectionately felt the photo wasn't ugly at all. He even wanted to ramble on, but Song Enya suddenly flared up, telling him to delete the photo, believing there was no need to dig into the past. It seemed Li Yuan still didn't understand the Song Enya of the past. Li Yuan was stunned. He didn't know why this was happening. He explained he just wanted to understand her better, but Song Enya, in her anger, said their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet, pushing him away with a single sentence. Hearing this, Li Yuan had no choice but to delete the photo in front of her. Song Enya wanted to add something, saying to forget about this gift and pick another one. Li Yuan asked, "Anything but this is okay, right?" The next second, Song Enya's eyes widened. Before she could finish saying of course, he pushed her down onto the chair. He leaned in to kiss her, but she dodged him. He had to hold her chin, forcing Song Enya to look at him. Hearing his breathing so close, Li Yuan asked Song Enya, "What exactly is our relationship right now?" Song Enya glanced at him, then turned her face away again, neither refusing nor responding. In the end, Li Yuan's heart softened. He decided to take Song Enya home, but she called out to him again, saying she had been rash that day. Letting someone into her life was not in her future plans. These were the last words Li Yuan wanted to hear. Song Enya gently called out to him from behind, asking him to give her a little more time to accept it. Back home, Song Enya felt exhausted. But on her phone, Li Yuan asked her, "Am I just an option?" Song Enya didn't expect Li Yuan to ask this. She slowly typed a question mark. Li Yuan replied, "If you don't have feelings for me, then don't give me hope." After that day, aside from necessary work, Song Enya could always feel Li Yuan's obvious avoidance. He wouldn't eat with everyone after work, and when he delivered things, she couldn't even see his face. From these things, Song Enya felt a coldness completely different from before. Once during an outdoor shoot in a helicopter, Song Anya accidentally pressed on Lee Yuan's hand. She wanted to see what was wrong, but he pulled his hand back. At that moment, Song and Anya thought their relationship had probably reached a freezing point. A frustrated Song and Anya told everything to Hua Shan, who was visiting the set. Hua Shan summarized, "It's all trouble caused by a kiss." Song. Anya then realized she had just told Hua Shan everything. She pretended to know it all, trying to change the subject. The fire of gossip in Hua Shan's heart was burning fiercely and couldn't be extinguished. Song and Anya had no choice but to tell her about her misfortune. It turned out that on that night, when she was drowsy, Lee Yuan came to comfort her, saying that even if she didn't change, someone would still love her. In that situation, even a saint would find it hard to resist. Hua Shan asked, "So you couldn't hold back?" Song Anya had to obediently admit it. She felt that she did like Lee Yuan, but she had a boundary in her heart. It was her private territory. If anyone crossed that line, she would bristle. But Lee Yuan was too enthusiastic. He was stepping on Song Anya's tail, planning to rush in, which made Song Anya panic. But when he really grew cold, Song Anya felt very lonely. Dating is so troublesome. Song Anya felt she was still better suited to being single and focusing on her career. Hua Shan quickly comforted Song Anya. "Actually, I used to have similar thoughts." Hua Shan was also very independent since childhood. In the past, she even labeled herself as withdrawn and unsociable, as if she had built a small house for herself and didn't want anyone to enter. For a long time, Hua Shan felt that was fine until Lu Yin appeared. After he showed up, Hua Shan suddenly felt she had someone to rely on, a feeling of being healed. It was then she realized that those past labels were just her excuses to escape. She could move on from the past. The bad memories of before couldn't affect every minute and second of her future. As long as she wanted to, she could be happy too. It turned out that when Lu Yin was knocking on the door from the outside, it wasn't to break in, but to wait for her to open it herself, and then lead her towards the light. Actually, the feeling of walking out of that little house was wonderful. Things she never dared to think about before, Hua Shan was now willing to try. Song Anya seemed to understand something, but she just sighed. Lu Yin really loves Hua Shan, and he works very hard. Hearing this, Hua Shan continued to persuade her. Actually, Lee Yuan has also been trying hard to keep up with Anya's pace. In fact, Song Anya had also felt before that behind those coincidental collaborations was Lee Yuan's effort to improve his acting skills. He ran between film crews, took acting classes at CA University, and had even fainted on set due to lack of sleep. He persisted with such efforts for 3 years. In those 3 years, he played many small roles in movies, playing a worker in an illegal brick kiln. He lost a full 20 gene, and during that time he even gave up sugar. This movie on Dune Island was also the result of his continuous efforts. Everyone said Lee Yuan came from a good family, so why work so hard? He replied, "Song Anya only looks forward, never back. I have to get close to her to even hope for a glance from her." So while Lee Yuan was acting with her on Dune Island, why he became the male lead, what Song Anya thought were coincidences, were actually what he had earned with all his might. At this moment, Song Anya felt herself enveloped by a love as heavy and overwhelming as a tidal wave. Isn't this what security feels like? She recalled Lee Yuan's birthday wish that night. It turned out things really weren't that simple. It turned out Lee Yuan had put in so much effort just to come to her side. Because she had been through it, she could empathize. Song Anya's years in the entertainment industry were all for herself, while Lee Yuan's past 3 years were truly for her. She suddenly wanted to go out for some air. She didn't know if all of this was worth it. The next day on set, Song Anya seemed preoccupied and couldn't get into character, causing the director to repeatedly call cut. As an excellent actress, she rarely made this kind of mistake. She quickly apologized to the director, promising to adjust immediately. "This is the last scene. I won't mess it up." Soon, the lights were ready, and Song Anya immediately got into character. Seeing the excessive fake wounds on Lee Yuan's back in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Perhaps only Lee Yuan understood all the hardships of the past 3 years. Recalling that she had done similar foolish things back when Song Anya was a trainee, she frantically seized every opportunity to rise. Even when she fell due to a stage accident, her first reaction was, "He will see me." Back then, she was just like the current Lee Yuan, afraid of nothing. Only afraid of not being able to catch up to him. But favoritism is never earned through effort. Don't waste time on someone who doesn't like you. Song Inya murmured the lines from the set, as if speaking to the Lee Yuan of the past. She didn't expect that after all that, he could still be the same as he was at the beginning. Song Inya also didn't expect that as long as she turned around, someone would come to her side, bringing a favoritism that belonged only to her. So what confused her was her insecurity. While Lee Yuan had always been clear and undisguised, the eyes are hard to deceive. Undeniably, Song Inya now wanted Lee Yuan's attention, his touch, his favoritism. Perhaps her mindset had changed. Before, when acting with Lee Yuan, Inya was completely in the lead, but now it was the complete opposite. Next was the climax scene. The female lead asks the male lead, "Will you come back?" Thinking that after the movie wrapped, the two might lose contact again, Song Inya couldn't help but shed tears. She didn't want that. She hoped Lee Yuan would still find ways to enter her life. She hoped Lee Yuan's eyes would only be for her. The final scene ended smoothly. Suddenly, the set lights went out, plunging the entire site into darkness. There was an uproar as everyone wondered what had happened, and some rushed to check the wiring. Song Inya was afraid of the dark. She fumbled around in the darkness when suddenly she felt a familiar embrace. It was Lee Yuan. It turned out he'd been there all along. At this moment, the noisy crowd became background noise. Song Inya pulled Lee Yuan into her arms. This action made the clueless Lee Yuan blush. He blushed, but seeing the tear stains on Song Inya's face, he asked with a smile, "Did I scare you tears?" Song Inya buried her face in his chest, not letting him laugh, saying they were just tears from the movie that she hadn't had time to wipe away. Yes, whatever you say is right. You're the one who forgot. I'm not afraid of the dark." Lee Yuan held Song Inya, his heart racing. He suddenly remembered his previous unease. Someone had once told him that the prerequisite for two people to be in love is equal feelings, at least not the one-sided love he was feeling. But at this moment, none of that mattered anymore. So what if the feelings were unequal? So what if they weren't reciprocated? He just wanted to be by this person's side. Unexpectedly, the person in his arms called his name again. He leaned down and kissed her. This kiss was different from the last time. This time, it was an answer. It turned out Lee Yuan had finally received Song Inya's response. In Song Inya's memory, when she was a child, she would always encounter a small dog on her way home from school. It looked very clean, and she didn't know if it had an owner. The old lady next door told her that this dog was very picky, but loved to eat her food. The puppy was very well-behaved and never snatched food, but as long as Song Inya gave the command, it would scare away other dogs. Although this metaphor was a bit of a stretch, Lee Yuan was very much like that obedient little dog. In the hotel, Song Inya was kissing him, her boyfriend. Lee Yuan casually took off Song Inya's coat and authoritatively pinned her against the wall. The atmosphere here was romantic to the extreme. Their lips intertwined, inseparable. Lee Yuan lifted Song Inya's face and smiled happily. He held her, affirming that she was his. His free expression made Song Inya pout. She was not Lee Yuan's. Lee Yuan had no choice but to take her hand and place it on his head, declaring, "My whole being belongs to Song Inya. I like Song Inya the most, and I want to be with her forever." Song Inya couldn't stand his rambling and pulled him back for another kiss. They kissed all the way to the bed, the passionate and gentle kisses like a flame, lighting up Song Inya's heart. In fact, Song Inya had imagined this feeling many times, the feeling of being possessed. It turned out the previous collaborations were just excuses. In reality, Song Inya's heartbeat had long since shown signs. Just as the two were about to get to the important part, Song Inya pushed Lee Yuan away. There was no choice. They still had to attend the wrap party. Lee Yuan wanted to linger a little longer, but the main actors couldn't be late. With no other choice, Lee Yuan obediently got up to get dressed. He had only meant to have a little taste, but couldn't control himself. Song Inya quickly picked up her phone to see if there were any messages rushing them. Instead, she saw Lee Yuan's phone lock screen. It was her high school graduation photo, and he had even thoughtfully added stickers. Having been discovered, Lee Yuan could only weakly argue that he had already deleted the photo, then added in a small voice, "And you didn't say I couldn't restore it." He wanted to say that he didn't want to miss anything about Inya. This time, However, Song Inya wasn't angry at all. She just helped him straighten his suit jacket and then announced, after we get back, Lee Yuan can come in my place. This showed she had accepted Lee Yuan's feelings. She continued, the cake in the car last time was delicious. I want to eat it again. This sudden sweetness almost made Lee Yuan lose control. He hugged Song Inya again, continuing to caress her. Finally, Lee Yuan said, I'm willing to be a little dog, willing to be led by Song Inya, just so I can stay by your side forever with your mind at ease. When she was little, Huashan often sat on her mother's lap watching her paint. Her mother praised her for drawing well, saying she might be able to hold an exhibition in the future. Back then, Huashan didn't know what an exhibition was. Her mother told her that an exhibition was a very impressive thing, where many people, attracted by her talent, would flock from all over to see her. Holding an exhibition was something to be proud of. But at this book signing, Huashan felt it was a bit different from what she had imagined. When she appeared before her vast readership, wearing a beautiful dress, she finally did what she had always dreamed of but never dared to do. Huashan's comic book was very popular, and readers lined up for her autograph. Although the signing was joyful, signing nonstop made Huashan feel a bit bored. Just then, a reader from Yangcheng said he got to know Huashan through Equation of Time of Midsummer and wanted her to draw another picture of her original character. Huashan naturally obliged and quickly drew a picture of a handsome guy showing off his abs. Indeed, witnessing Huashan's artwork firsthand was something else, striking right at the audience's hearts. So she was asked by die-hard fans to draw Liu Yin as do Junshi version, followed by Liu Yin in various maid outfits. A fan even shouted, Sister Huashan, you are my one and only sis. At this moment, Huashan felt the exhibition was so much fun, and she wasn't nervous at all. It seemed Midsummer was truly her little angel. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of her, upside down. Liu Yan's voice sounded, since Mika Shan is so talented, please draw a realistic portrait of what you most want to draw. It turned out to be Liu Yin himself, who had come to her book signing. The surrounding fans also felt the voice and figure were very similar to Liu Yan's. The crowd began to stir, but some still thought it was impossible. If it were really Liu Yin, his identity couldn't have gone unnoticed. The next second, Liu Yin took off his mask and said elegantly, I'm also a fan of Mika Shan's comics. The crowd instantly erupted. Everyone realized it was really Liu Yin and surged forward, wanting to get a clear look. Some also speculated about Liu Yin and Huashan's relationship, curious as to when they had gotten so close. Huashan just thought this guy was crazy, playing with fire and not afraid of getting caught. Liu Yin looked at her dotingly and said, It's my girlfriend's first book signing. Of course I had to come. Then he generously greeted the fans, saying, I happen to be recording nearby, so I just dropped by to get an autograph. He also helped promote Huashan's work. Please give lots of support to teacher Huashan's beautiful comics. Every friend who came today will also receive Liu Yan's digital album, which you can get by scanning the code. The promotional effect was through the roof. The fans all shouted excitedly, wanting to get autographs from both of them. Huashan secretly kicked Liu Yin under the table. He quickly had Huashan introduce the theme song for the movie adaptation. Liu Yin skillfully put on his social smile, but thought to himself, little comrade, we'll have a good chat when we get home. Huashan, not to be outdone, said that Liu Yin was done with his act. This harmonious interaction was also recorded in its entirety by Liu Yan's mother. Looking at the happily smiling Huashan in the camera, Liu Yan's mother couldn't help but think of Huashan's mother. The mother and daughter were exactly alike. Today was a rare, lively day, so Liu Yan's mother decided to take more pictures. Suddenly, she saw a handsome, middle-aged man in her camera lens. It was Fu Jiao. Liu Yan's mother didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. She didn't know how many years it had been since they last met. Meeting again, they had both aged. In the end, she still asked, how have you been lately? Fu Jiao was the same as ever, just replying faintly, quite well. Silence fell between them again. Liu Yan's mother asked again, why are you wandering around here alone? Is there no one with you? It seemed Fu Jiao was also very lonely now. As Liu Yan's mother was thinking, it suddenly started to rain outside. She then saw her son returning with her daughter-in-law. Huashan and Liu Yan were hiding under Liu Yan's jacket, looking very intimate and harmonious. Today, Liu Yan even came specially to attend his wife's book signing. His wife is a famous comic artist now. After saying this, the two looked at each other and smiled. Huashan turned her head and saw her father was also looking at her. She immediately recognized him. He came forward, took Huashan's hand, and said, You've worked hard today. Seeing his father-in-law, Lu Yan also became a little nervous. He awkwardly averted his face. Lu Yan's mother enthusiastically wanted to introduce them, but Huashan directly called Fu Jiao dad. Fu Jiao gave a faint his imposing manner scaring Lu Yan, so much that the hairs on his arms stood up. Lu Yan's mother also felt awkward, but she had to maintain her smile. Back at home, Lu Yan's mother held Hua Shan's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. It couldn't be helped. She and her mother were cast from the same mold. No wonder Lu Yan's mother felt a connection with her from their first meeting. So hypocritical. Lu Yan was bored. His mother had been rambling for almost an hour. He nudged his mother to get her to stop. Unexpectedly, Lu Yan's mother immediately got angry, blaming Lu Yan for not telling her Shan surname was Bai, which made her lose face. Huashan also found it to be a coincidence. She hadn't expected Lu Yan's mother and her father to be old acquaintances. Lu Yan's mother said apologetically that if she had known earlier, she would have treated Shan even better. Lu Yan's mother turned to see Fu Jiao leisurely sipping tea, so she turned to scold him too. Fu Jiao must have known for a long time that Huashan and Lu Yan were in love, yet he kept it a secret. Fu Jiao calmly drank his tea, not wanting to ruin his image, but the slight upturn of his lips betrayed him. Indeed, he had known all along. Since it was a rare occasion for everyone to be together, Lu Yan's mother quickly called for a toast. Before Lu Yan's father could stop her, Lu Yan's mother was already drunk. She even handed a glass of wine to Fu Jiao, but was stopped by her precious son. Lu Yan advised Uncle Fu not to drink. Hearing this, Lu Yan's mother stomped her foot in anger. This child isn't even married yet, and he's already siding with his father-in-law. It's so unfair. This made Lu Yan blush, but he still had to side with Fu Jiao to maintain family harmony. Lu Yan's father had to coax his wife, saying he would discipline Lu Yan later. Lu Yan's mother was too happy today, drinking one glass after another. Fu Jiao looked at Shun Mo and thought of his wife, Bai Ran, feeling a bit lonely. Shun Mo didn't feel good either. She knew she shouldn't have blamed Fu Jiao in the past. No one was more heartbroken by Ran's departure than Fu Jiao. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Shun Mo left, dragging her son by the hair. Lu Yan, sweating profusely, told Fu Jiao not to mind today's events. Fu Jiao said, "This is quite nice. It hasn't been this lively in a long time." Seeing the children, all grown up, the two elders couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time had passed. Mr. Lu also assured Fu Jiao that his son would definitely put his mind at ease. If Lu Yan dared to let Shan suffer even a little, the whole family would criticize him. Fu Jiao had also witnessed the couple's affection. From the beginning, he naturally believed that Lu Yan would protect Shan well. Returning home that night, Lu Yan found a photo that old Mrs. Lu had posted in the family group chat many years ago. The photo was of old Mrs. Lu, Shun Mo, and their friend Bai Ran. The feeling was so strange, as if the fate of the previous generation was continuing in theirs. Lu Yan felt the same way. In fact, the two families had a marriage agreement in the past. He could have met Shan much earlier. Actually, Shun Mo and Bai Ran had discussed it in the past. Shun Mo had planned to have a daughter and had prepared many dresses, but ended up with a son, Lu Yan. Luckily, those dresses weren't wasted. Lu Yan looked better in a dress than a girl. Seeing Huashan happily telling the story, Lu Yan was relieved. His wife had finally moved on from the past. Suddenly, Lu Yan grabbed Huashan's hand to settle a score. "You were very enthusiastic at the signing today, little nurse." This made Huashan immediately feel like she was being choked by fate. Lu Yan leaned in and asked, "Do you want to broadcast your husband's body to the whole country?" The word husband made Huashan blush. At this moment, Huashan realized she had been tricked. She switched from defense to offense, asking Lu Yan, "You openly went to the book signing today. Aren't you afraid people will find out about our relationship?" Lu Yan looked at Huashan with a surprised expression and retorted, "Does my identity affect your work?" Huashan naturally wasn't afraid of her work being affected. She was afraid Lu Yan would lose fans. Lu Yan believed that the fans he might lose were just girlfriend fans, CP fans, or career fans, and none of that was important. He hoped people would get to know and recognize him through his work, not use his image to constrain his life. If that were the case, what would be the point of them being apart for so long? To reassure Huashan, Lu Yan opened Weibo to let her see what people were saying. Huashan discovered that besides doubt and opposition, there were also many people who understood and supported them. Lu Yan explained that fans care more about the work than whether an idol is single. Then, Lu Yan looked at Huashan sincerely and said, "In the artist information section on Baidu Baikey, there's an item that shows relationships. I want to add a partner by a Shan tag to it, so you'll become a part of my personal introduction." Hua Shan remembered that she was also a public figure and had her own information page. If that really happened, they could check each other's information, and it would feel like being officially certified. She said, half jokingly, "Let me dream about it for a bit." Lu Yin pinched her cheek and said it wasn't a dream. He was preparing to publicly announce his relationship with Hua Shan. After saying that, he pressed Hua Shan down beneath him. Night fell. Hua Shan was blindfolded, which made her sense of touch exceptionally sensitive. Lu Yin took her hand and slowly guided it from his Adam's apple down to his abs. The little puppy instantly turned into a little wolf dog. He asked seriously, "Hua Shan, do you have a deeper understanding of my body now?" Hua Shan felt carefully and found 2 more abs. Could this person have really developed a 10-pack? Hua Shan wanted to continue feeling but was stopped. The night was still young. On the other side, Song Inya saw Lu Yan's public display of affection on Weibo and blurted out, "Those two should just go public." Just then, her doorbell rang. Li Yuan was standing outside the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Song Inya was very happy. "You came as soon as I called." This was Li Yuan's first time at his girlfriend's house, and he was a little shy. Song Inya was very proactive tonight. She was joining a new film crew tomorrow, and she hoped Li Yuan could stay with her tonight. Li Yuan not only brought flowers, but also the strawberry cake that Song Inya had liked last time. It was perfect, as she hadn't eaten this afternoon, and was hungry now. Hearing his goddess was hungry, how could Li Yuan let her eat only cake? He immediately tied on an apron, transforming into a house husband. But less than 3 seconds later, he was scolded by his goddess. It turned out the silly boy had put a whole egg in the microwave, intending to blow up the kitchen. Seeing his goddess yawning from exhaustion, Li Yuan asked with concern, "Why are you joining the crew so early? Will this shoot take a long time?" Then he asked many trivial questions like whether he could visit the set, whether he could call, and so on. Song Inya was really busy, so the answers were all no. Hearing this, Li Yuan was so disappointed his ears seemed to droop. To comfort Li Yuan, Song Inya promised that when her movie wrapped, it would be just in time for a special performance that he had invited her to. They would go to California for a few days as a vacation. Hearing this, Li Yuan immediately perked up and quickly replied, "Okay." As Li Yuan ate the cake Song Inya fed him, he thought to himself, "Although I know she has more important things to do, and I've never been her first choice, even though I realized this long ago, I still feel disappointed." To lessen the disappointment, he hugged Song Inya and kissed her. Then he pushed her on a table. His lips brushed against her neck and chest until he tasted sweetness in his mouth, and he suddenly realized they had ruined the cake. To this, Song Inya only said, "This man is such a dog, like he's tearing up the house." Li Yuan consciously grabbed a towel to clean up. He really didn't understand why his brain could never keep up with his actions. While he was with Song Inya, his hand suddenly froze. It turned out there was his signature on the cleaning towel. He then remembered that this towel seemed to be a free gift with the laundry detergent he endorsed. But wasn't that a limited edition? Wasn't it said to have sold out in 1 minute? Li Yuan shook his head. How could Song Inya have possibly gotten his cleaning towel? But in the process of going through the house, he kept discovering the robot he had once advertised, the tissues he had sold during a live stream, and even a special floral tea with his photo printed on it. Finally, Li Yuan thought for a moment with his not-so-bright brain. So many products couldn't be a coincidence. It turned out Song Inya had been silently supporting him from behind the scenes. This discovery made Li Yuan ecstatic. And so, Song Inya, who had just stepped out of the bathroom after a shower, was swept up into his arms, lifted high, and spun around. Song Inya had no idea what crazy fit he was having now. Li Yuan started acting cute, saying he was so happy. It turned out Song Inya had been paying attention to him all along. He wasn't the last one in her heart. Li Yuan happily hugged Song Inya and said, "So you do care about me. You're so good to me." Song Inya, thinking he was dirty, pushed him into the bathroom. After he finished showering, he didn't forget to turn back and ask Song Inya if she really didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. But seeing him so happy over such a small thing, she decided to change her image and win over this little wolf dog. And so Song Inya changed into a sexy silk nightgown and lay on the bed in an extremely seductive pose, waiting for Li Yuan. As a result, she fell asleep while waiting. When Li Yuan came out of the bathroom, he saw his goddess sleeping soundly on the bed in revealing clothes. Afraid that Song and Yo would catch a cold, he covered her with a blanket. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a sight that made his heart race and his face flush. There was a condom lying on the floor. Everything indicated that the girl had prepared in advance. But our Li Yuan did not take advantage of the situation. He politely tucked the blanket around Song and Ya. He wanted to wait for her to go feel the sea breeze on the west coast with him. After all, waiting for her was what he did best. Time flew by, and afterward, the two of them tacitly focused their lives on work. Liu Yin began his 20th concert tour, spending his days either practicing or on the road to a performance venue. Song and Ya's new movie had a long filming schedule, and she stayed in Hongdian the whole time. The beautiful behind-the-scenes photos and her natural acting made her on-screen CP with her new partner a viral sensation. She was indeed the luckiest, always managing to boost the popularity of the male actors she worked with. Li Yuan participated in a restaurant-themed variety show where he showed off his endearingly goofy personality and attracted many fans. After a series of shows, he also transformed from someone who knew nothing about cooking into a trainee chef. As for Yi Suyong, he had few acting activities and was temporarily in a state of disappearance. Huashan remained busy creating her manga, which also filled the void of Liu Yan's absence. In the blink of an eye, the busy period quietly ended. Huashan finally got a short break. She went to a yoga class. After one session, Huashan was exhausted and couldn't help but complain to Liu Yan that she was really lacking exercise. After just one class, she felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. On the other side, Liu Yan had just finished his practice. Huashan had never missed any of Liu Yan's performances before, but now she hadn't been able to attend a single show of his tour. This was the last show of the tour, and it happened that Huashan's manga was also finished. Liu Yan suggested that Huashan come to see it, which would also be a vacation for herself. It would soon be their 4th anniversary. They both wanted to see each other. Huashan no longer needed anything material, so this performance was the best gift Liu Yan could give. Hearing Liu Yan say, "I want to see you," Huashan wished she could fly to his side immediately. Huashan soon arrived at the concert venue in her hometown of California. She hadn't expected Liu Yan to have so many fans in the United States. How were the seats assigned for this kind of outdoor performance? Just as Huashan was shivering in the crowd, she was unexpectedly recognized by fans. It turned out that many people present were not only fans of Liu Yan, but also fans of Huashan's manga. They all thought that Liu Yan had specially invited Huashan to the performance and had even arranged a VIP room for her. They really couldn't figure out what was going on. Then the fans started discussing Liu Yan's secret girlfriend, not expecting the person in question to be the manga artist Huashan. Speak of the devil, just as they were talking about Liu Yan, his phone rang. Of course, he had arranged a VIP seat for Huashan. After answering the call, Huashan said goodbye to the fans. The fans were still marveling at how nice Huashan was. The voice on the phone just now sounded so familiar. Could it be Liu Yan? Huashan smiled and went straight to the VIP room prepared for her, but Liu Yan was not there. It was dusk outside, and a figure on the balcony was silhouetted against the reddish-purple sky, an incredibly beautiful sight. Huashan didn't see Liu Yan, but Liu Yan saw her through the phone. He praised Huashan. "You look so beautiful today." Huashan didn't want him to change the subject. She wanted to ask one more question. "Where are you?" But her words were drowned out by a huge noise. The sound of fireworks. The fireworks lit up half the sky and then returned to darkness. Suddenly, in the darkness, a figure walked onto the stage. It was Liu Yan. He appeared in the darkness, just like the young man in white when he first debuted, as if returning to the place where the dream began. Liu Yan looked up at Huashan. "The gift I've carefully prepared is about to be unveiled. Today is the day Liu Yan will finally reveal his girlfriend's identity to the world. In this world, some people like to live in groups, while others prefer to be alone. In the past, Huashan felt more accustomed to being alone, having her own little world. Her solitary life and little hobbies sustained her. She could enjoy solitude without having to please anyone, living well on her own, until he appeared in her life, that trainee who had practiced for 2.5 years, with a smile blooming on his face, said to her, "Listen to me sing." From that moment on, the wheel of Huashan's fate began to turn. They started to experience laughter and tears together. They moved forward like this, step by step, earnestly, on the ladder of life. Although she could live well alone, it was better to have that person by her side. At this moment, Lu Yin on the stage happened to turn his head to look at Huashan. It turned out that where there is love, light also has a shape. At the concert, the fans' cheers never stopped. After Lu Yan's opening, the three members of ZMK walked onto the stage together. This was a great gift for the band's fans present, and they cheered excitedly. How long had it been since they saw the three of them appear together? This concert was really worth the price of admission. Next song, Anya, as a special guest, formed a perfect duo with the leader, Li Yuan. Seeing this, Huashan exclaimed, "So sweet, even the tips of my ears have turned into hearts." Only Yi Suyang watched quietly from a hidden corner with a lonely look in his eyes. The three of them still coordinated as perfectly as before, pushing the concert atmosphere to a small climax. Watching them, Huashan felt as if she had returned to the days when they filmed Soaring into the Sky together. She really liked this 4th anniversary gift. "I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry," let Lu Yin hype up the stage atmosphere first. In the darkness, on the white stage, a spotlight followed Lu Yin, dressed in a white suit, as he walked to the center of the stage. He stood in front of the piano and slowly said to the audience below, "I'm going to sing a love song to commemorate this special day, and there is a very important person present." Then he lifted the cloth covering the piano and said softly, "This song is dedicated to that person." These words caused a stir among the fans in the audience. Everyone guessed that this important person was his legendary girlfriend. One fan exclaimed, "Don't tell me they're already married." On the other side, Huashan watched this scene with mixed feelings. Lu Yin sat at the piano, his slender fingers gently touching the keys, and a melodious tune flowed from his fingertips. Lu Yin began to sing softly. "I walked through the bustling crowd and finally came to your side. I am your silent support. This is the song that has accompanied me through the long years." Suddenly, a spotlight on the stage lit up, shining on Huashan's seat, while the big screen began to play their shared moments. Seeing those photos, the fans at the scene were thrilled. Was this the prelude to a public announcement? Huashan looked at the photos and covered her face in excitement. She now understood that Lu Yin had invited her to the concert for this very reason. At this moment, Lu Yin ran down from the stage and headed straight for her. It turned out he knew Huashan didn't like being on stage, so he had to come to her. Huashan was deeply moved. She threw herself into Lu Yan's arms, complaining that he was making a big deal out of nothing. "Aren't you afraid this surprise will turn into a scare?" Lu Yin held her and comforted her, saying that he was indeed making a big deal, but he also wanted to try this formal way of going public to see if she would be satisfied. As he spoke, he let go of Huashan, took out a necklace with a pendant, and asked, "Can I win this bet?" This romantic gesture moved Huashan to tears. At this moment, the fans below also noticed that Lu Yin had disappeared from the stage. After searching for a while, some sharp-eyed fans spotted two small heads in the distant stands. Seeing that Huashan was ready, Lu Yin signaled for the stage lights to turn on and introduced his beloved Huashan to the fans, causing the entire venue to erupt again, pushing the concert atmosphere to its peak. The fans were buzzing, some thinking that Lu Yin was really brave, while others had a sudden realization. No wonder his recent songs were all so sweet. It turned out he was in love. Then, Lu Yan's voice sounded again. "I hope to receive everyone's blessings." Huashan was overwhelmed with emotion, throwing herself into his arms and bursting into tears. The fans were completely won over by the couple. Actually, Lu Yin wanted to say more, but seeing Huashan crying so hard, he decided to go down first. Just then, Huashan mustered all her courage and unexpectedly stopped him. It turned out she also had something to say. She also wanted to introduce Lu Yin to everyone as the man she was seriously dating. She continued, "I will definitely supervise Lu Yin well and will definitely be fair and just. This sister-in-law is so cute." Lu Yin patted her head and replied that he understood and would definitely try his best to listen to her supervision. There was indeed some wonderful connection between them. These connections were not accidental, but the result of countless instances of mutual trust and choice amidst laughter and tears. They grew up together. Huashan loved him even more now. For them, Companionship is the most lasting confession of love. Under the fireworks, Lu Yin and Hua Shan embraced passionately. They didn't notice the three people behind them at all. Li Yuan suddenly remembered hearing Song and Ya crying and saying, "It's been 5 years. I'm letting go." Thinking of this, he hugged Song and Ya tightly and left, leaving only the sole single man at the scene, Yi Suyang, dumbfounded and being force-fed their public display of affection in the wind. He suddenly realized that in their small group of 5, he was like a glaring third wheel. After the concert, Yi Suyang blurted out, "How did you two get together?" He strongly suspected that Song and Ye had cast some spell on Li Yuan. Hearing this, Song and Ye just pulled the drunk Li Yuan closer and asked, "Were you forced?" Li Yuan, in his drunken state, took a few seconds to react. He wrapped his arm around Song and Ye's waist and shouted, "Nonsense! I was willing." Hua Shan witnessed this fate, and Lu Yin recorded it. It turned out that only Yi Suyang was the outsider. Yi Suyang didn't know what he had missed. How did these 4 people suddenly pair up so perfectly? Li Yuan whispered in his ear, "You told me I had to be proactive. I listened to you." Yi Suyang's jaw almost dropped in shock. It turned out he wasn't an outsider, but a matchmaker. Then, Yi Suyang put on his big brother airs and warned Song and Ye, "You have to be good to my little brother. Don't bully him." Before he could finish a sentence, Song and Ye told him to go get some water, making a big fuss. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Suyang exploded. "Why should Song and Ye order me around? I'm not her boyfriend." Song and Ye retorted, "Aren't you Li Yuan's older brother?" The reluctant brother grabbed a bottle of water and handed it over. Yi Suyang now felt truly redundant. The whole room was filled with the sickeningly sweet air of romance. Looking around, he suddenly wondered, Yi Suyang himself is away all year round and has many friends, so how come he can't find a partner? Yi Suyang glared and magnanimously declared, "Not everyone needs love." Then he began to list a million reasons for being single, such as he lacks nothing, so naturally, he doesn't need dopamine. Being single is so freeing, while love is torture. He kept muttering to himself, completely unaware that the two couples weren't listening to him at all. Let's feel sorry for him for a second and use the remaining 59 seconds to laugh at him. Suddenly, Lu Yin noticed that Hua Shan seemed sleepy and was about to take her to bed, but Hua Shan wanted to stay a little longer. Lu Yin naturally indulged her. Yi Suyang thought to himself, "This is torture." The next morning, Yi Suyang woke up early, planning to slip away, but was stopped by Hua Shan. She was walking down the stairs wearing Lu Yan's shirt. Yi Suyang turned around and explained that he had an appointment today, and apologized for waking Hua Shan up. Hua Shan waved her hand. "I wasn't woken up. I just got up for a drink of water." Yi Suyang suddenly noticed a bit of fluff in Hua Shan's hair. He was about to reach out to remove it, but stopped when he saw her wide eyes. Hua Shan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Yi Suyang just said, "Nothing." He was about to leave, but finally turned back to her and said, "Hua Shan, you look beautiful with long hair." Hua Shan touched her long hair. "Thank you." Yi Suyang looked at her fingers. The ring was sparkling. He felt he could finally let go completely. After the concert, Hua Shan and Lu Yin decided to go on vacation to Boston. They picked up their luggage, got in the car, and prepared to leave. Song and Ye saw them off. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind. Now it was just her and Li Yuan. Song and Ye felt she was receiving a strong signal from the little wolf. "Dog." The following is an excerpt from Li Yuan's diary. Today, she did a lot of interesting things. He and Song and Ye went to a local supermarket. There are no paparazzi or fans here, so they could be ordinary people for a while. Moreover, when he said a few suggestive words, Song and Ye would blush. It had been a long time since they had been to a supermarket, and it felt really good. They played around for a long time. Li Yuan discovered that Song and Ye liked pink and soft things. Even her tissues had to have patterns. She was really still a little girl at heart. He thought he would get to know her more in the future. Afterward, they drove along the coast, thinking about their destination, the temporary cottage that belonged to them, and he was very happy. Back at the house, Li Yuan, having specially learned to cook from the variety show, could finally show off his skills. However, Song and Ye was still worried about him being alone in the kitchen and insisted on helping, even though her knife skills were truly terrible. Li Yuan, being thoughtful, had prepared in advance and made a table full of seafood. At first, Song and Ye was skeptical if the food was edible, but then she revealed her foodie nature and devoured everything. After they were full, they sat on the beach together to enjoy the scenery. Li Yuan really liked this, being able to comfortably be alone with her like this. You get to see a side of Song and Ye you don't usually see, and it's all a reward. Of course, a workaholic has to work even on vacation. Song, Anya had just finished a video call with a co-star and collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. Looking at the beautiful figure in the bathroom, she was still very satisfied. Lee Yuan pulled open the bathroom door, his bathrobe wrapped tightly. This time he had finally found the belt, so she couldn't see what she wanted to see. Song Anya couldn't help but think, this guy wears more clothes at night than during the day. Is he planning to become a monk? Song Anya thought to herself, let's see how I deal with your chastity. She coaxed Lee Yuan into giving her a foot massage. It had to be said, Lee Yuan's technique was really good. The massage made Song Anya feel very relaxed, and the fatigue of the day vanished without a trace. Song Anya teased him. Is Lee Yuan jealous? Lee Yuan didn't understand what she was talking about. Song Anya brought up the past, saying he used to get jealous whenever she flirted a little with Luo Quan. But this time, she had a long video call with someone else, and Lee Yuan didn't make a fuss at all. Lee Yuan said he understood very well, because he was also an actor and he knew it was all for work. Compared to male actors, this was what made him angry. As he spoke, Lee Yuan suddenly pressed hard on a spot, and Song Anya immediately felt very ticklish. It turned out to be where she was injured last time. Lee Yuan said with concern, you need to be careful with an injured foot. Don't wear such high heels. This concern made Song Anya feel that Lee Yuan had really grown up, completely different from a childish boy he used to be. She promised to be more careful in the future. He knew that Song Anya didn't like children. Song Anya suddenly remembered the efforts he made to pursue her. She realized he used to be a stereotypical person, but later she found that those standards didn't seem to matter anymore. Now, she liked him no matter what he was like. Then, she gently pushed Lee Yuan's chest and said, little boy, you used to say you wanted to know me better, but it seems you're still far from it. So Song Anya gave Lee Yuan a chance to get to know her better, which was a game of drawing lots. Lee Yuan looked at the blush-inducing slips of paper in the box and thought, is this something that can even be broadcast? He felt that something might happen tonight. So he asked Song Anya, are you sure you want to play this? Would Song Anya let herself be at a disadvantage? Of course not. She told him not to worry. Lee Yuan said seriously that he takes games very seriously. Who knew the first slip they drew would be so exciting? It was, play with your favorite part of the other's body for 3 minutes. Lee Yuan's favorite was her slender waist, a fatal charm. He wrapped his arm around her small waist and leaned in for a kiss, only to find it was completely different from what he had imagined. It turned out Song Anya had a mole below her waist. He knew her a little better now, but his warm breath made Song Anya unbearably ticklish, and she quickly stopped Lee Yuan's interrupted action. Lee Yuan asked, can't even last a minute? Are you a sore loser? Song Anya explained that she was very ticklish. Lee Yuan asked again seriously, were those words just now a confession? Song Anya couldn't help but curse in her heart. This guy is such an idiot. Can't he figure it out himself? But Lee Yuan didn't want to figure it out himself. He wanted to hear Song Anya say it. Song Anya had to admit that her change was partly because of Lee Yuan. Ever since that time in the van, she had started to look forward to more possibilities with him. She linked her arm with Lee Yuan's and said she wanted to have more possibilities with him, and that she was very satisfied with all aspects of Lee Yuan. Lee Yuan excitedly wanted to kiss her, but Song Anya playfully stopped him. 3 minutes are up. It's my turn. Song Anya drew a rather ordinary slip. Ask a tricky question. But who was she but Songjia? She immediately thought of a good question. She took the initiative and asked Lee Yuan, why do you like me? Was it love at first sight? As she spoke, she ambiguously wrapped her arms around Lee Yuan's neck. How could the little wolf dog, Lee Yuan, stand this? He pushed Song Anya away and questioned, are you playing a game or playing me? Pushed away, Song Anya couldn't help but reach out and touch him again. Then she continued to ask the question. Lee Yuan had no choice but to grab her mischievous hand and tell her it was because he saw her cry. Song Anya didn't expect the answer to be this, and felt it was truly beyond her imagination. Lee Yuan held her and said, to be honest, Song Anya is definitely the girl who cries the most I've ever seen. Song Anya really didn't expect to have the image of a crybaby in Lee Yuan's heart. Lee Yuan continued to describe the Song Anya in his eyes. I used to think you were an arrogant and annoying person, but then I discovered that you're actually a little girl inside. I just wanted to protect that girl. Later he realized that Song Anya didn't need to rely on anyone. She just needed anticipation and praise. Lee Yuan said that from now on, with him, Song Anya didn't need to prove anything. She was good enough as she was. He didn't know what he could do for Anya. Perhaps all he could do was love her. This little wolf dog's sweet confession made her smile, a smile of being moved, of course. Then Song Inya pinned the little wolf dog under her, hooked her finger into the pocket of Li Yuan's pajamas, and asked, "Do you like me a lot?" Li Yuan answered honestly, yes. As a result, just as he was about to kiss her, Song Inya dodged. He suspected that Song Inya had switched to game mode again. He could only say helplessly, "Song Inya, actually, I discovered a long time ago. You really like to tease me as if it's a game." Before he could finish, Song Inya also replied, "I like you." This was perhaps the first time Li Yuan had heard these words from Song Inya's mouth. He wasn't sure, so he asked again. As a result, Song Inya said word by word, "I've liked you for a long time." As soon as the words fell, Li Yuan got excited. He pushed her away and said, "Let's not play this stupid game." He wanted to kiss her happily and leave a hickey on her neck. Song Inya still pushed him away. She wanted to go to the bedroom. Li Yuan carried her to the bedroom. He eagerly placed her on the bed, and the two kissed passionately. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Their love was like this kiss, pure and fiery. Li Yuan's hand slid over Song Inya's body. He wanted to take off her clothes, but they were tangled in a chain, so he could only tug. Song Inya had to guide him herself, even teasingly asking, "Why do I have to teach you everything?" The beauty's appearance was simply against the rules. Li Yuan's wolfish nature was completely unleashed. He pinned Song Inya under him and bit her. He suddenly felt that today's Song Inya smelled very fragrant. Song Inya replied that, of course, she had given up sugar for so long for one person and had specially used a candy-scented perfume. Normally, she would never use such a sweet perfume. Li Yuan didn't expect Song Inya to change for him. Song Inya then shyly expressed that this was specially chosen for Li Yuan. At this moment, Li Yuan regretted it. He regretted saying just now that he didn't mind Song Inya collaborating with other male artists. That was all a lie. In fact, he just wanted to hold on to Song Inya and not let go, like a child holding a candy box. Even if others say you can't have any more candy, the child still refuses to let go. At this moment, he wished Song Inya belonged to him. Unfortunately, the little wolf dog hadn't been tough for 2 seconds before he was kicked away by her. There was no other way, since Song Inya had decided she could only be responsible to the end. Li Yuan used to think he couldn't live without Song Inya, but in fact, she also needed him very much. He would never leave Song Inya first. Song Inya needed him. The next day, they woke up in the embrace of sunshine and flowers. Song Inya turned over and found her whole body was sore, especially her back. It seemed this little wolf dog's stamina was not to be underestimated. She thought she must rest well today. As a result, she was held tightly by Li Yuan in her dream. He called out Tong Tong, which was Song Inya's childhood name, representing her past, which few people knew. At this moment, Song Inya made a decision. She sent a text to her assistant, "Don't contact me for the next few days." Inya's assistant exclaimed that this was truly unprecedented. What was Injie busy with, to even use a meaningful exclamation mark? Song Inya, of course, was with Li Yuan at this moment. Li Yuan's work is about to pop up again. Let's go on vacation. Let's go on vacation. The two young couples both began their sweet rest period. Early in the morning, Song Inya sat at the dining table, happily waiting for the breakfast handmade by her little wolf dog. Li Yuan had also thoughtfully prepared sugar-free juice for her, and even the pancakes were only served with yogurt. Song Inya needed to manage her figure and thought this was very good. Looking at the bite mark on Li Yuan's collarbone, Song Inya remembered last night and couldn't help but blush. She rarely showed concern, asking, "Does it still hurt?" At first, Li Yuan didn't understand what she was talking about. Then he realized she was asking about the purplish-blue scratch marks on his back. Hearing this, Li Yuan also blushed and replied with one word, "No." Then he awkwardly lowered his head to eat breakfast quickly. Song Inya then looked at her nails out of boredom and said, "I'll be more careful next time and try not to hurt you." Li Yuan, he secretly raised his head and looked at her stunning face. Everything that happened last night flashed through his mind again, and he blushed once more. To dispel the awkwardness, Li Yuan quickly found a topic. He asked when she planned to return to her home country. Song Anya planned to go back in a week, but then she realized something was off. The holiday had just begun, and this guy was already counting down the days until it ended. Li Yuan continued to ask about her upcoming work schedule. Song Anya decided not to go home for now and would go directly to Atlanta to film Fast and Furious. He didn't expect it to be that movie, a truly big production. Lee Yuhan's eyes lit up, really wanting to flatter her immediately. Song Anya calmly said she was just making a cameo as a Chinese face. Then, she also curiously asked about Lee Yuhan's work schedule. His agent had given Lee Yuhan several scripts, but he hadn't decided which one to take. Song Anya told him to follow his heart. Lee Yuhan looked at the goddess like Song Anya before him, and he couldn't help but recall her charm. The scene from last night. He quickly stopped his thoughts and started flattering Tong Tong. You're so amazing. You're the best at everything you do. No task is too difficult for you. How can you be so outstanding? Lee Yuhan said all this in one breath. Song Anya confidently said that she already knew all of this. Then, Lee Yuhan lowered his head in frustration. Since he was a child, he had been a slow learner, taking a long time to grasp things. So he had to put in 3 times the effort to keep up with Song Anya's pace. But he really wanted to keep up with her. Song Anya teased that although he was slow, he was a natural in certain aspects, wondering how he became so good at socializing. Lee Yuhan was so shy he wanted to bury himself. He felt he was too useless, with no talent, no charm, and his acting was even worse. No matter how many times he acted, he could probably only reach a passing grade. He was very worried about disappointing Song Anya. Hearing this, Song Anya soothed him, caressing his face and comforting him. It's hard to be the best, but not everyone aims to be the best. Actually, whether it's an international award or a delicious dinner, as long as you follow your heart, it's not useless. You're already amazing just as you are. Perhaps this is what love is, able to soften the hard parts of a person's heart. As it happened, the weather in California had been great these few days, so Song Anya planned to visit Santa Barbara for a few days as she was getting a bit tired of staying here. Looking at the figure of his lover by the window, Lee Yuhan couldn't hold back any longer and went straight up to embrace and kiss her. He didn't want to go anywhere today. He just wanted to seduce her. As expected, today's Song Anya was also very sweet. On the other side, on the streets of Boston, Huashan and Lu Yin were strolling around when they were recognized by fans just as they passed by. They simply held hands in public. It felt so good not to have to hide. After going public with their relationship, there were blessings as well as criticisms, but Huashan believed they could handle these things. Li Yin brought Huashan to the place where he used to study. The main building of the school was indeed magnificent. Lu Yin led her through each classroom as if they had boarded a time machine, taking her to the years she couldn't. Accompany him, gradually filling in those regrets and gaps. Finally, Li Yin brought her to the piano room, which was filled with musical instruments. And sheet music, truly a good place to relax and create. Suddenly, Huashan saw the sheet music for What's Her Name, the song that had made her heart flutter. So she asked Li Yin to play it for her. Lu Yin naturally obliged, but having been a tour guide all day, he wanted to charge a small fee. So he wanted Huashan to sing the song for him. Recalling the time after the kindergarten talent show, Huashan gave a small drawing to a little chubby boy. The little boy held on to her and asked, "Will you come again in the future?" The little boy really liked this friend and wanted to learn music with her. She also wanted to ask the little boy's name, but before she could, the boy left with the teacher. They had made a promise to go to the children's palace together and would definitely meet again. The memory ended. Huashan's clear, singing voice rose with the music, like a clear spring flowing through the heart, making one feel comfortable and relaxed at What's Her Name, Have I Seen You Before? Her voice seemed to have a magical quality, each note filled with emotion and power, immersing people in it, unable to pull themselves away. This sweet singing voice also won praise from other students. Huashan felt her stage fright was about to act up again. Lu Yin generously introduced Huashan as his girlfriend. After leaving the school, Huashan was still covering her face, saying it was embarrassing. Lu Yin praised her for singing well. Then he changed the subject, asking Huashan if, like in the movie, she believed in childhood sweethearts. Huashan was surprised that Lu Yin knew the origin of the song. Lu Yin sighed and said that Huashan had dragged him to see the movie, but she fell asleep halfway through. Seeing that the movie held such an attraction for Huashan, Li Yin had no choice but to finish watching it. He even wanted to ask if Huashan had a crush on any boy when she was little, but Huashan said proudly that she was very popular as a child, and it was obviously other boys who liked her. However, speaking of childhood crushes on the opposite sex, as a former star chaser, Huashan had quite a few dream lovers, such as Ji Yu, Qi Xing, and Ling Feng. Too many to count. Lian felt it would have been better not to ask. However, Huashan's admiration for anyone only lasted for 3 minutes. She rarely followed a star for a long time, except for Lian. He was not only Huashan's dream lover, but had long been her one and only. Speaking of first loves in childhood, Huashan was also curious about Lian's first love. After all, he was a man in his 20s. It was impossible for him not to have had a first love. But surprisingly, he didn't have one. Huashan was very interested, rubbing her hands together, wanting to hear Lian's story. But everyone knew Lian was a school tyrant and had gone through a rebellious phase. At that time, he and his good friend were influenced by the phrase, "Brother is just a legend, don't believe in love." So now, when he met a girl he liked, Lian racked his brains but could only recall memories with his underlings. This confession session was too difficult. Lian had to talk about the little girl who taught him to play the piano. However, they weren't together for long before the little girl disappeared. Just like the male protagonist in the movie Flipped, where you only realize what you truly want when something disappears from your life. That girl was truly the guide on Lian's musical path. Without her, Lian didn't know if he would have become a singer. Lian's words also made Huashan unconsciously think of that little boy, who was also her first fan. At this moment, Lian suddenly realized he had said so much and wondered if Huashan was angry. He was about to test the waters when Huashan's stomach rumbled. Lian had no choice but to take her for steak. He even wanted to take Huashan to his old dorm, where he still had many of his things. Soon night fell. Huashan took a fragrant bath and came to Lian's side, wanting to see what he was doing. It turned out Lian was organizing the songs he had saved from before, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrant and soft young lady and decided to take a bath. Huashan immediately took this opportunity to help him organize the songs Lian had composed, which recorded every bit of their relationship. Sky Sky was for him, and also for her. Shan Shan represented her, his son. 11:30 recorded his longing. Every stroke contained Lian's love, and Huashan was happy for him too. Huashan was also very grateful to the little girl who taught him piano. That little girl must have been a little angel. Just as she was thinking this, Huashan suddenly discovered the small drawing, the one Lian treasured. It turned out that the little angel was Huashan. Huashan's memories suddenly flooded back. The chubby figure who followed behind her calling Big Sister. Now that figure had grown up into a handsome man with 8-pack abs who called her babe, asking if she could get his pajamas for him. Just then, Huashan suddenly saw Lian's body. A rush of heat surged to her cheeks, and her mind went blank. She randomly grabbed a set of clothes and handed them to Lian. Lian was not satisfied with her shy appearance, thinking it's not like she hadn't seen his body before. What was there to be shy about? Suddenly, he realized what he was holding wasn't pajamas at all, but a small dress. In the end, the two changed their clothes and sat side by side. Lian looked at Huashan thoughtfully and asked her what was wrong. Huashan hesitated, still not knowing how to begin. Lian didn't let her off, continuing to press her. But at this moment, Huashan's mind was a mess. She felt this was too exciting, truly raised from childhood. Then Huashan finally spoke. She said that in her memory, there was also an important little boy. That little boy was very cute, with a soft and squishy face that was great for pinching. Hearing this, Lian became a little jealous and pushed Huashan down. But Huashan continued to tell the story of the little boy. That little boy was always clinging to Huashan, making one can't help but want to protect him. That little boy was very talented in music, and Huashan really liked being with him. At this point, Lian's expression had turned gloomy. Huashan continued, saying she couldn't forget the story of that little boy. Lian was now completely angry. He asked, word by word, "Are you sure you can't forget?" At this moment, Huashan took out the small drawing and said she had now found that little boy. How could Lian not recognize Huashan's drawing style? Suddenly, Lian remembered that the little girl was Huashan. He had figured out too. Lian hugged Huashan tightly and said in surprise, "It's really you." After that, the two kissed happily. It turned out Lian had always been held firmly in the palm of Huashan's hand. It had always been her. They had agreed to meet at the Children's Palace, but that year, Huashan stood Lian up for more than 10 years. Now Lian was going to get it back. Huashan also didn't quite understand how the cute little boy from her childhood had grown up to be so lecherous. Lian buried his face in Huashan's body aggrievedly and asked, "Am I not cute now? This was just foul play." Lu Yin even lifted his head, pretending to be a puppy, and called out, "Big sister, big sister." After a deep exchange, the two went to take a bath together again. Huashan once thought Lu Yin's appearance was like a beam of light, illuminating the abyss in her heart. But now she realized that she could also be the one to illuminate Lu Yin's first beam of light. Lu Yin was enjoying everything in the bathtub, while splendid fireworks bloomed outside. Huashan was still thinking about the day's events. She wanted to take a walk on 14th Street. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was staring intently at the ring on Huashan's hand. He wanted to get married. Perhaps from the moment their eyes met, Huashan was his everything, and having her meant having everything. Holidays always pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the Golden Lion Award ceremony. Song Anya, in a gorgeous green gown, was stunningly beautiful. Even her assistant couldn't help but praise that her beauty outshone all the other stars. Just as Song Anya asked her assistant to go find her shoes, Li Yuhan knocked and entered. He had specially brought a pair of green earrings to match her gown. Seeing him arrive, Song Anya asked her assistant to go downstairs first. Li Yuhan politely sat down and helped her change her shoes. He noticed the shoes were a bit tight and could easily cause a fall, but there was no choice as brand-sponsored shoes often didn't fit well. Song Anya was used to it, and now with Li Yuhan by her side, she believed he would hold her steady. After changing shoes, the two walked into the elevator together, not forgetting to share a sweet kiss. Before long, they stepped out of the elevator. Li Yuhan held Song Anya's hand and told her to hold on tight. Suddenly, Song Anya slipped. Li Yuhan quickly moved forward to support her, giving her a full sense of security. Li Yuhan looked at their clasped hands and comforted her. "You just walk forward confidently. I'll handle everything." Then the host announced their names, and they entered the hall as the main cast of Above the Dunes. The reporters on site immediately turned their spotlights on them, taking pictures rapidly. Li Yuhan held the leading lady's hand. This time, he was no longer an outsider. Recalling when he first debuted, he could only watch Song Anya collaborate with other male actors, but now he was finally standing by her side with no distance between them. He had truly become a part of Song Anya's life. Huashan and Lu Yin also saw them from the audience. The red carpet event ended quickly, and the awards ceremony finally began. This year's Best Actress nominees were Susie for Crazy Merchant, Song Anya for Above the Dunes, and Aaron for The Disciple. The award presenter slowly announced the nomination list. Song Anya appeared very relaxed, while Li Yuhan, sitting next to her, nervously held her hand tightly. Finally, the presenter announced that this time's winner was Song Anya for Above the Dunes. The big screen began to play clips of her from the movie. To be honest, Song Anya was also a bit surprised, but she quickly regained her composure and walked onto the stage to accept the award. Li Yuhan, worried she might fall, carefully arranged her dress for her. Song Anya shone on the stage, and all her friends congratulated her. In her acceptance speech, Song Anya said, "I also want to thank one person, my leading man, Li Yuhan. Actors complete each other. From our first collaboration in his debut work, Endless City, to Above the Dunes, he has been steadily moving forward and improving. I am truly grateful for Li Yuhan's persistence and hard work." Then she continued, "We will have more collaborations in the future. Above the Dunes is not our end point." The awards ceremony ended, and the five of them gathered together. Huashan exclaimed, "Song Anya is so beautiful today." But she noticed Song Anya was limping and asked with concern if she was okay. Song Anya replied that it was nothing and invited everyone to the celebration party tonight. Hearing this, Li Yuhan showed off his boyfriend power, lifting Song Anya high up. "I can't wait. I already want to see that sparkling trophy." Song Anya reminded him, "Watch your behavior. Everyone is watching." Li Yuhan congratulated her and kissed her for a long time. Li Yuhan was like a flower in a greenhouse, living aimlessly until he met Song Anya, and his life gained a purpose. The brighter her light shone, the more obsessed he became. Suddenly, Li Yuhan remembered the wishes they had discussed on their last birthday, and it turned out their wishes had all come true. Since Huashan and Lu Yin went public with their relationship, they had kept a low profile to avoid excessive public attention. Because they rarely appeared together in public and seldom showed affection openly, there were frequent rumors about their relationship being strained. However, Huashan didn't care much about these, believing that as long as they themselves knew the happy times they spent together were enough. They were active in their respective fields in their own way. time flies, and the once best newcomer in the music industry has gradually grown and matured. Today, Luyin combed his hair and stood solemnly before his future father-in-law. Suddenly, he bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "Dad, please rest assured and let me marry Shan Shan." Hearing this, Fu Ziao, who was leisurely sipping tea, spat out a mouthful of water. Today, Huashan's Work the Wind has its origin. Also received an honor. Huashan attended the awards ceremony in a pale yellow long dress. At this moment, Huashan felt like she was standing at the pinnacle of her life. She once thought the Tian Shao Award was the most glorious moment of her life, but now it seemed that was just the tip of the iceberg. A few years later, Huashan's Work The Wind Has Its Origin was adapted into a movie, and she herself was invited to personally revise the script. Her good friend Song Anya and Lee Yuhan starred as the male and female leads in the movie. Reuniting for work, Huashan felt there was no moment more wonderful than this. It would be even more perfect if the theme song singer, Luyin, could also attend. Just as she thought of Luyin, the reporters began to ask Huashan about the rumors of discord with Luyin, and some reporters asked if they were getting married soon. Regarding the question of marriage, Huashan hadn't seriously thought about it, so she didn't know how to answer. Song Anya timely helped her fend off the question. The media needs evidence to draw conclusions. Then they prepared to invite the theme song singer, Lian, to the stage. At this moment, Huashan's eyes just lit up because Lian had previously told her that he might not be able to attend due to being elsewhere. The fans below were also constantly guessing whether the two would appear on the same stage. However, in the next second, Lu Yin's image appeared on the big screen. It turned out he was sending his blessings directly via video. Huashan was a little disappointed, while Li Yuhan and Song Anya looked confused. Taking advantage of the break, they asked Lu Yin why he didn't come in person. Lu Yin held his head in frustration and said that due to a sudden downpour, his flight was delayed. What bad luck. He had originally planned to propose to Huashan today. The venue was all set, and Li Yuhan and the others had rehearsed for a long time. It seemed he could only find another opportunity. What a pity for Huashan's shining moment today. Song Anya reminded him, think about your grand relationship announcement. The proposal can't be any less than that. Lu Yin patted his chest and guaranteed, I will definitely give Huashan the most unforgettable and perfect proposal. This was his responsibility. Hearing this, Li Yuhan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Song Anya. This guy probably wanted to propose too, which was why he said such confident words that don't speak too soon. Saying it before you do, it will bring bad luck, or else heaven will punish you. The second time, Lian prepared to propose on a romantic Ferris wheel. Unfortunately, the maintenance staff announced that the equipment was under repair that day. Song Anya, who was in charge of inviting Huashan, had to take her out for a late-night snack instead. The third time, Lian planned to use 500 luxury drones to form a proposal message over the river, but he received a call reporting that the 500 reserve drones had been in an accident. Song Anya, who had originally invited Huashan for a night run, ended up taking her out for a late-night snack. The fourth time, Lu Yin chose a beautiful garden for the proposal, but they encountered a sudden, unstoppable downpour. Lu Yin and Li Yuhan just kept going in circles and could only hold their heads and cry, why is proposing so hard? Yi Suyang stood beside them and calmly asked, why not find a suitable place nearby and set it up? This idea was brilliant. On a sunny day, Lu Yin wore a neat suit, his hair impeccably styled. After ensuring everything was ready, he intended to go get Huashan. However, when he arrived, he found Huashan had dozed off from drawing. Lu Yin asked if Huashan had stayed up late again. She admitted it and apologized for forgetting their 6th anniversary, then asked if Lu Yin had a surprise. Lu Yin first coaxed her to sleep, telling her they would talk after she woke up, but secretly worried that today's proposal would be ruined again. While Huashan was asleep, he casually washed the dishes. Just as Lu Yin left the living room, he found Huashan on the balcony, so he quickly got her a jacket and asked why she wasn't resting properly. Huashan pointed to the big screen opposite and said, I want to watch for a while. After all, this is a rare moment for us to be in the same frame. And she loudly praised Lu Yin for being talented. Lu Yin told her to zip up her jacket, afraid she would catch a cold. Huashan couldn't help but sigh that 6 years ago, Lu Yin was an unknown idol, while she was a homebody immersed in the online world. Lu Yin immediately asked, "Then why did you admire an unknown idol like me back then?" Huashan said frankly, "Because the Lu Yin back then was very cute. I just hoped you would become famous, so I kept drawing you, hoping more people would get to know you." Huashan also said that Lu Yin often shared her drawings back then. Lu Yin pressed on, "Was it because of those drawings that I got to know you? Did I really like your drawings?" Lu Yin recalled that he was very resistant to those drawings at the time, but his agent required him to share them to ride on the hype. But under Huashan's questioning, Lu Yin still said he liked them very much and conveniently changed the subject, saying that Huashan was very enthusiastic as his mom fan back then. Huashan explained that she just liked being a mom fan at the time. Lu Yin asked if she still found him cute now. Huashan said that for her, Lu Yin's cuteness was unrelated to age. No matter how long they were together, she would always find him cute. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed after hearing that. Huashan reminded him that the clip on the big screen had changed. The two watched the big screen together, each with their own thoughts. Lu Yin recalled that his fate with Huashan was also because of a cute remark from her. At that time, he wasn't strong enough to stand by her side, so he always reminded himself to do his best. But Lu Yin felt that all these efforts were nothing. Compared to Huashan's contributions, it felt like Huashan had made him, and Huashan had also always firmly chosen Lu Yin. But she never expected to end up with Lu Yin in this way. Huashan looked at the screen, feeling that she had waited too long for this moment. The atmosphere had been pushed to a climax, and Lu Yin decided that regardless of any ceremony, he couldn't let Huashan wait for him any longer. Just as Lu Yin was about to take out the engagement ring, Huashan proposed to him first. Now Lu Yin could no longer remain calm. His prepared proposal had gone up in smoke. Not to mention, even his proposal lines were stolen. Huashan was even surprised that Lu Yin wasn't happy. Lu Yin immediately said, "Those lines should be said by me." As a result, before he could finish his lines, Huashan eagerly replied, "I do." Lu Yin put the engagement ring on her hand. Huashan hugged Lu Yin, moved to tears, and said she had long guessed he was going to propose to her. Lu Yin admitted it, but explained that he didn't want it to be so hasty at first. Huashan didn't think it was hasty and was even glad Lu Yin didn't propose in front of everyone. Otherwise, she would have been so embarrassed she'd want to find a hole to crawl into. She comforted Lu Yin, saying that this was enough. There was no need for others to know. Just then, the big screen lit up, playing the proposal Lu Yin had prepared earlier. Before Huashan could see the screen clearly, Lu Yin kissed her. While the two were immersed in romance, a crowd of curious people had already gathered under the big screen, discussing the proposal. Lu Yin also directly made the matter public. Wow! Huashan changed into a formal gown, and someone behind her praised her beauty. Turning around, she found it was her future mother-in-law. At this moment, her future mother-in-law was as excited as if she were marrying off her own daughter. She took Huashan's hand, saying she had always regarded Huashan as her own daughter, and she said she had watched Huashan grow up. Huashan shyly lowered her head. Her future mother-in-law came forward to hug her, and by the way, reminded her to change how she addressed her. Huashan shyly called out, "Mom." Soon it was time for the wedding ceremony entrance. Huashan and her mother-in-law walked hand in hand. This wedding was something the bride's father attached great importance to. The groom entered. Lu Yin repeatedly expressed to his father-in-law that he would take good care of Huashan. However, the father-in-law did not agree readily, and then prepared to leave. Huashan looked at her father's back, recalled many past events, and ran to his side to comfort him. "Dad, please rest assured." Her mother-in-law also immediately expressed that she would protect Huashan and not let anyone bully her. Only then was the father-in-law relieved. Song Anya suddenly felt jealous of Huashan's relationship with her father, then sighed that Huashan's whole family was very harmonious. At this moment, Li Yuhan came over to wipe her tears, but Song Anya pushed him away, reminding him to keep his distance in public, and casually explained that she wasn't crying. Just as the two separated, someone came to chat with Song Anya, but at this moment, she was busy looking at a message from Li Yuhan. He said he wanted to marry Song Anya. Song Anya replied proudly, "In your dreams." At this time, a girl also came to chat with Li Yuhan, but he didn't care because Song Anya said she would consider marriage only after observing his performance for another 5 years. Song Anya was soon called away by the bride. Before leaving, she looked back at Li Yuhan. The wedding proceeded to a new segment. Under the MC's guidance, Lu Yin kissed Huashan, and friends and relatives sent their blessings. Huashan reminded Lu Yin to be mindful of the occasion. Lu Yin said, "Never mind them," and continued to kiss, secretly determined to protect Hua Shan well in the future. As the wedding was about to end, everyone took a group photo. Next was the honeymoon. Hua Shan was still in the bath, and Lu Yin knocked on the door to remind her it had been over an hour. Hua Shan shouted at Lu Yin, "Don't open the door," while blaming Lu Yin for dragging her onto a plane right after the wedding ended. Lu Yin explained that he didn't want to be disturbed by the media. He took her away that very night. Hua Shan was still complaining that Lu Yin didn't get to see her in her wedding dress. Lu Yin said he remembered every single moment clearly and had recorded the whole thing, telling her not to worry. She was about to bring up plan B, but was interrupted by Hua Shan. Hua Shan changed into a new wedding dress, saying she had liked this one before, but couldn't wear it out because it was too revealing. So she modified it herself and wanted to wear it for Lu Yin. She was also thankful she had brought this gown, otherwise she wouldn't even have a change of clothes. But the next second, Lu Yin swept her up in his arms and threw her directly onto the bed. As their passion was running high, Hua Shan didn't forget to remind Lu Yin not to rip her dress. She also teased that Lu Yin's moves were as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. Lu Yin knew how to get to the point and immediately told her to call him husband. Hua Shan decisively changed her address. She said something that made even Lu Yin blush. Lu Yin picked Hua Shan up and said, "Wifey, take your husband shopping tomorrow. Aren't the gender roles a bit off?" Afterwards, Lu Yin said he wanted to take a closer look at this gown. The two had a pleasant honeymoon. At this moment, Lu Yin was about to wake Hua Shan up. Hua Shan asked sleepily, "What time is it?" Lu Yin said it was 9 in the morning, gently tying her hair. Hua Shan said she couldn't seem to get enough sleep lately. Lu Yin comforted her, saying it was probably because she hadn't recovered from a long journey. She smelled the fragrance on Lu Yin, knew he had made breakfast, and began to nag, telling Lu Yin to get some rest and that she could just have some cereal. Lu Yin said he had ordered pork rib soup last night, and cooking noodles now was just a simple task. As a result, as soon as Hua Shan heard pork rib soup, she started to feel nauseous again, which made Lu Yin extremely worried, and he began to look for all sorts of reasons. Lu Yin paced back and forth anxiously in the living room. Hua Shan came out of the bathroom and nodded shyly. Lu Yin started to panic, saying, "But I took precautions." Hua Shan blushed and complained. Our honeymoon was too intense. Lu Yin immediately picked up Hua Shan, placed her on the sofa, and apologized to her, saying that no matter what choice she made, he would be by her side. Hua Shan asked, "Don't you like children very much?" Lu Yin said, "I do, but I don't have the right to decide this matter." He felt that his wife's choice should be the priority, but he would also take responsibility and try to minimize the harm. Hua Shan comforted him, saying she wanted to keep the baby. Anyway, her career was stable, and she could handle everything. She also affirmed Lu Yin's efforts all along, saying that the two of them together could definitely raise this child well. Hua Shan felt that this child was a gift to their new family, and they should accept it. Lu Yin was moved to tears and subsequently took on the responsibility of raising the child and taking care of his postpartum wife. Hua Shan asked with a smile, "How do you know so much?" Lu Yin said it was the responsibility of a husband who loves his wife. Soon, both were immersed in this joy. At this time, the father-in-law also arrived at the door. Both sets of parents were there, and the future mother-in-law was even more excited. Hua Shan was still nibbling on a small cracker, looking at her mother-in-law with some confusion. Lu Yin hurriedly stood in front of Hua Shan, reminding his mother not to scare her, only to be scolded by his mother. Lu Yin's mother instructed Hua Shan that she must take good care of her body these few days. "I don't want you to suffer like I did back then." She also said dotingly that her daughter-in-law had grown up. Hua Shan reminded her mother-in-law that she was already 28. Her mother-in-law felt it wasn't important and pulled Hua Shan to look at a pile of fruits she had selected. She had bought all sorts of nourishing things for Hua Shan and enthusiastically instructed on the dosage and usage for internal and external application, and said she was going to stew bird's nest soup for her daughter-in-law. The father-in-law, afraid she would blow up the kitchen, hurriedly took over the task. Hua Shan looked at these gifts and said to her mother-in-law, "You don't need to bring so many gifts next time. If I need anything, I'll just have Lu Yin buy it." As she spoke, she invited her father into the house, thankful that he hadn't brought anything. But in the next second, her father waved his hand, and workers began to move things into the house. Hua Shan said, "We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl yet. There's no need to buy these things." Seeing this, the mother-in-law hurriedly explained, "Today, your dad and I went to the mall, and he bought up all the mother and baby products." Afterwards, her dad pulled Lu Yin to assemble the baby products. Hua Shan wanted to help, but was ordered to draw posters on the sofa. The mother-in-law was stewing bird's nest in the kitchen, thoughtfully instructing the father-in-law to put less sugar for Huashan. The other two men in the family were studying how to assemble the baby products. Huashan felt that, at this moment, the whole family was looking forward to the birth of the little life. Before going to sleep, Huashan coquettishly wanted to ask Lu Yin to sing for her. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Li Yuan was sitting sadly in the living room because his and Songya's new movie was a big hit, and the two were being shipped as a CP. Seeing this, Lu Yin hurriedly explained to Huashan, but Huashan didn't care and even generously cast a CP vote for the two. Li Yuan immediately stated that he wasn't angry about being shipped as a CP, as getting angry over work is a childish act. He was about to explain the real reason for his unhappiness when Songya's appearance interrupted him. Huashan was very happy to see Songya. Songya also said that the first thing she did after getting off the plane was to come and ruffle Li Yuan's hair. Your hair has grown longer. However, Songya quickly ran to Huashan's side, and the two chatted happily. During this time, Lu Yin didn't forget to massage Huashan's lower back. Songya even left space for the two of them during the conversation. It was only then that everyone learned that the reason for Li Yuan's unhappiness was that his family had arranged a blind date for him. Huashan immediately imagined a scene of Li Yuan being forced into a marriage due to a family alliance. But he immediately asked the key question, does your family still not know about your relationship with Songya? Li Yuan looked at Songya somewhat awkwardly, but Songya was still busy with work, saying she still had to post on Weibo. Li Yuan saw her Weibo content and comforted himself that Songya was just working and only little kids would get upset about these things. After Songya finished her work, she heard that Li Yuan was going on a blind date and appeared. Very calm. That night, Li Yuan was waiting for Songya in a private parking lot, scrolling through her previous Weibo posts and looking at the fans' comments. Li Yuan was very unhappy. Songya walked over from a distance, happily telling him that the toy he bought for Huashan's baby was a big hit and casually praised Huashan's happy marriage. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yuan grabbed her and kissed her neck. She immediately realized that Li Yuan had been drinking and his mood was a bit off, and reminded Li Yuan to stop, afraid of being photographed by others. And she took on the task of driving. Songya thoughtfully helped Li Yuan fasten his seatbelt, but a necklace accidentally fell out. Seeing the necklace, Li Yuan suddenly remembered the fans' comments and Songya's indifference to the news of his blind date. Li Yuan kissed Songya frantically, even leaving a hickey on her neck. Songya didn't know why Li Yuan was so strange today, but still planned to take him home. As soon as they entered the door, Li Yuan violently pounced on Songya. Songya felt that Li Yuan was even more ferocious than in the car, and blamed herself for teaching him too well in the past. Soon, Songya was thrown onto the bed. She took the opportunity to point out Li Yuan's strange behavior, asking if Li Yuan also wanted to have a baby with her. Li Yuan grabbed her foot, pulled it in front of him, angrily called her real name, and said he didn't like children and didn't want anyone to be able to share Songya. Songya also said she didn't want children, saying that having Li Yuan as one child was enough. As a result, she angered Li Yuan and was tormented by him. Songya felt that tonight's initiative was completely in Li Yuan's hands. At this moment, he was like an unfed beast. Li Yuan said he didn't want to be treated like a child by Songya anymore, but was ruthlessly kicked by her and told that it was because she was in a bad mood. Li Yuan immediately asked her, "Why did you have no reaction when you heard about my blind date?" Songya said that was Li Yuan's business, and she had no right to interfere, nor would she throw a tantrum with him, and told Li Yuan not to throw a tantrum either. Li Yuan hoped that Songya would worry more about him. Songya said she would worry about him, but not on this matter. She also said that giving Li Yuan enough trust was her way of loving him, and she hoped he could trust her too. Songya fell asleep in Li Yuan's arms. Li Yuan felt that only at this moment was Songya so obediently by his side. When Li Yuan woke up, Songya had already gone to work, leaving him only a cute sticky note and a kiss. Li Yuan angrily called her real name, and also complained that she only stayed with him for one night, but then he noticed the little cookies he loved, and all his resentment vanished. Li Yuan refused the blind date arranged by his family, but his family said the other party had already gotten off the plane. Huashan suddenly got hungry in the middle of the night, and Lu Yin hurriedly got up to make her something to eat, accidentally lost his balance, and fell flat on his face and struggled to finish cooking. Huashan felt it looked pretty good. Lu Yin immediately said these dishes were light, nutritious, and well-balanced. But soon, Huashan wanted to eat ice cream again. Lu Yin wouldn't allow it, saying it was a special period. So she teased Lu Yin. Lu Yin couldn't resist the teasing and had to agree. While eating, Huashan muttered that Lu Yin had changed from a cute little puppy to a nagging husband. But Lu Yin just stared at the ice cream in her mouth, making sure every piece of ice cream melted before it was swallowed. Huashan called Lu Yin a mean person, but still said she would be good. On the other side, Li Yuan still went on the blind date, but kept a sour face. The other person looked at his appearance and felt that he would definitely commit domestic violence in the future. So she decided to be direct. I was forced into this blind date, and I'm not interested in Li Yuan. Before she could finish, Li Yuan interrupted her. Li Yuan also said directly that he already had someone in his heart. The other person couldn't help but curiously say a string of names. When she mentioned Sonya, the other person noticed Li Yuan's frown. But the other person was a fan of Sonya and couldn't believe her goddess would fall for this annoying brat. She even said, "My purpose in coming this time is to chase my idol." Li Yuan was a bit stunned and asked, "Is this a fan meeting?" Hearing this, the other person was eager to get some information about her goddess from Li Yuan. Li Yuan immediately said he didn't know, but was quickly defeated by the other person's goading, so he admitted he knew a little. The other person immediately demanded that Li Yuan take her to see her goddess, even flattering Li Yuan. The flattery missed its mark, but the other person quickly proposed a more tempting condition. The person said that as long as Li Yuan helps me successfully chase my idol, she will come forward to stop this blind date, and give Li Yuan his freedom and promised to be a civilized fan. Meanwhile, Sonya was preparing for a fan meeting. Her assistant reminded her that she would have to post a Weibo about the CP pairing later. Sonya asked her assistant if there was a corresponding clause in the contract, feeling that there was no benefit to promoting the CP later anyway. She asked her assistant to help turn it down. She planned to go to the car to get her script before the fan meeting started. On the way, she took out her phone to see if her little puppy had replied, but he hadn't said a word all morning. Sonya thought Li Yuan was still angry, but found it quite funny. Sonya was looking for her script in the car, determined to take on fewer dramas that required CP shipping in the future so that Li Yuan wouldn't be so sad. Just then, she heard a noise outside. Sonya instinctively hid. When she realized there was no need to hide, she happened to see Li Yuan and his blind date. Sonya texted Li Yuan, "Are you here for the fan meeting too?" Li Yuan said, "I brought a fan to see you." Song. You didn't understand why he would bring her fan to her fan meeting. Li Yuan sent her a cute emoji saying, "I won't disturb you. We'll leave after taking a picture." Sonya immediately got jealous, feeling that she had given Li Yuan too much freedom. Her manager reminded Sonya to go backstage. The assistant asked her if something was wrong. Sonya said a kid was acting up, but she still decided to pretend she didn't care. The fans at the event were cheering for Sonya. Sonya quickly got into character and asked her assistant to double-check the banners. Sonya happily went to work, only to find that Li Yuan had brought his little fan. She was furious, but still maintained a smile. The blind date thought the goddess was smiling at her and hurriedly praised Li Yuan for being capable. Sonya immediately turned her back to Li Yuan and gestured with her hand for him to come closer. Li Yuan was overjoyed, but was pulled back by his blind date. The blind date told him not to disturb the goddess while she was working. Li Yuan thought about it and agreed. Sonya was furious, feeling that Li Yuan was going too far, but was soon distracted by the gossip of her colleagues nearby. Two colleagues were guessing if the person with Li Yuan was his girlfriend. Sonya went on stage, and the audience below kept shouting, asking her and her co-star to do some intimate actions as a fake couple. Li Yuan and his blind date were watching secretly from backstage, fuming. Amidst the fervent complaints, the two found a common front and a kindred spirit. Just as the two were still complaining, the male co-star suddenly put his arm around Sonya's waist. Sonya felt this sudden interaction and turned to see Li Yuan's reaction, only to find that Li Yuan was still laughing and chatting with someone else, leaving her speechless with anger. The fan meeting was over. Li Yuan hurriedly texted Sonya, asking which dressing room she was in, planning to find her. Just as he was about to call his blind date, Sonya pulled him into the room. Sonya was listing Li Yuan's crimes, but Li Yuan didn't seem to realize the severity of the situation and even said he wanted to get back together. Song. yet angrily pinched his ear, feeling that she had given him too much freedom, letting him deliberately bring a girl to test her. Li Yuan then realized the atmosphere was a bit off, thinking he might have said the wrong thing. Sanya was still scolding him. Li Yuan saw Song Ye's half-removed performance costume and suddenly felt very awkward, wanting to push Song Ye away. Song Ye deliberately moved closer and also blamed him for laughing and chatting with the fan just now. Li Yuan was too flustered to speak. The blind date was still looking for Li Yuan outside, mistaken by Song Ye as Li Yuan's little fan. Li Yuan was a bit confused. Song Ye was still lecturing him, even deliberately asking him, "Do you want me to bring your little fan in?" The assistant knocked on the door to bring Song Ye soda. At this time, the blind date was still behind the assistant looking for Li Yuan. Song Ye opened the door to get the water. The assistant told her to rest well, and the door closed. Li Yuan also guessed that Song Ye was jealous and hugged her tightly. Just then, someone outside reminded the blind date that Li Yuan's dressing room was not here. The blind date said Li Yuan was her friend and brought her for a tour, and said she would wait for Li Yuan here. Song Ye was speechless with anger. As a result, she looked up and saw Li Yuan, smiling, which made her even angrier. Song Ye pushed him away forcefully, telling him to go and solve his mess. Li Yuan said he knew why she was angry and didn't forget to lock the door, adding, "I'm so happy." Song Ye was a bit shy and angry, but in the next second, she was hugged tightly by Li Yuan and pressed against the wall. Li Yuan asked her, "Are you jealous?" Song Ye's soda spilled on her, feeling a bit cold, but Li Yuan kissed it right away. The people outside were gossiping about Song Ye, talking about her, another male actor, which made Li Yuan very angry, and he directly ripped Song Ye's clothes. Soon, the gossip shifted to the two protagonists in the room, and the chatter gradually faded. Song Ye signaled for Li Yuan to stop, but Li Yuan immediately responded with the same words Song Ye used to lecture him. Song Ye angrily hit him and then asked about the girl he brought. Li Yuan said the girl is Song Ye's fan and has nothing to do with me. The only reason we had any interaction was because I was tricked by my brother into a blind date. The blind date was still waiting for Li Yuan outside. Yi Xiang told her that Li Yuan was not here. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was apologizing to Song Ye, saying he should have explained it to her beforehand, while promising not to make her angry. The misunderstanding between the two was also resolved. Li Yuan was also exceptionally happy because Song Ye was jealous. At this moment, the assistant outside reminded Song Ye that there was an interview in 30 minutes. Li Yuan was startled by the sudden knock and kicked Song Ye and quickly changed into formal wear. Li Yuan chased after her, planning to have dinner together. Song Ye said it might end very late. Li Yuan didn't give up and continued to ask about the next day, but Song Ye said she had an event too. Li Yuan thought there must be time on the weekend. While Song Ye was still thinking, Li Yuan said a kiss would probably be enough, and then Song Ye said nothing and stepped forward to kiss Li Yuan. Lu Yin and Hua Shan were at the door to welcome Li Yuan and Song Ye. Both sides greeted their good friends. Lu Yin had prepared a pile of ingredients. Song Ye asked them, "Are you planning a feast?" Hua Shan explained that they were going to have a barbecue, but Lu Yin suddenly found out that pregnant women shouldn't eat barbecue, so he thoughtfully prepared a hot pot. Lu Yin also said there were many kinds of light hot pot to choose from. Song Ye and Li Yuan said they wanted spicy, which was directly ignored by Lu Yin. "Anyway, my wife comes first." Lu Yin comforted Hua Shan. "We can eat soon. Go play over there." Li Yuan volunteered to help, and the two men got busy in the kitchen. Song Ye and Hua Shan were chatting on the sofa in the living room. They both said this moment was really relaxing and raised their glasses to celebrate. Song Ye felt that Lu Yin must be a great cook because Hua Shan had been well fed by Lu Yin and looked plump and fair. Hua Shan also affirmed Lu Yan's cooking skills, saying she had gained a lot of weight, and asked Song Ye, "How do you stay in shape?" Song Ye recalled the time she was racing with Li Yuan, couldn't help but blush, and nervously said, "Probably by exercising often." Hua Shan still didn't understand, and said, "I hate exercising the most." Song Ye quickly changed the subject, asking if it was hard for her now. Hua Shan said she had no morning sickness, and the only thing she couldn't stand was Lu Yin managing her every little thing, because Lu Yin even took special paternity leave, and everything from her diet to her rest was managed by Lu Yin. She even had to exercise. Besides Lu Yin, The whole family revolved around her, and she felt like a monkey. Lu Yin corrected from a distance. She's a national treasure. Hua Shan slumped on the sofa, lamenting that she had to go back to her parents' house for New Year's dinner and couldn't escape the torment of her aunts. Songya said their family had a great atmosphere. Hua Shan affirmed this, but she didn't want to be the center of attention anymore. At this moment, Songya received a message from her mom, asking if she planned to come home this year. Hua Shan stood up and asked Songya, "Do you have any plans for the end of the year?" Songya quickly turned her phone screen aside, hesitating, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, Li Yuan had suddenly become interested in cooking, which made Lu Yin feel a bit puzzled. After all, Li Yuan couldn't even cook instant noodles before. Li Yuan explained that he tricked himself by saying it was dry mixed noodles, and as he spoke, he took over the task of grilling the meat. Lu Yin asked him, "Why aren't you chasing after Songya?" Li Yuan recalled asking Songya before the interview if he could take her home, but the other party hadn't replied yet, and he felt he might have pushed too hard. As Li Yuan was thinking, he accidentally got burned by the grilled meat and yelled, "Ouch, ouch," after everyone clinked glasses. To celebrate, they suddenly felt like someone was missing, but they quickly realized that in such a couple's setting, it was indeed not suitable for Yi Suyang to appear. As they were talking, Yi Suyang appeared, complaining that everyone started eating without him. Lu Yin said, "You get to eat ready-made food as soon as you arrive, and you're still playing victim." Just then, a short-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Yi Suyang. The blind date politely greeted the sisters present. Yi Suyang was surprised how her voice suddenly changed, recalling their first meeting when the blind date was waiting for Li Yuan, and Yi Suyang kindly told her that Li Yuan was not in the dressing room. The blind date was stunned. Yi Suyang introduced himself, and the blind date mocked Yi Suyang for knowing nothing about Li Yuan. Yi Suyang felt this woman was a bit rude. After taking a call, he prepared to slip away quietly. The blind date understood the whole situation, grabbed the culprit who was trying to escape, and questioned him, "How many more stand-ins are you going to find?" But at this moment, the woman became sweet again, currying favor with the sisters present. Yi Suyang couldn't help but think she was two-faced. The blind date politely bowed to everyone, expressing her gratitude. Everyone said she was welcome, and invited her to sit down and eat together. As soon as she sat down, Songya enthusiastically served her a chopstick full of food. After tasting it, the blind date praised, "Was this delicious dish made by Sister Ya?" Li Yuan replied, "I made it." The blind date suddenly remembered Li Yuan's identity. Her face changed, and she angrily cursed him, "You damn two-timing scumbag." Damn, both brothers are suffering because of blind dates. Li Yuan also finally recognized the girl. Yi Suyang thought to himself, "This girl changes her face faster than flipping a book." Seeing how cute the blind date was, Songya immediately asked Li Yuan to take a photo of the two of them with the pretty girl. The girl was overjoyed. Unfortunately, Li Yuan, with his mind full of nothing but love, only captured his girlfriend Songya in the photo, forgetting the blind date. Yi Suyang felt something was wrong, so he offered to take the photo, but this guy only had himself in the lens, finding a handsome angle for a selfie. Just then, Lu Yan's parents also arrived, and everyone happily greeted them. Lu Yan's mother then brought out the dishes she had brought. Seeing the sumptuous dishes, Yi Suyang couldn't help but praise her cooking skills. Now, with even more food, Yi Suyang suggested everyone have a drink together. Li Yuan said he was driving, so he wouldn't drink. The others ordered what they wanted, and Lu Yan ordered a beer. Hearing this, Lu Yan's mother exclaimed that she wanted rye whiskey. Lu Yan's father tried to dissuade her, but failed. In fact, he was just there to liven up the atmosphere and didn't participate in the young people's activities. The thoughtful uncle brought Hua Shan some pumpkin soup, made from pumpkins grown by Lu Yan's father himself. At this moment, the blind date finally got her phone back. Looking at the photo, she couldn't help but criticize Yi Suyang's terrible photography skills. Seeing this, Yi Suyang slammed his cup down next to her. This woman was too much. The blind date started probing Songya for Yi Suyang's weaknesses. Before long, she suddenly noticed that Yi Suyang treated Hua Shan differently. He was even concerned about the temperature of Hua Shan's drink and carefully wiped the bottle's mouth, saying it was for Hua Shan's food safety. In fact, Hua Shan wasn't that particular, but Yi Suyang was secretly protecting her with a gentle look in his eyes. The blind date seemed to see through the situation between them. She sighed. Sure enough, Everyone has a weakness. At this moment, Lu Yan's mother draped a small blanket over Hua Shan. Looking at the happy and harmonious family before her, Songya was suddenly reminded of her own home. Her weakness was her family. At this moment, Songya's mother was still complaining on WeChat, "You're not coming home again this year. I wish you were half as filial as someone else's younger brother." Songya chugged a large mouthful of strong liquor. Li Yuan reminded her it was strong, but she ignored him and replied directly on WeChat, "Anyway, that precious younger brother at home does nothing but spend money, and he's still called obedient." Seeing this, the blind date also affectionately said she wanted to have a drink with Sister Ya. On WeChat, Songya's mother continued to list her faults. Songya smiled faintly and typed a question, "How come you didn't say that when you needed money?" Seeing this reply, Songya's mother immediately got angry. She accused Songya of doing nothing for the family except giving money, and after saying that, she added, "You're still so selfish." Song Anya grew even more depressed, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, drinking one glass after another. Li Yuhan tried to stop her, but was pushed away. With a very bad attitude, she told him to leave her alone. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Yuhan hurried over to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Li Yuhan directly picked Song Anya up and left. His blind date still wanted to say something, but Yi Su Yang covered her mouth. On the way, Song Anya struggled nonstop, wanting to be put down. Li Yuhan only put her down after carrying her into the car. He then took off his jacket and wrapped it around her waist. He was worried she would catch a cold with her waist exposed in this weather, and he didn't want her to put on a brave face in front of others. In front of Li Yuhan, she could be herself. Li Yuhan lifted her face and comforted her. "It's because you love yourself enough that you taught me how to love you. Otherwise, how could Song Anya ever be with a boring person like me forever?" These words were like a warm ray of sunshine that illuminated Song Anya's world. Moved, she hugged Li Yuhan. It seemed that now, Song Anya's soft spot was no longer her family, but him. After the party ended, Yi Su-yang secretly looked at the photos he took that day. In the car, the one he was most satisfied with was the photo that perfectly captured Hua Shan. His blind date suddenly appeared from behind and said bluntly, she had guessed correctly. Yi Su-yang was using photography as an excuse to covet another man's wife. Yi Su-yang told her to mind her own business, as this was his own affair. Although he was a bit unwilling to accept it, he admitted that Lu Yin had, after all, invested more than him. His blind date then pierced through his self-consolation, saying that love isn't a competition decided by who invests more. It's just two people who are attracted to each other and get together. Hearing the tone of his blind date, Yi Su-yang guessed she probably had a story of her own. The girl felt that love wasn't a necessity. For now, playing with gemstones and earning a little money was good enough. Yi Su-yang suddenly realized that the woman had been pretending to be drunk just now. She wasn't drunk at all. He lit a cigarette and cursed liar. Unexpectedly, she also used his cigarette to light one for herself. The blind date felt that she and Yi Su-yang got along well and decided to make him her drinking buddy. Early in the morning, Song Anya woke up in the bathtub, her memory of last night a bit hazy. Remembering she had said things she shouldn't have, she felt incredibly embarrassed. Li Yuhan was standing behind her. "That I didn't do anything too out of line last night, did I?" Li Yuhan said while washing her hair. "Nothing too out of line last night. Song Anya was clinging to me the whole time. I deeply felt that Song Anya needs me very much." As he spoke, Li Yuhan forcefully pushed her head down. Hearing this, Song Anya shyly escaped from Li Yuhan's large hands, saying she would wash it herself. She said playfully, "If I said anything last night, does it not count now?" "How can that be?" Last night, Song Anya promised to go home with Li Yuhan. "You can't go back on your word." Li Yuhan threatened that if Song Anya didn't agree to go home with him, he would tickle her. In the past, she was always scheduled with various jobs at the end of the year, but not anymore. She had Li Yuhan now. Song Anya still agreed to go home with Li Yuhan. She was a little worried about what kind of gifts his family would like. Li Yuhan joked, "My family likes Song Anya the most." Song Anya hit him lightly, saying it's impolite to show up empty-handed for the first visit. Seeing how much she valued this meeting, Li Yuhan was very happy. He told Song Anya not to feel pressured, just to treat it as going home for a meal. But Song Anya still felt very nervous. Li Yuhan told her to relax and leave everything to him. This time, Li Yuhan would be Song Anya's guide. In the past, it was always Li Yuhan trying hard to enter Song Anya's life. This time, it was the other way around. Song Anya was also starting to enter Li Yuhan's life. After changing clothes, Lee Yuhan brought Song Anya to his home. He led her around several corners. Arriving at a ball, the guests were all in formal attire, their faces beaming with smiles, occasionally chatting with one another. Lee Yuhan explained that his parents were overseas Chinese and particularly fond of musical instruments, so the ball was a family tradition. Song Anya said, "This is quite a ceremonial way to celebrate the new year." Just then, Lee Yuhan invited Song Anya to dance. Song Anya felt that dancing on her first visit seemed a bit abrupt. Lee Yuhan suspected she couldn't dance and joked that Song Anya was a former idol from FXF, so how could dancing be difficult for her? As he spoke, Lee Yuhan took her hand, ready to dance. To the rhythm of the music, they spun lightly, their movements graceful. Suddenly, Lee Yuhan spoke, "This former member of FXF, you've stepped on my foot." Song Anya was sweating profusely. After all, she hadn't danced in a long time, and for some reason, the music today was too fast-paced. Just as he finished speaking, the live music suddenly became melodious. Song Anya gradually adapted to the rhythm. She noticed a couple accompanying them, the man playing the accordion, the woman playing the violin. She and Lee Yuhan followed the ebb and flow of the music, performing a beautiful dance together. Sometimes spinning quickly, sometimes gliding slowly. It was as if they were telling a romantic love story through dance. Their movements were precise and elegant. Every spin, every step showcased their chemistry. When the dance ended, everyone around them applauded. Seeing everyone gathering around, Lee Yuhan announced loudly, "Song Anya is my girlfriend. We've been dating for a while." Song Anya didn't expect them to go public like this. She was a bit flustered and asked where Lee Yuhan's parents were. Lee Yuhan pointed to the couple who had been playing for them and said, "Those are my parents." Song Anya was a little embarrassed. She hadn't realized she had just been dancing in front of Lee Yuhan's parents. Afterwards, the couple chatted with Song Anya for a long time. Lee Yuhan asked what they talked about. Song Anya, holding back her laughter, recounted a series of Lee Yuhan's embarrassing past stories, like crying because he couldn't memorize the multiplication table, getting spanked for stealing candy, and so on. Seeing Song Anya so happy, Lee Yuhan said, "Your happiness tonight is all built on my embarrassing past. I've decided I need some compensation." As he spoke, he kissed Song Anya, who reminded him that there were many elders around and that he should be more restrained. Lee Yuhan said naturally, "My dad kisses my mom like that all the time." Song Anya then asked, "Is it okay for you to stay by my side during the family banquet?" Lee Yuhan said, "I love you the most, so I must be by your side." Seeing him say these sweet nothings with such a straight face, Song Anya blushed. Just as the young couple was flirting, Lee Yuhan's mother came up from behind them. She told Lee Yuhan, "Your dad wants you to help tune the accordion." Lee Yuhan felt he couldn't refuse, gave Song Anya a kiss, and left. Actually, facing Lee Yuhan's mother, Song Anya was still quite nervous. Because of her family background, she always felt a certain aversion to the title mother. However, Lee Yuhan's mother just gently invited her to the garden. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. Under the moonlight, Lee Yuhan's mother told Song Anya about Lee Yuhan's silly antics, making her laugh out loud. Lee Yuhan had been goofy since he was a child, simple-minded, and his parents had always protected him. He was too well protected growing up. Because Lee Yuhan was a premature baby and was very weak as a child, from then on, they only hoped for Lee Yuhan to be happy and healthy. But as the child grew up, new worries appeared. Lee Yuhan's mother didn't want him to live in a greenhouse forever. Unexpectedly, one day, he suddenly found his motivation. At that moment, Lee Yuhan's mother knew that the person who could lead him out of the greenhouse had appeared. Song Anya understood Lee Yuhan's mother's thoughts very well. She knew Lee Yuhan had always been chasing after her, but she hoped even more that Lee Yuhan could be himself. This current way of mutual, respectful interaction was very comfortable. Hearing this, Lee Yuhan's mother smiled. Song Anya reminded her of her own days before she got married. As they spoke, they arrived at a flower market. Stepping into the flower market, Song Anya felt like she had entered another world. A faint, fresh fragrance filled the air, and flowers of various shapes and vibrant colors were displayed on shelves. Although the space inside wasn't large, it was exquisitely and romantically arranged, with a small coffee table. It was clear the owner had put a lot of thought into taking such good care of the garden. Lee Yuhan's mother led her to a patch of marguerite daisies. This type of flower has a long blooming period. As long as it's cared for attentively, it will bloom beautifully all year round. Song Anya suddenly noticed the marguerite daisies looked a bit wilted, only to realize it was because the sun had set. These flowers were like children acting coy with the sun. Song Anya didn't expect Lee Yuhan's mother could speak about such an ordinary flower so beautifully. Lee Yuhan's mother continued, saying this flower is like the colorist of the garden. Every flower has its own merits and is an important member of the garden. Song Anya thought to herself that Lee Yuhan's mother treated flowers like her own children. No wonder she had a son as pure as Lee Yuhan. She was reminded of her own mother, who treated her younger brother as the apple of her eye. Lee Yuhan's mother pointed to a patch of marguerite daisies and said to Song Anya, "Those were planted by Lee Yuhan." Song Anya really didn't expect Lee Yuhan to know how to plant flowers. Marguerite daisies symbolize love and waiting. Ever since his grandfather passed away, Lee Yuhan had been planting this flower. Song Anya only now remembered that the flowers she had received before were all personally planted by Lee Yuhan, holding a special meaning for him. So Lee Yuhan had been waiting for her love all along. Just as she was thinking of him, Lee Yuhan appeared in a hurry. It turned out his love had been there all along. Seeing that the young couple was about to leave, Lee Yuhan's mother gave each of them a scarf and personally wrapped it around their necks. Song Anya didn't expect there was one for her too. Lee Yuhan's mother also explained, "I made this. It's identical to Lee Yuhan's." This moved Song Anya deeply. When they went outside, a light snow began to fall from the sky. Because it was so cold, Lee Yuhan thoughtfully wrapped the scarf around Song Anya one more time. Together, they watched the first snow of the new year. Song Anya tried on various beautiful outfits, and Lee Yuhan kept praising how beautiful she looked. It turned out they had snuck out to go shopping during the holiday. They had never strolled through the countryside at night before. They were just the most ordinary couple on the street. Lee Yuhan asked, "Are you afraid of being seen?" Song Anya felt he was overthinking it. During the holidays, who would pay attention to them? So they leisurely strolled together, ate ice cream, and went to the mall to play the claw machine and whack-a-mole, returning with a full load of prizes. Afterwards, they went to the cinema to watch the desert movie they starred in. Watching the male and female leads who were deeply in love, but ultimately separated, a girl in the front row was sobbing uncontrollably. Her boyfriend had to comfort her. It's just a movie. The main characters in the movie broke up, but the actors who play them are together in real life. After the movie, Song Anya took Lee Yuhan to pick up a pair of rings she had ordered in advance. Lee Yuhan asked happily, "Is this a gift for me? Can I wear it?" After getting an affirmative answer, Lee Yuhan happily had the rings engraved. Holding the ring engraved with their initials, Lee Yuhan happily put it on his middle finger. Although doing this could easily be spotted by the paparazzi, just this one should be fine. Lee Yuhan really liked Song Anya's gift. Then the fireworks began. Watching the fireworks, Song Anya thought to herself that for the past few years, to avoid attracting attention, they had avoided using matching items, and she knew Lee Yuhan wasn't happy about it. She thought, "I know what Lee Yuhan wants now." Then, Song Anya pulled down Lee Yuhan's mask, intending to kiss him. Lee Yuhan was still worried about the crowd and wanted to cover his face again. Song Anya had already convinced her agent. She was very capable herself and planned to transition into the film industry later. So she had enough confidence to bear the consequences of going public. Bang! The fireworks bloomed in the sky and also in Lee Yuhan's eyes because Song Anya told him she was going to make their relationship public. This was Song Anya's gift to him this year. After watching the fireworks, the two returned to the car. Song Anya was very happy. It was the first time she had done something so thrilling. Lee Yuhan could no longer hold back, hugged her tightly, and kissed her gently. Song Anya really didn't expect that after kissing for a while, Lee Yuhan actually started to cry. He still felt like he was dreaming. Can we really go public? Song Anya gently pinched his cheek, making Lee Yuhan yelp in pain. Ouch. Now you can't say it's a dream, can you? Song Anya asked, "Do you want to accept the gift or not?" Of course, Lee Yuhan wanted it. He loved this gift. Since he was the man Song Anya had chosen, becoming a trending topic wouldn't be a problem. With that thought, she and Lee Yuhan posted their official announcement on Weibo, a photo of them snuggled together, watching the first fireworks of the new year. Lee Yuhan also told her that if she felt unhappy at all after going public, she must tell him. They had to face it together. Although the new year hadn't arrived yet, he would do his best. In the car, he poured out his ardent feelings to Song Anya. Huashan was pregnant, and Lu Yin was taking care of her at home. Their day went like this. 7 a.m., Lu Yin handled work. 9 a.m., Huashan woke up. 11 a.m., they had brunch together. In the afternoon, they went out together to a bakery to buy delicious pastries. 8 p.m., Lu Yin massaged her legs to help her relax. 10 p.m., Huashan was fast asleep, while Lu Yin was still handling work. Huashan's pregnancy was physically uncomfortable and emotionally unstable. She thought this period would be long and difficult to endure, but Lu Yin was always by her side. Finally, Huashan's due date arrived, and she gave birth to a beautiful daughter. When Huashan woke up, Lu Yin was by her bedside. He held Huashan's hand and cried, saying, "Childbirth is too hard. Let's just have this one." Huashan wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He really couldn't bear to see Huashan suffer. Seeing that Lu Yin was about to wail, Huashan quickly reached for a tissue, accidentally pulling at her C-section incision. The pain made Lu Yin panic and shout for a doctor. "There's a major incident here." Just then, Lu Yin's mother walked in, grabbed her blubbering son, tossed him aside, and said, "Honestly, Lu Yin, your daughter and wife haven't cried as much as you." Lu Yin's mother came to Huashan's bedside, holding her granddaughter. Looking at the beautiful child, Huashan's heart melted. She poked the soft little thing with her finger, and the little one tightly gripped her mother's finger. At this moment, Huashan felt it was all worth it. She loved her daughter very much. Lu Yin's mother asked, "What's my granddaughter's name?" Only then did Huashan notice a figure outside the door. It was Fuji Yao, who was silently shedding tears. Lu Yin named their daughter Ingluo, with a nickname Xiaoing Tao. At first, Huashan thought she was fully prepared, but Xiaoing Tao still left the new mother flustered and overwhelmed, while Lu Yin was very good at taking care of the baby. Thus, Lu Yin transformed into a super dad, stroking his daughter's little feet, taking his daughter with him. Even while working, he was very skilled at coaxing his daughter to sleep and trimming her nails. Lu Yin truly fulfilled his promise well. But the young couple also had one worry. Xiaoing Tao was already 1 year old and still couldn't speak. Grandpa Fuji Yao loved playing with Xiaoing Tao. Huashan noticed that since Xiaoing Tao's arrival, Fuji Yao smiled more frequently. This was probably the new hope in the old man's life. After all, Xiaoing Tao was a miniature version of Huashan. Today, Huashan and Fuji Yao were playing with Xiaoing Tao under a cherry blossom tree. Xiaoing Tao held a cherry blossom petal, looked to Huashan, and uttered a simple syllable. She was calling for Mama. This was a wonderful surprise for everyone, especially Huashan. She loved this magical and blissful feeling.